Hello everyone, my name is Ura and I am the Codeholic. In this video, we're going to build a full stack application with Laravel REST API and React. Before we start building the project, let's have a look at the demo. When you open the website, you have two possibilities: to create new account or log in with existing account. Okay, the registration is pretty straightforward. You just need to provide name, email, and password. On login, we just provide the email and password. I'm going to log in with an existing account and I'm inside the website. As soon as you open the website, you see the dashboard where you have the overall information about the latest survey, how many questions that survey has, how many answers that survey received, when it was created, or when it has expired date, what's its status as well. We have possibility to edit the survey. When we click on this, we go on the survey edit page. We have possibility to change the title, description, image, expire date, make it active, and of course, manage questions. Add new question, remove question, add options to an existing question, and so on. So inside the question types, we have the following types, but the application code is so extensible that you can easily add new question types if you want inside there. Okay, you set up your survey, you give it all options, what you need, provide some descriptions for each question right here. So these are all the test questions at the moment. And then of course you just hit the save button to submit the survey. But you also have this public link right here, which opens that survey on a public URL, which doesn't require authentication, and you can just copy that URL and put on some blogs or social media, and others can take your survey. So here's the survey information. It's the expire date. We have the title, description, image, and then I'm going to choose like options. Pay attention that if we go in the dashboard, that survey has 6 total answers at the moment. Okay, so I'm going to just complete that test survey at the moment with some test data here and just click submit. Okay, whenever I hit the submit, I get some kind of success page. Thanks for participating in the survey. And if I go on the dashboard and just reload it, now I see that I have 8 answers. I think I double clicked on this button. Okay, I clicked it twice. Okay, that's why we have the two more answers. And right here we have the other information, like how many total surveys we have created, what's the total answers we have received, or what are the latest answers we have received. If we go in the surveys, we see all the list of the surveys. We have pagination. As soon as the surveys are more than like page size, like more than 10, then you're going to see pagination links right here, and you can basically navigate between there. And when we click this create button, you have possibility to create new survey. Okay, it looks like a simple functionality, but behind there is a lot of work and a lot of struggle. And if you are ready for such work and struggle, then you are welcome to this video. In this tutorial, you're going to learn a lot. You will learn how to build REST APIs in Laravel, how to handle the authentication part, how to create the single-page applications with routing and state management in React. You're going to also learn how to create multiple layouts in your React application, how to create scalable file and folder structure. On Laravel side, you're going to learn how to build controllers, request classes, resources, how to interact with models, how to work with the database, and how to query the data to select the surveys or to select some kind of overall information for the user for the dashboard. And more importantly, at the end of this video, we're going to deploy the project on custom domain. The final version application will be deployed on reactsurveys.com, which internally will connect to the API reactsurveys.com. So you will learn how to set up a virtual private server, how to install Apache, MySQL, PHP, how to configure virtual hosts, how to set up a Node.js, how to install Let's Encrypt certificates, and the whole package from start to finish. I think this is the perfect project if you want to sharpen up your Laravel or React skills and learn how to build the application from start to finish, including deployment. It took a lot of time to work on this project and make it finally finished. So if you find this video helpful, don't be lazy and click the like button because that really helps me and you are supporting the channel. Before we proceed, quick message from our sponsor Hostinger. Hostinger is one of the best hosting platforms out there. I have been using Hostinger services for about past 2-3 years, even before we became partners, and I can honestly say that their services are really amazing, their servers are pretty powerful, and their Hostinger H panel is very intuitive and very user-friendly so that you can easily navigate and you can easily do everything what you want. Their prices are really affordable. So if you go in the hosting, web hosting, which offers their shared hosting, and I do have a couple of videos where I deploy Laravel projects on shared hosting, you can find out how easy it is to deploy Laravel on shared hosting. And for just $3 per month, they offer a lot of services like 100 websites, 100 GB SSD storage, you have free emails, you have unlimited databases, unlimited SSL certificates, and you have possibility to, you have also Git support. So here's the Git support, SSH access support, and you have much more other things. But you have also free domain under that web hosting, $3 per month. I actually have a couple of videos where I deploy Laravel projects on shared hosting and it works quite amazing. But for VPS hosting, you can have a look. Their servers are pretty powerful compared to their price. For just $6, you get 2 GB RAM, 40 GB SSD storage, and like a weekly backups and dedicated IP address, and like the latest operating systems as well, and everything is really cool. Okay, if you decide to go with Hostinger and grab the VPS hosting, click Add to Cart, which will open its checkout page. Right here, you choose the period. The same thing happens when you choose a premium shared hosting. You choose a period. The longer period you choose, more saving you're making. Okay, then you scroll down below, create an account, and right here you can use coupon code the Codeholic. Okay, make sure you use the coupon code because that's going to give you an additional 10% discount, and that's going to be also beneficial for the channel. So by providing coupon code right here, you get the discount, but channel, you support the channel as well. So click right here, and now pay attention. So you're just paying $258 for your server, and if you choose like a shared hosting, you get even more discount. So I think that's a pretty good deal. And when you create an account and click the Submit Secure Payment, you will be redirected to Hostinger H panel, and then we can continue from there. Now, let's start building this awesome full stack application with Laravel, React, and Tailwindcss. For this, we might need 3 prerequisite tools. First, we need Composer. We will need Node.js because we will need npm to install packages for React, and we will need also to run the Vite server using npm. And if you don't have your PHP working environment set up, please check the following website, apachefriends.org, download XAMPP and install. That includes PHP, MariaDB, and Apache Web Server. If you don't know how to set up PHP working environment, just check one of my videos. I have a full setup for that. All right, and of course you need editor. I'm going to use the VS Code today for this project. Now, let's create a Laravel project. And for this, I'm going to open CMD, and let's navigate to the folder basically in which I want to create my project, and that is under htdocs folder. So I'm going to copy the path, go to CMD, CD, and the path. And right here, I'm going to create my Laravel project. I'm going to run Laravel. First of all, there are a few options basically to install Laravel project. One of them is to run Composer create project. And second one is to install Laravel installer. For this, we're going to run Composer global require Laravel /installer. And this will install Laravel installer. And after this, we will be able to create Laravel projects with just running Laravel command. I already have that Laravel installer, just I had a slightly older version, so it actually updated. Now let's clear up what we need. Okay, and let's run Laravel new, And right here, I'm going to specify the folder name. Okay, I'm going to call my project Laravel-React-Survey. All right, let's hit the enter. It's going to take a few seconds and I'm going to pause the recording. All right, the project was successfully installed. Now let's open the folder using VS Code, Laravel React Survey, right click and open with the VS Code. And here it is. Okay, now I'm going to open terminal. I'm going to use git bash in this case, git bash terminal, and I'm going to start the artisan server, php artisan serve. And let's open now browser and type localhost port 8000. And let's close all the other tabs. And we have Laravel application up and running. Awesome. Now let's create database. Actually, I have a plan and I want to follow this plan. Let me show this plan to you. Oops. Here's my plan. Okay, if we start from the scratch, so we need to create Laravel project, create MySQL database. So you can pause right now and have a look all the plans we're going to do in this video. And we're going to, of course, follow it step by step. Okay, so I'm going to at least try to follow this plan. Now let's open phpMyAdmin and create database /phpMyAdmin. Oops, I don't have XAMPP running. So let's click and open XAMPP. Okay, here it is. And I'm going to start now Apache and MySQL. Let's wait a few seconds. And here we have. Now let's create Laravel React Survey database. Okay, I'm going to click right here and call my database Laravel_React Survey 2. I already have Laravel React Survey, so I'm going to call this 2. And then let's choose encoding UTF-8 MB4 Unicode CI and click create. All right, we have the database created. Now let's open our project and I'm going to open .en file and configure the database. Right here, the connection is MySQL, the host is this, the port is correct, the database is this, and we have the username and password. And now we can run migration. So I'm going to stop the server and run php artisan migrate. Hit the enter. Okay, migrations have been applied. Let's start the server again. And we have our project set up correctly. We cannot test right now if the database is actually working, if the connection to the database is fine, but we can see if the tables have been created in the schema. So let's click right here and we see the following tables have been created. All right, now let's create a React project. And I'm going to start now create a new terminal, and I'm going to use Vite to create a new React project. If you want to see like full details how you can create new projects using Vite, you can just check the Vite documentation. It's a next generation front-end tool, and Vite works much faster than Create React app, for example. And it's really fast and really handy to create applications with Vite. So I'm going to create an application with Vite. In my new terminal, I'm going to run npm create Vite at latest, and let's hit the enter. Let's agree on this. The project name, I'm going to call this React. And now we need to choose the framework, whether we want vanilla JavaScript, Vue.js, React, Preact, or some other things. So we're going to choose React. And now it asks whether we want to use JavaScript or TypeScript. I'm going to choose JavaScript right here. And the application is created. Now let's navigate into React folder and we're going to run npm install, and then we're going to run npm run dev. Now let's run npm run dev. And the application is up and running. By default, it starts on the following port. So I'm going to copy the URL or just click on the URL, and it's going to open in my second window. So let me copy the URL and open this right here. Okay, so here we have the application running. Let me zoom out slightly. Okay, I don't want it to run on the following port, so I'm going to make few change right here. Let's open package.json under the React folder. Let's close the env, and let's open package.json from here. And on this dev script, I'm going to specify right here --port equals 3000. So we save this, stop the server, and rerun it. And now in the browser, this one will not work anymore. We need to specify port 3000 here, and we have the application running. And we just click on this counter and it increases. So we have React application successfully created. Now, let's have a look at the React project structure. Okay, inside the React folder, we have this source folder, which contains all the projects. And we have this main.js, which is the main file, which creates the React application. And right here, it uses the app component, which is the main component. Inside the app component, we have this following counter, and basically whatever we see right here comes from the app component. Okay, and we have assets, which just contains an SVG file, and of course we have the CSS for the app component, as well as the index CSS, which is the main CSS. I'm going to clean up my application. I don't want the following CSS, as well as I don't need this app CSS. And inside this app.js component, I'm going to also basically remove everything and just leave app.jsx. Okay, let's just print like this. And let's remove this React logo as well, and let's remove this state as well. We don't need them at the moment. And this React SVG, we can even delete this. Okay, awesome. Now if we save all the files and have a look in the browser, we just see this app.jsx. Okay, so we clean up the project. Now let's install Tailwindcss. For this, I'm going to search for, go to the Tailwindcss documentation, or just in the Google, let's just type Tailwindcss React. And let's click on the very first link. Let's go back. And right here, we need to create, we actually already have created, but we need to install the Tailwindcss, PostCSS, and autoprefixer. Okay, so I'm going to copy the following line and open the terminal. This is the this is my React application terminal. Okay, right here I have React running. In my second terminal, I have Laravel artisan running. Okay, I'm going to create another terminal, and right here, make sure you go in the React folder. Okay, and right here in the React folder, we're going to paste the following command and hit the enter. When this is done, we're going to run the following command, which will create Tailwindcss config file as well as the PostCSS config file. Okay, this is done. I'm going to paste this and hit the enter from the React folder. Remember this. Okay, now we have this Tailwindcss config file, CJS file. The latest version basically creates CJS file. Previously, it was creating just JS file. And right here inside the content, we have to specify all the file extensions we want the Tailwindcss to care about. Okay, and we have the content right here from the documentation. So I'm just going to copy this. Don't want to type all the extensions. The indentation basically is set to 4 spaces, which is something I don't like. So I'm going to quickly open editor config of the Laravel application. And right here, quickly add the following extensions. So basically for every JS and JSX, as well as CJS, okay, I want to set indent size to be 2. Quickly save this, come right here and let's format the code. And whenever I hit the tab, pay attention, now it indents with the 2 spaces. Okay, so far so good. Now let's go to the documentation. Again, we need to put the following directives in the index CSS. So let's open index CSS and paste this right here. Let's scroll down below and we can already start the server. But we don't need to run npm run start, we need to run npm run dev. And in fact, we already have npm run dev running. Here's our application. Now let's use some Tailwindcss classes. Let's open app.jsx and right here, let's change this into bg purple 500. Okay, let's save this and have a look in the browser. I think it doesn't work because we need to restart this server. So right here we have this Vite server running. I'm going to stop it with Ctrl and C and run npm run dev. Now let's have a look in the browser. We just reload the page and we see background color now is purple. Awesome. This is already a good start. Now I'm going to install Heroicons as well because I'm going to use Heroicons. Heroicons.com. Let's go right here, and right here we can search all the icons that is available, but I'm going to click on the documentation link right here. There are almost 300 icons. Let's scroll down below. I want to find the installation instructions. Right here we have this npm install Heroicons/React. This is what we need to install. So I'm going to copy the following command, open VS Code, the third terminal, clear up everything, paste and hit the enter. This will install Heroicons and we will already be able to use in our application. Let's actually have a look what icons are available. Right here we have browse the full list of icon names. Let's click on this, open a new tab, wait for a few seconds, and right here we have all the icons. Okay, if you want to see how they look like visually, let's go on the heroicons.com and let's type user, for example. And we have the following variations of the user. Okay, and if we search user right here, we will see the corresponding names for how we can basically use these in the React application. Okay, we're going to see this in actual project. Let's close them. We already installed Heroicons. And by the way, let's test if that actually works fine. So right here, let's use user icon, and that must be imported automatically. Okay, let's try. Okay, if it's not imported automatically, let's first restart the server. So I'm going to stop the server and rerun npm run dev. Okay, that's the first step, and then let's try again to use user icon. No, it's not imported automatically. Okay, we can import it manually. And when we are about to import this manually, we can have a look again right here in the documentation. We need to import from the following package. Heroicons/React, and then we have options for solid icons or outline icons. Okay, so let me actually copy the following line and put this right here, and we can use now this baker icon, and let's specify class name w4. Let's save this and have a look in the browser, and here we see this icon. Okay, the icons are actually successfully installed. Now I'm going to create a login form. For this, I'm going to go to the Tailwindcss page, and right here we have components. So I'm going to click on the components and scroll down below, and we have a couple of free and paid components. Okay, I want to find the login form. Let's click on show more right here, and let's search for just form maybe. And where are the forms? Let's actually search for login maybe, that's more relevant, or sign up. No, there are no such forms. Why don't we have those? Let's find the login form. I'm sure it is somewhere right here. Here we see sign in and registration. Okay, I searched for a different name. So this is the login form we are going to use. And right here we have this code, and this is free component. We can use as much as we want for any purpose, basically for commercial or non-commercial. And we have options for HTML, React, and Vue. I'm going to go to the React, and then we can have a look at the code, and we need to copy the following thing. And let's now go in the app component, and I'm going to replace everything with Ctrl-A and delete and just replace. And the component name, let's change this into app. However, this HTML requires Tailwindcss forms plugin. Okay, without installing that plugin, it's not going to look exactly as it is shown on the website. Let's actually have a look in the browser. Okay, so this is our form. Let's zoom out. And this looks nice, it's not bad, but the input files are not looking exactly as it is right here. Especially if we have a look, the border width is something different. Okay, so let's install the following plugin. I'm going to copy the name and let's completely remove this comment and bring up the terminal, open new terminal, and let's run npm install Tailwindcss forms. It's going to take a few seconds until this is installed. Here we go. Let's close this. Now we have that installed. And according to the documentation, the example requires updating your template. So on HTML, we're going to add the following classes. Now let's go in the public, not public, sorry. We just need to open index.html, and on this HTML tag, let's add the following classes, just like this. I think I didn't copy it correctly, and then we need to add hfull on body. All right, now let's save this and have a look in the browser. Okay, this looks nice. And if we just reload the page, now I think we need to, whenever we install something, I think we need to just restart the VPS server. Let me actually close this terminal and just stop the VPS server and restart it. And now if you have a look, oops, I made one mistake. We need to open Tailwindcss config and include these. We're going to run require add Tailwindcss forms. So let's just save this. And now here we go. We have the form exactly as it is shown right here. Okay, so that's fine. I don't want to just like blindly copy and paste the HTML. So let's open the app.jsx and let's remove the comment from here. And let's understand what is written. So we have all Tailwindcss classes. If you are new to Tailwindcss, I recommend to check my 13 minutes very crash course. It's going to give you the idea of the Tailwindcss. Okay, but even I don't know these class names, all class names by heart. There's a documentation for this, and whenever I need something, I search inside the documentation. But the idea is very simple. We have a class for one or two single properties, and so here we have that flex and min hfull. So we have, I'm not going to go through all the classes, what is mentioned right here, but we have an image, which is the following image. Then we have the text, which has a large text 3XL and font bold. And down below we have this link and then inputs. Okay, and each input has a bunch of classes for styling. And down below we have this remember me checkbox, link, and the button. And button as well has a bunch of classes. And down below we have this lock closed icon. That is hero icon. Okay, fine. Now let's scroll up, and I'm going to make one test. Let me change the HTML background into something like 200, not 20, and have a look. Okay, we don't see, I think, this color. Let's change this into 300 and save that. We don't see that for some reason. No, we actually do see that. Is the color changing? Maybe I don't notice this. And then let me tell you why it doesn't update in the browser when we change the following HTML. Okay, this happens because in the Tailwind config CJS, we don't listen to the HTML extension. Okay, and basically Tailwindcss listens to the following extension files, and whenever something changes, it detects what classes we have inside and then compiles the final version. Okay, if we update this file and add right here HTML file extension, save this and have a look in the browser, we might need to restart the server. And now if we have a look in the browser, no, it does not work. And the reason is because we don't have this index.html inside the source. We made quite a few mistakes right here. Okay, let me actually move this down, and I'm going to add new entry right here, which will simply look at the index.html. Okay, and let's remove this from here. So now I save this, and here we go. So here we have this background color. By the way, this color looks really nice, but I'm gonna return this back into like a 200 maybe. Here we go. Okay, let's return this back into 50 or 100. I think that looks also really nice. We're going to work on this form and map this on the corresponding URL/login. And for this, we will need React router. Let's now open VS Code, bring up the terminal. I'm going to stop the server and I'm going to install a React router DOM. React-router-DOM. Let's hit the enter, and we're going to create a router file as well. Okay, there are multiple ways to create and configure routes in React. I prefer to create a dedicated file for the router. So in the source folder, I'm going to create a router.jsx file. And right here, I'm going to create a router by basically calling the following method: create browser router. Okay, and the following function should be imported. Okay, and right here I'm going to pass routes. Okay, I can create separate variable for routes and pass it right here, but I prefer to pass an array directly. Const router equals create browser router, and down below we're gonna export default router. Okay, now right here we can already configure our routes. So we're gonna pass an object right here, and we're gonna specify path to be / for example, and we're going to specify element to be, let's specify right here up to be our element for path /. So we have our router created. We're exporting from this file. Now let's open main.js, and right here we need to import our router. So import router from router .jsx. Let's specify this as well. And we need to also import router provider. And we need to use this router provider right here instead of app. Let me actually delete this app and start writing router provider, and that was automatically imported by VS Code. And right here we're going to specify router corresponds to the imported router. Now, if I save this and have a look in the browser, we have the exact same result. Okay. But I think because we haven't run the server, npm run dev, and just reload the page, and we have the exact same result. Why? Because we configured the router, and we give this router provider to use the following router, and inside this router, we have mapped / into app. If I just change this into app, save this and have a look, we see not found error. Okay, because we don't have any kind of element mapped to the / route. But if we access app, we're going to see the following page. Now, I'm going to create 4 routes. We're going to create, actually, if we have a look at the plan, so we have to create a dashboard, surveys, login, and sign up. And then we're going to go to the layouts and create those layouts. All right, so let me open the router, and let's define /. Well, actually, we need to create also components. So inside the source folder, I'm going to create a views folder, and inside views, I'm going to define components. Let me actually create a dashboard.jsx component, and let's generate a functional component. This is called dashboard. We can remove this, and let's actually create right here surveys JSX. Awesome. Let's remove this. Let's create a login JSX and sign up JSX. Okay, so let's remove this from login as well. Now if we go in the router and let's define /, let's map this / into dashboard component, and let's duplicate this 3 more times, and this one should be mapped on surveys, and we're going to use surveys component. Login obviously will be mapped on login, and sign up will be mapped on sign up component. And make sure all of them is imported right here. Okay, let's check the sign up. Do we have the correct name? Yeah, I think everything looks good. Yeah, I think we don't have any kind of name. Why is this one underlines right here? Not sure. Unknown word. Okay, I see. Now if I save this and have a look in the browser, app doesn't work anymore. It shows not found. If we access slash, we will see dashboard. If we access surveys, we will see surveys. Let's check login and sign up as well. Okay, all of them works. And if we now go in the app.jsx and copy everything and go in the login and paste and just change the app into login. And let's check now. Login. Here's our login page. Okay. And we don't need app component anymore. So I'm going to delete this and CSS as well. Okay. Now we're going to create sign up as well. And basically sign up will be very similar to login. So I'm going to copy everything from login and paste inside sign up. Let's change the component name into sign up. And let's quickly change right here into sign up for free, just to make a differentiation between sign up and login. Let's open the browser and we have an error. We are using app inside main.js, so I think we need to remove it. Okay. And we are using app inside router as well. Let's remove it from here as well. Okay, now we have login and we have sign up. Okay, sign up for free. Awesome. But now let's understand. So we are using the same layout, exact same layout. So we have an image right here, as well as the outer div elements. And this one is the same for both. And in the future, if we add like a forgot password page, it's going to have the same layout. So in an actual applications, we need to define reusable layouts. And the layouts will be used for many pages. In this case, we will define two layouts. One will be for the guest users. That's going to be for login and sign up. And second will be the main layout, default layout. Let's go now in the source and I'm going to create components folder, components, and inside components, I'm going to create guest layout.jsx. And let me quickly define also default layout.jsx we will need in the future. In the guest layout, let's generate the functional component. And right here, we need to define a few things. But before I write anything here, it will be more logical if we go in the router and define the, use this guest layout right here. Okay, so I'm going to take out this login and sign up, and instead of them, I'm going to create slash, let's call this, let's put auth maybe, or just let's leave it slash. Okay, for the slash, we're going to use element to be guest layout, and that must be imported. That was actually imported, I think, right here. Okay, this is the element we're going to use for the slash, but we need to define children. Okay, and inside children, we need this login and sign up. Okay, whenever the user tries to access slash login or slash sign up, and by the way, if we put right here something like guest, then the actual URL will be if we remove right here slashes, the actual URL will be guest login and guest sign up in this case. Okay, we can test this, but if we open this guest layout, we need to define right here outlet. Okay, the outlet is the place inside which the child element will be rendered. In this case, login or sign up. In this case, the guest layout is absolutely empty, but if we just write text right here, part of a layout. Let's save this and let's open browser. And now our sign up URL basically doesn't work, but if we specify right here guest slash sign up, this works. and we have part of layout right here. Let's access now login. We have part of layout, uses on both places. If we open router and put slashes right here, let's test this. Now this doesn't work anymore. Okay, we need to access with /login, or it actually doesn't even work like this. So we just remove slash from here, and now we just leave slash right here, and now we have login and sign up. Okay, this looks good. Let's actually go in the login, and I'm gonna take out the whole component and put this in the guest layout. Okay, and then we're gonna find where the outlet will go. I'm gonna paste this, and let's understand what is the part of the layout and what must be the part of the login form. So we can leave this image inside the layout, and then we have this H2 sign into your account, which is obviously part of the component itself. We have the following. So this is part of the component, obviously, but this is part of the following div as well. So we can't actually take out the following part. So let me actually move this out from the following div element and put this down. Okay, and this is gonna work very nice if we just let's save this, and if we just go to the /login, lock closed icon is not defined. That's something we can take out from here and use it in the guest layout. Save it, and this is now guest layout. And well, basically right here we see login form, but as I mentioned, this is guest layout. Okay, everything comes from here. And now let's take the following part, including the form itself, and this is the guest layout. And now let's go in the login and put this right here. Okay, we save this, and let's go in the guest layout, and this is the place we need to output and create outlet. Now lock closed icon, that basically still should be in the login form. Okay, let's copy this lock close. I shouldn't have copied that, so let's put this right here. My mistake, sorry. So now we have this nice login form, and we have the layout just put in one place. Now if I go in the sign up, let me close other components and collapse the left side. So let's close the everything else. So we have the sign up, and inside the sign up we only need the form and the following H2 and paragraph. So let's put them together, and everything above can be removed and everything below the form can be removed. So I save this, and if we go in sign up, this is how it looks like. Now I go in the guest layout and I want to change something. For example, I want to give this one BG slate 800, for example. Okay, this is the background, and if we go in the login, that was changed for both. Okay, this is obviously the advantage of using layout. I don't want the slate background right here. Okay, looks awesome. Now in the same way, I'm going to define dashboard layout. I'm going to open the components section right here. Let's go back and let's search for layouts, and we have different layout options, but all of them are basically locked except the following one, which is stacked layout. Inside there are 9 components, but the first one is free, others are also locked. Okay, so that's fine. I really like the following layout. So let's switch to React right here, go to the code, and we can have a look what is the actual source code. But I'm going to click copy, and now let's go in our application. Let's open default layout, and let's paste everything. Let's move up. Let's change the component name into default layout. This requires HTML and body to have the following classes. We have those classes on HTML and body. And now I save this, and now let's open a router and configure roles for the default layout in the same way. So I'm going to create right here path corresponds to slash. We need element to be default layout, and inside there we will need children roles, and let's paste it. Okay, so let's put comma and format the code. Okay, this looks nice. Now if I save this and go in the browser and access, what errors do we have? Failed to resolve import. Okay, inside default layout, it failed to import headless UI React. I think that is because, let's go in the default layout. That is because the headless UI was changed. Okay, and we want to import them from 24, maybe solid folder. So if I save this, disclosure, menu, transition. Oh, my bad. I thought the error was about Heroicons. So headless UI. Yeah, this is something we haven't installed. And what is headless UI? Let's search for headless UI. This is React. This is basically JavaScript components, React or vanilla JavaScript or Vue.js, which doesn't contain any kind of styling. Okay. And I think they only have React and Vue, not vanilla JavaScript. And they have drop downs and select boxes and maybe tabs and modals, basically anything that requires JavaScript functionality. But they are not tied to any kind of CSS framework. The examples right here are based on Tailwindcss. But if we have a look at the code basically gives you a possibility to add any kind of CSS framework you want. Okay. Inside the headless UI, it doesn't have built-in classes, CSS classes. And what we are interested and what we are using is drop-downs. So if we just copy the following thing, headless UI React, and install that. So I'm going to stop the server, run npm install headless UI React, and then we're gonna rerun the server, npm run dev, and now let's have a look in the browser. Oops, I think we shouldn't have added this right here. Okay, I thought that was Heroicons, my mistake. So now let's just reload the page and have a look. So this is login. Now let's access slash, which should be the dashboard. And here we see the dashboard. Okay. Now let's access surveys. And this is surveys page. Of course, they are identical because we don't use outlet inside the default layout, but the layout is there and layout is implemented. Okay. And now we can start working on to clean up the following layout, add right here dashboard and surveys, and maybe remove this notification and adjust it exactly as we need. Now let's open VS Code and find the place where we need to put the outlet. This is the first thing. Down below, we have somewhere right here, replace with your content. Okay, this is the place where we need our content. And I'm going to put right here, outlet. Okay, this is for my content. I save this and here we see surveys. And if we just access slash, here we see dashboard, but we want the title to go right here. Okay, so let me actually put outlet right here. Okay, and I'm going to take this out and open now dashboard and replace it, but we have two elements, so we're going to create fragment, save this, and let's open surveys and do the same thing right here. Okay, let's give this one title surveys. This one is dashboard, and in the default layout, we don't need to do anything. We just save it. And this is dashboard, and this is surveys. Oops, I made a typo. Surveys. Here we see it. This looks exactly as we want. Now let's go in the default layout and clean up this component a little bit. Okay, so we have the user information, which is dummy information at the moment. We're going to take out the user information from the backend, the name and email. The image URL is something we are not going to use. We don't have that, and we are not going to implement. So we can just put right there, like maybe Tailwind, Heroicons icon, and yeah. For the dashboard, let's change this href into 2, and I'm going to specify right here the actual route. In this case, it's going to be dashboard. By the way, I think we don't have dashboard, do we? No, this throws 404. If we go in the router, and we can quickly do that. So basically, we can put this inside default layout, or it really doesn't matter. So I'm going to define right here, whenever we try to access slash, I want to navigate into slash. Okay, this is not slash, sorry, dashboard. And then right here, we need to configure dashboard maybe 2 times. Okay, let's duplicate this dashboard, and well, I think we can put this right here. Okay, this is probably how we should have. So whenever we try to access slash, we will be redirected to the dashboard, and on dashboard, we basically handle the following. Maybe the better will be if we do it vice versa. So whenever we try to access dashboard, we will be navigate to the slash, and we handle slash. Okay, let's put comma right here. Now if we try to access slash dashboard, it will redirect us to slash, and on slash we render the following component. All right, now if we go in the default layout, I'm going to change this into slash. Let's remove this, we don't need that, and right here we need surveys 2, that's going to be slash surveys, and let's remove current as well. Projects, calendar, and reports can be removed. Inside the user navigation, we can remove your profile and settings. We can only leave sign out. However, we probably even don't need that. We can put sign out right there without iterating over the user navigation menu items. And we have this dashboard and surveys. So however, clicking on them doesn't do anything because we need to take care of this. Now, let's scroll down below and find the place. Here's the place where we iterate over navigation menu items and have a tags right here. We're going to change this a tag into nav link. This is the component which is imported from the React router DOM. Okay, so scroll down below. So here we have that. We need key. I think we can leave this key. However, we're going to change href into 2 and 2 right here as well. However, inside the class name, okay, so we are using right here class names of function, which basically takes multiple classes and them filters them and joins with space. However, we need to accept right here function because we need to also detect if the current route is the active route or not. So let's accept right here function, and we're going to return the class names. Okay, this nav link basically accepts inside class name passes also function, and right here we're going to get an object, and if we destructure this object, we will have is active. Okay, and we can use this is active right here instead of item current. I'm going to use is active. Okay, and we can of course put is active right here, but I think we don't have access is active because that is only available for the class name. So for simplicity, let's just remove this area current, and we have a typo right here, nav link. All right, I think this looks correct. Now if I save this and have a look in the browser, we see dashboard is active. If I click on surveys, now surveys is active. Okay, we have implemented activating. And we need to do something similar for the mobile version. Scroll down below. Here we see the navigation. Okay, so let's actually change this into nav link and key. Let's remove this right here, and here we need to. We're going to accept arrow function, destructure it, takeout is active, and we're going to use is active right here, and let's just remove it. Okay, now let's have a look on small screen. Dashboard, surveys. Okay, they are active exactly as expected. Okay, now let's take care of the right side. So let's start from the top. Let's move. We have the button, which is the bell icon button. So we're going to remove it. We don't need these notifications. We don't have this on desktop. Let's check on mobile. We have this still right here. Let's scroll down below. Where is the bell icon? Right here. So we can remove the following button as well. Okay, the button was removed. The user information, we can leave this at the moment because we can change it whenever we implement the user authentication with the server side. However, let's take care about the layout. Sign out. Let's search for where we use this user navigation. So I'm going to search for this, and right here we iterate over user navigation, but we don't need iterate because we only have one menu item. So let's just remove this, and this is menu item, which, by the way, we can either use a nav link right here and redirect to a specific, or we can just leave this as it is, but we need to add an event, click event listener for that. Okay, let me actually remove the following thing, and let's just leave a element inside href. We just put maybe a hashtag, but we need on click. At the moment, we just call a function. Let's put except right here an event, and let's just call logout and pass the following event. At the top, we need to create that function. So right here, let's just create const logout. Like this, we're going to call prevent default. Default. And just console log logout. Okay, let's scroll down below where where was that? That was, let's search for sign out maybe, or let's search for user navigation. I think we don't use user navigation. I think I got a little bit lost. Okay, here was it. And let's format the code. And I think this, okay, we don't need key, and we don't need this, we just write sign out. And we don't need, I think, active as well. We just leave the following classes. We don't probably even need this function. Okay, I think this is correct. Now, let's have a look. This is sign out. When we click on it, let's go in the console. We see logout right here. Okay, let's just reload the page, make sure we don't have any errors. And let's test sign out again, so we get the logout. So on desktop, we have it implemented correctly. Now let's take here on the mobile. When we click on this, nothing really happens. So let's scroll down below. We can do something similar. So I'm going to copy the following code. Scroll down below. We have this navigation, and down below we have the user navigation. Okay, this is something we need to replace. let's delete the user navigation. We have the disclosure button, which is as a, and let's add right here on click. On click, we accept event and call logout, passing this event. We can remove the key, and inside href we can specify again hashtag. For the class names, we can leave as it is. For the sign out, we just write sign out. Now I save this and just reload the page, make sure we don't have any errors, and click sign out, and we see logout right here. Okay, so we have called the method what we want on logout in both versions, desktop and mobile. Okay, I think we have finished working on the layout. Now we have the layout, but if we observe dashboard and surveys, they still look very similar. Okay, we can put the following content in the layout and then make adjustments so that we have a title and the main content right here. So by the way, that's the place of the content. So surveys content. Okay, so we have two places we want in the general layout: surveys right here, which is the title, and the content. And something similar is for the dashboard, that is dashboard content. Okay, so how we're going to do that? I'm going to create a page component. If we go in the components and define page component, oops, that should have an extension JSX, and let's create a component, sorry, RFC. Okay, this is the page component. Inside this page component, I'm going to accept props, and we will need title. I'm going to also accept like buttons, which by default can be an empty string, and I'm going to accept children. Okay, and let's go in the surveys and copy everything, and let's create fragment here, paste this, and this is the place for title. So let's just output title right here, but we might need also buttons. We will need these buttons definitely. So this is the title, and right here on the right side we might need buttons, especially on the surveys page to create new survey. So we're going to create a space for the button. So we have right here h1, and next to the h1 I am going to output given buttons. Okay, however, let's give this one class flex for display flex. Let's give it also a justify between and maybe items center. Okay, so this looks good, where we have a title right here, and the buttons, if that is given, it will be outputted here. And down below, we're going to output all the children. Let's save this, go in the dashboard, and instead of all these, now I am going to use page component. Okay, the page component has a title, so we can specify this title. Let's, by the way, close this page component, and this is children. Okay, all kind of inner content, and inside title we're going to have dashboard. If we need buttons, we will define it as well. Now let's copy this, go in the surveys and paste them right here, and let's change this into surveys, the title, and this is surveys content. Oops, this one. I think I have, yeah, everything is good inside the dashboard. Now, page component is not defined, that must be imported, so I just delete the last letter, hit the Control and space, and hit the enter right here. Okay, that was imported, T is missing right here. Perfect. So here we have the surveys, surveys content, dashboard, and children right here. Okay, so we have defined reusable page component. And if we just reload the page, we don't have any errors on the right side. Now, let's create a context and context provider and use inside the layout. Okay, we will need the user information to be displayed from the context. So let's go in the project and I'm going to create a context provider. Actually, in the source folder, let's create a contexts folder, contexts, and inside there, let's create context provider.jsx, lowercase o right here. Okay, so we have this context provider. Now we need to create context. Const state context. We can of course have multiple contexts, but in this tutorial I'm just going to create one context. Context equals create context, and that create context needs to be imported from the React. Okay, the create context accepts a default value right here. At the moment I'm just going to pass an empty object, but we're going to create a couple of things right here, and I'm going to explain why this is also necessary. Okay, and down below we're going to export constant context provider, and that's going to be an arrow function. Okay, and from here we're going to return JSX component. Okay, and there's going to be state context dot provider. Okay, we created a context right here, and now we are returning provider. Okay, this provider inside right here, we will need to pass children as well, and we can take out children right here and then output, and the provider needs a value, and we're going to specify right here value, and the value basically should be an object. We're going to provide an object right here, so we will need an object, and finally it turns out to have a double curly braces, but actually the first one, the outer one, is for React, and this one indicates that this is an object. Okay, and down below we will need few states. Okay, now I'm going to use a state const. Let's define few state for like a current user, and we will need set current user as well. Use state, and by default the current user will be an empty object. Okay, the second state we will need is the user token, and let's create right here set user token, and we use state, and by default let's specify null. Okay, and then down below let's pass right here current user, let's pass set current user, and we need user token as well as set user token. Okay, so we have this ready, and finally for simplicity I'm going to create export const use state context to be a function which will return use context of state context. Okay, we can write use context, state context in our components as well whenever we need them, but we just create a handy function from here, use state context. So we have now this the context provider ready. However, now let's go in the dashboard layout, for example. Default layout, and let's say we want to use the current user information instead of this user, and we can remove this user navigation, by the way. Okay, instead of this user I want to use the current user information. Okay, I'm just going to actually delete or comment out this user, and this will cause errors in the component, but we're going to fix that. So basically I want to use state provider, how did we call it? Use state context, use state context, and we can assign this into state. This is our state, But let me actually destructure the state and take out current user from here, and pay attention now. I want autocompletion to work, but when I start typing current user, VS Code doesn't autocomplete that. However, if I go in the context provider, and when I create context, if I just provide an empty values, like I have a current user, which by default is an empty object, I have user token by default to be null, and I can also specify set current user, which by default is an empty function, and just like this. And let's specify set user token as well to be an empty function. Now, if I go in the component and just try typing right here current user, it autocompletes. Okay, I need current user information. In the current user information, something which I want to output in the default layout, in the place where we have this user information. Where is that? Let's search for user, and this is it. Okay, the user. Let's actually change this into current user. And for the image, we don't have actually an image, and we're going to use user icon. User icon. And now let's pay attention. The user icon was imported from Heroicons React 24 outline. Okay. Now we have to second place as well for the user. Here it is. So let's remove this image and let's create user icon here. However, we might need to add a few CSS classes, Tailwind CSS classes. And what else do we have? So do we have user as a word, as a lowercase and word somewhere like this one? Okay, I think we don't have this user anywhere. We are using current user. If we go in the context provider, and right here, when we create the current user state, if I just provide the following information, let me comment this out, and I need this part, and let me actually delete this. So paste this right here, save that, and now let's have a look. A user is not defined. Okay, if I just reload the page, the error basically disappears. And now let's have a look. So the user icon is not available, by the way. This is something we need to quickly fix. So if we go in the default layout, scroll down below, we have the user icon. Let's give this one W, maybe 8. Okay, here we see, and let's give it also text white, maybe. That's too much, probably. Let's give it W6. Let's give it also height 6 and BG black / like a 25 maybe. And let's give it also padding of maybe 2 and rounded full. Well, it's too small. Let's increase it into 8. Okay, that's not ideal, but it's like it's kind of indicator that this is a user icon. Okay, and I want to see the user information. So we don't have the user information, the current user information, and I'm trying to understand now why. If I scroll down below, we should have here, we have the current user. Okay, and the current user has name and email. Yeah, I missed one very important thing. So we created the context provider, but we don't use this context provider. So we're going to use main.js, and right here we need to define context provider. Okay, and the context provider needs to be a parent element of the router provider. So I save this, and now let's have a look. So here we see Tom Cook, the email, which comes from the context provider. And if we go in the default layout, we can also use the user icon. Let's search for the user icon above, take the following component and replace it right here. Okay, I format the code. We see user icon here and the user icon here as well. So we have created the context provider right now, and we are using that. So if we go in the context provider and, for example, set the default value for token as well, and set this into 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the user token, and go in the default layout and use this right here, user token, and then I can print out the user token somewhere right here, maybe user token. So here we see this 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we have successfully created context provider. Now let's make dashboard and surveys page to be protected page. Let me close everything except the dashboard. Actually, let's close this. I want default layout, because default layout is the layout that should be only available for the authorized users. So right here, basically anywhere above return, I'm going to write if the user token does not exist, okay, at the moment, we're going to return navigate to login. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. And let's open now context provider as well and change the token to be an empty string, for example. If I save this now and open the browser, we're on the login page. If I try to access slash or try to access surveys, I am not able to do this, okay, because right here we are redirecting to the login page. If I go in the context provider and set some value right here and open the browser and try to access slash dashboard, now I am able to access the dashboard or even surveys. That's fine. Now, this basically means that right now it's a simulation that the user is authorized. The token exists, okay? It's a simulation that right now the user is authorized. And we need like a defense simulation as well, that if the user is not authorized, basically if the user is already authorized and tries to access a login page. So right now I am authorized, okay? And that's why I am able to access surveys and dashboard. But if I try to access a login page, I should not be able to access because I am actually authorized. So now I have to open guest layout, and right here I'm going to do the opposite. So first let's use the state from the default layout. Let's copy this, go in this layout, paste. So we have the user token, and by the way, this use state context needs to be imported. So here it is. And let's write an if statement. If user token exists, we are going to return navigate into slash. Okay, so whenever token exists and we try to access guest layout, we should be redirected to the dashboard. And we are on the dashboard. If I try to access login slash login, oops, it should be 3000. We are on the dashboard. If I try to access slash sign up, we are on the dashboard. Okay, so just like this, we have created protected rows. I just remove it, and now we are on the login page. Now, let's start working on the surveys page, on which we're going to render all the surveys. And at the moment, because we don't have backend ready yet, we're going to define the dummy surveys JSON data. And let's now open the context provider, and right here, let me create a variable for TMP surveys, like for temporary storage at the moment, because finally, of course, we're going to get the information from the backend. Okay, I'm going to call this TMP surveys, and that's going to be obviously an array of surveys. And I'm going to quickly copy and paste a single survey JSON. I'm going to put the link of this JSON in the video description as well, so that you can just grab that JSON and paste in your code at the moment. Okay, and let's start from the very top and understand how the survey, what is the structure of each individual survey. Okay, so each survey has an ID, obviously unique identifier, image URL, title, slug, status, description, created at, updated at, expire date. Okay, and each survey has questions, and the question can be one of few types. The question obviously has its own ID and type, which is in this case text, and what is the actual question, okay, from which country you are, and the description. That's an optional additional information about the question. Okay, down below we have the checkbox and the question and description. However, the checkbox might have additional options, okay, where user has to select one of the options. For the options is obviously an array. By the way, right here, the data itself is an object, okay, because except that we have an options inside the data might contain in the future some additional information, such as required, for example, required flag. So that gives us much more flexibility in the future if we decide to update and add required or a few other things in the data. We have like a space for that. Next to the options, we would be able to add additional properties. Okay, inside options, we have UID and text. Why did I choose UID? Because it's very simple to generate random unique UIDs in browser rather than IDs. Okay, and we have a few options. Each question might have a few options. Let's collapse the options. And let's go to the second question, which is select. Select looks very similar to checkbox. It has data and options as well. We have a radio, which also looks very similar to select and checkbox. It has its own options. Down below we have again checkbox. We have a text area. In this case, text area has data empty array or empty object. It can be also empty object, and text obviously. Okay, so this is just one survey item. So now let's implement the code correctly so that we take these TMP surveys. By the way, let me actually collapse this and right here append few more survey items. That's gonna help us to have more data. I added two more. Okay, I just copied and pasted. And we have this same TMP surveys as I mentioned. Okay, now let's put right here in this create context surveys, which by default can be an array. And down below, we create states right here. And let's create right here surveys and set surveys. Oops, I have a typo. Surveys. All right, let's use state. And we're going to pass right here TMP surveys, but let me actually, let me think. So I can directly pass TMP surveys, it's not a problem, but I was thinking maybe we just need to destructure the TMP surveys and just create new array. Because if we decide to modify TMP surveys now from the place where we will use that state, it doesn't affect the original TMP surveys, but in this case, I think we don't care. So let's just directly pass right here TMP surveys. Okay, and obviously finally we need to take that surveys and give it into state context provider. Let's give it surveys right here. Okay, we don't need set surveys at the moment. Now let's open surveys.jsx file, and right here we can output our surveys. Let me now use const state equals use context, use state, how is it? I just forgot. Let's go in the dashboard, or let's go in the context provider. What is the method? Use state user. Yeah, that is my mistake. It should be use state context. Okay, let's actually fix this small thing, use state context, and let's go in the surveys and call this use state context, but that needs to be imported as well. And we have a state, we can destructure the state, and take out surveys right here. Okay, and let's print actually what is these surveys. However, I think we're going to have an error. First of all, we don't see anything. I think because we have an error. Let's just reload the page and let's observe. So yeah, user state context, that comes from the default layout. I expected that. So if we go in the default layout, we are calling method user state context. That is a typo right here. We need use state context. And let's fix the import as well right here. Now we're good. And if we just reload the page, do we have that? Yeah, we have this in the guest layout as well. Let's open guest layout. Okay, we don't need current user right here, but we need state. So let me actually fix this. However, we can just delete this current user. We aren't using it. Now, let's again have a look. Okay, now we are on the login page, which is good. Now let's open ContextProvider and set something in the token, okay? Imagine that like we are simulating that we have already token and customers authorized. So we are on the dashboard page right now. Let's now go in the surveys page. And right here, we're going to see the data. Okay, this is our surveys data. And now we can start iterating and render those surveys. Let's open surveys component and let's format the code. Okay, we don't want formatting. And right here in the inside the page component, I'm going to start iterating over my surveys. So surveys.map, we have right here survey, and we're going to return let's actually imagine that we already have a survey list item, because I want to create a separate dedicated component for each survey item. So let's go actually in the components. Why should we imagine? Let's go in the components and let's create survey list item JSX. It should be camel case naming, is it? Yeah, it is, I think. Okay. Now let's go in the survey JSX and let's use survey list. By the way, I think I haven't written anything there. Let's just rename this into JSX. JSX, hit the enter, open and generate functional component. And the name is correct. Okay, we have it ready. Now let's try to use it right here. Okay. Here we go. So that was imported right here. And let's now accept inside survey list item component. Let's accept survey. So let's accept props and we're going to take out survey right here. And I'm going to accept right here key as well. That's going to be the unique identifier. Okay. And okay, let's leave it everything as it is right now, and let's make this surveys component ready. Okay, so we're going to pass right here survey. That's going to be our survey. And we are going to pass also key. And the key will be survey.id. That's going to be the unique identifier. Okay, and I want to wrap everything in a div. Okay, let's move this down. And this div needs to have a couple of Tailwindcss classes. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste the classes right here. Grid calls 1. So on the mobile screen, we show just 1. And above small screens, we show 2. And above medium, we show 3. Okay, this looks good. Now let's have a look. So here we see 3 survey list items. And if we remove the right side, we're going to see them in the same line, in the same horizontal line. Okay, let's just reload the page. We have an error right here. Survey list item key is not a prop. Trying to access it with the result in the undefined. Okay. Okay, let's check in the code. What did I made incorrectly? If we go in the, we're passing right here key, which should be passed in the survey list item. Yeah, my bad is that we shouldn't accept key. Why did I do that? I don't know. So the key is something which needs to be given to the component. It's a predefined text, predefined key, basically, that we need to give a component And that key is necessary whenever the virtual DOM updates. It needs to know where the exact component is. So basically we need to give this key right here, and there is no necessity to accept it. So if I just save this and just reload the page, we won't see any errors right here. Okay, now let's go in the survey list item and work right here. Well, let me actually remove this div, and I'm going to create a new component. First of all, let's create outer wrapper HTML element div, and we're going to give a couple of Tailwindcss classes to this, like a flex and flex column and padding and shadow and background white. Let me collapse the left side, and it's going to have also fixed height. Okay, then we're going to define an image with the source and alt. We're going to also give it a class name. It's going to have a full width and fixed height and object cover. And down below, we will need the survey title and survey description. So pay attention right here. We have a dangerously set inner HTML. So whatever is the survey description, we assume it's a safe HTML, and we just render them as an HTML, not as a text. For this, we will use the following property: dangerously set inner HTML. And we're going to pass right here an object, which should have a underscore HTML, corresponds to some kind of HTML. Okay, and we're giving it also overflow hidden, flex 1. And let's continue. And down below, I want to create like a footer of the survey item, which will have like an edit button and some few other buttons. Okay, so the first button is an edit button. Okay, what is this T button component? So the T button component basically does not exist yet, but I assume that it already is created and exists, which we will create in a few minutes basically. But this T button stands for, in my opinion, like Tailwind button. Okay, this is how I named it. And the Tailwind button will have a different variations and colors and different styles. Okay, we are going to create a very reusable T button component, which will have a different variations, and we will be able to use that core button component in our application in any place where we will need that. Okay, it's going to be a good example of creating reusable React components. It's going to have right here too, and we're going to map it to the following URL. So this road again doesn't exist. I think we haven't created that URL, and that's going to be the survey update page. And right here we are using Heroicons pencil icon. Okay, and we're going to create two more buttons. One button will be to view survey publicly as a guest user. And for this, we're going to again use the T button, but this T button has circle and link. So circle means that it's going to be like a full circle type of button, and the link means that it's not going to have any button styles. It will be just a link. Okay, link type button. And it's going to have also href right here, which basically will open the following link as a normal href, not as a React road like we have it right here. Okay, and again we are using right here Heroicons, arrow top right on square icon. So we basically see how this looks like. And then down below we are going to add also a delete button. But we also check if the survey has ID, then only in this case we create another T button, which inside has a trash icon for delete purposes. And we listen on click of the following on the following button, and the styles is circle, a link, and the color is red. Okay, and just like this, we have this survey list item almost ready. We don't have on click right here, which we will create basically right now, or we can even accept from here as a prop. So let's try to accept it from here. I think that's going to be more logical. So we will accept on click, and if we go in the surveys, I'm going to pass on click corresponds to on click, and I think we need to define right here const on click equals an arrow function, and let's simply write console log on delete on delete click. Okay, this is something which should not be called on click. So the prop for survey list item for deleting, if we wanted to put this in the surveys component, that should not be probably called on click. That should probably be either right here, or we should accept on delete click. Okay, that's more logical. And I'm going to put on delete click right here. And then inside the surveys, we'll listen to on delete click and call on delete click. And then right here, this should be called on delete click as well. And we print on delete click. Okay, so everything now looks good, except we don't have this T button component. Now, let's go in the component section. And basically, I'm going to create a folder right here called core. And inside core, I'm going to create T button. Why did I call it core? Because all the components which I have right here so far, like a survey list item, for example, and a few others, are maybe page component is also a core, but the survey list item is more specific for a single page, basically, for surveys list page. But whatever goes inside the core, that's going to be like a very basic, minimalistic components that will be available and should be used in the entire application in almost all the pages. Okay, that's going to be very, very basic. And you can even copy and paste the core folder from this project into some other project. Now, for example, this T button, Talent button, and then you're going to have those components as well in any other project. Okay. So now let's go in the T button and first generate the component, and we have the correct name. We don't need this import, and let's delete everything and create this button. First of all, let's import a link component from the React router DOM. Okay, then we're going to define right here a couple of props. We need color prop, because we're going to have different variations of the button, and the color indicates what color of the button it is. We have a 2, which is going to refer to the React router DOM route. We have a Boolean property circle, true or false. We have href, link, and target. The target basically is more related to href. Okay, if we have href, then the target is either blank or self or something else. Okay, now let's start working on the button itself and CSS classes. By the way, we're going to also accept right here children, which will be rendered inside each button. Okay, let's start with the classes, and we're going to have some basic classes like whitespace, normal, and text small, and flex, and border. Okay, but down below, we're going to start writing a logic. So if the link is true, which means that it's a link type button, not a normal button, then we take those classes and create new classes, and then put right here the transition colors. Okay, and we start checking if the color is like indigo, for example. We add text indigo 500 and a focus border indigo 500 as well. So if the color is red, then we add different classes here. Okay, so we have an else case, which means if the link is false, if the button is not link type, it's a normal button, then we have right here text white and focus ring 2 and ring offset 2. Okay, and we start again checking. If the color is indigo, we add the following classes inside classes. If the like a color is red, we add the following classes. If the color is green, we add the following classes. Okay, and down below, we're going to also check if the circle is true, then we will add the following classes. So we basically have a fixed width and height on the button which has circle true. Okay, and in the else case, we again take the classes and give the following CSS classes. Okay, padding 0, horizontal padding, vertical padding, and a rounded MD. I think we don't need this padding 0 here. Okay, down below, now we create a fragment, and inside the fragment, so we check if the href is true, we're going to create a element, a tag, okay, which will have this href. Inside there, it will have also the following class names basically we defined above, and we join those classes because the class is array. We join those classes, and then we also give it a target, whatever is the given target, and inside the a tag we render children. Okay, so the next case is if 2 is available, then create a link component with 2, and the class name will be again classes joined, and the children will be inside the link. Okay, and the third is if nor 2 neither href is available, then we just create a normal button. Okay, that's just a normal button, which by the way I think we don't use at the moment, which obviously has the classes and the children. Okay, so this is my like a basic T button component, this which I created in a few minutes basically, but this T button can be also improved step by step, like accepting an event listeners and have a different color support, etc. Okay, this is just a basic component, but this gives you an idea how you can create your own reusable components with different props based on the different props. Okay, so we have this T button, and if we go in the survey list item, I think we need to use this T button right here. So I'm going to just delete the last line and last character of the T button, and then just hit the enter right here, which will import this T button here, and I think N is missing. So if I just save this and now go in the browser, T button is not defined on the surveys page. Let's go in the surveys, and on surveys we don't have T button. In survey list item we do have T button. Let's just reload the page. Okay, now pencil icon is not defined. Let's clear. Let's just delete N and hit Control and space. And here's pencil icon, which was imported from the Heroicons outline. I think this one will not be also available. So let's just import it. Here we have that. And the last one is trash icon. Let's just import this one as well. Okay, here's trash icon. Now let's have a look in the browser. Let's just hit the F5 to reload, and we have some good result. Okay, so this is survey list page. We have all the surveys, and down below we have this edit button, okay, which is our T button, and we have this link to open in an external page, and we have right here delete button, which is in my opinion awesome. So if I just inspect this and go in the console and hit delete right here, nothing really happens at the moment, but let's go in the surveys. Actually, we need to go in the survey list item, and this is the T button. Okay, and right here we pass on click, but we don't use this on click. Okay, and this is something we need to add in this T button. So if we go in the T button, I'm going to accept right here on click, which can be, by the way, as a default, like empty function. Yeah, it can be an empty function. Why not? So let's just format the code. I save that. Let's scroll down below. And right here, I'm going to add on click, which will call my prop on click. I save this. And now if I just click on this button, on delete click is written in the console. Okay, now we can handle this case and actually implement deleting survey in the future, obviously, because at the moment we don't have actual surveys coming from the database. Now let's start working on the survey page, survey view, or create new survey page. Okay, so we have this like it's a dummy data, but we have this list ready, which we will connect to the backend a little bit later. But let's create now survey creation page. Let's open now our router, and we need to define right here a new route for creating a new survey. So I'm going to duplicate the following line, and let's just call this surveys/create. And let's define now new view, and I'm going to call this survey view JSX. Let's generate the component survey view, and let's save. Actually, we need to use right here page component. That's good. Page component. Okay, and we need to give it a title, which will be create new survey. Okay, and then we have right here like a survey form. Let's just leave it like this right now. And now I'm going to open the router JSX, and right here I'm going to now use the survey view element, which should be imported. Okay, so we have that imported, surveys/create. Now if I open the browser and, well, how can I access? So let's just access survey/create, and then we're going to create a button for this as well. Okay, so here we have create new survey and survey form. So let's just open developer tools just in case we have any errors. No errors so far, so that's perfect. Now let's go in the surveys, and we're going to define a button. So we have this page component, and if I open page component, we have like a prop buttons. Okay, so I'm going to pass this prop now inside the page component. Let's create now buttons, and the prop, the idea right here is that the prop basically can be entire new component. Okay, so let's use curly braces, and inside there, let me move this actually down, it's gonna be more readable. Inside there, I'm going to return new JSX component, and let me actually call this T button. Okay, that's going to be my button. Inside there, I am going to use plus icon or maybe plus circle icon from the outline folder. Okay, we have that. Let's give it some Tailwindcss classes like a height of 6, maybe W6 and margin right 2. And let's give this a text create new as well. And what else do we need? So let's give some color to this T button, because by default I think it is an indigo. So class name, or maybe we just give it a color equals green, and we give it also 2. Okay, and the 2 will be surveys/create. Now let's save this. I think we are importing this T button, which is fine. And let's format the code and have a look. If we go in the surveys page, we don't have any button right here, but we should have. It should be called, I think, buttons. S is missing. So now here we go. So we have this create new button. Whenever I click this button, it opens this create new survey form. And let's now start working on the following form. If we go now in the survey view, this is the place inside which we're going to work. By the way, let's just remove the React from here. So let's now create a state. I'm going to create const survey state. Let's create survey and set survey use state. And inside the use state as a default value, I'm going to pass the survey object. Okay, and the survey object needs to have like a title and slug and status and description and image and URL and expiry date and questions. Okay, this is the basic survey state. And now let's create actual form. Let's create form tag first, which will have an action method and on submit event listener. Okay, inside there we will define a div for some styling, and inside there we're going to have additional div with some horizontal, the vertical spacing, background white and padding and so on. And inside there we can already define fields. So if you want to know more about what options about the fields are available, the input types, I'm talking about the input types, go to the Tailwind components documentation. Okay, so right here we have the, as I mentioned, we have a couple of free and paid components. And if we just search for forms, so there are definitely few form components. Maybe here, here we have that form layouts. Okay, and I took few of the form input elements from here. For example, the image is taken from here, and you have a different many different types of input fields and the layouts, okay, checkboxes and radios. You can have a look at this to just understand a few things better if you want, but I think everything will be clear in this tutorial as well. So we're going to define an input field for image, so which will have obviously a wrapper div element. Inside there we will have a label and the div element for the input itself. Inside there, we basically first make a few checks. So if the survey image URL exists, which means that if we are updating the survey, okay, not maybe necessarily updating, but if the preview of the image URL is available, then we create an image tag with the source image URL, which will display the image. Okay, down below we check if the survey image URL is not available, then we create a span. Inside there we will have this photo icon, okay, that indicates that there is no image basically chosen. We will see how this looks like in the browser. Down below we're going to have a button, and this button is for the change. Okay, that button is basically something similar we see right here. Okay, so and inside the button basically we need input type file. Okay, and I created the input type file, gave it absolute position, left, top, right, bottom, 0, opposite to 0, and we listen to the change event of this input type file. Down below, we're going to have a title with the label and with the input, and the input has right here value survey title. And we are also listening on change of this input and call search survey. Okay, we define the search survey right here from the user state. And the state for the survey is the entire object. So we have to set the entire object. And right here, we take the existing survey, destructure it, and just give the new title. Okay, the title in this case will be event target value. Okay, if we continue down below, we're going to have a description. And in the exact same way, basically, we get the value, we listen on change, and set the survey with the new description. Okay, down below we're going to have an expire date, and we do something very similar to this right here. Down below we're going to have a checkbox, input type checkbox, which will have a checked value right here. We listen to on change, and we do something similar right here. And down below it, not down below, but next to it, basically, it will have a label for active, and down below this active, we're going to see a couple of explanation text, whether to make the survey publicly available or not, something like this. Okay, and at the very bottom, we're going to create this T button, which will have a save inside there, and this button by default is input type submit. Okay, because it is inside the form, it's going to trigger the form submission, and we listen to form submission right here. And let's define now two methods: on image choose and on submit. Okay, now whenever we save this and have a look in the browser, okay, let's just reload the page. Okay, I think photo icon is not defined, so let's just move at the top and import T button as well as the photo icon. So I save this. Let's just reload the page, and here we see the form. So we have a photo right here. When I click change, it will trigger the file choose window, basically. Okay, we have the title, description, expire date, active, and of course down below we have this button, which looks really nice. Now let's start working on the login and registration. For sending requests from the client to the server, I'm going to use Axios. Let's bring up the terminal, activate the white tab, and I'm going to actually stop this and install Axios. npm install -s Axios. So Axios, if you don't know, obviously you might know what's Axios, but it's a client to send requests to third parties, so third-party APIs. And let's start the server, npm run dev, and I'm going to now go in the source folder, and I'm going to create Axios client. Let's call it just axios.js file. First, I'm going to import Axios from Axios. Okay, so then I'm going to create Axios client. Const Axios client equals Axios.create. And right here, we're going to pass an object and we're going to pass base URL. Okay, what is the base URL? So in our case, base URL is the server URL on which the API is running. We have our API running on HTTP localhost port 8000, and the API is on /API. Okay, so if we have a look in the browser again, so we have our Laravel application running on port 8000 localhost, and the API is right here. Okay, which at the moment returns not found because nothing is mapped on the API URL. Okay, but that's the base URL. But whenever we are going to, whenever we decide to deploy this on production, we don't want this API, we don't want this localhost port 8000 to be hard-coded right here in the source code. We want this to be different URL on production. So for this, I'm going to create environment file, .en file. And right here, I'm going to type void_API base URL. Okay, and that's going to be an environment variable, and I'm going to set this to be HTTP localhost port 8000. So I'm going to take out this and put this right here. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and now I want to take the following URL from this .en file. Okay, how I can do this? Let's go in the Axios, and I'm going to zoom in this. Okay, like this. And pay attention. So right here, we are using single quotations. Okay, I'm going to change this into backticks. So you probably know this, but there are a few beginners who actually don't know this fact. So you need to change these single quotations into like into backticks. And the backtick basically is a keyboard which is above the tab. So I know I'm explaining very beginner-friendly things, but there are a few people who might not know. Okay, so and right here I'm going to use the environment variable which I defined. Okay, and that is void API base URL. So I'm going to take out this, and then inside the dollar and curly braces, I'm going to write import meta env and paste this. Okay, let's zoom out now slightly. Okay, and this will be the localhost port 8000, and then we have API. Now I'm going to bring up the terminal, stop void server, and restart it. Okay, and we have the Axios client. And actually, I'm going to export default Axios client from here. Okay, so that's fine. Later, we're going to add request and response interceptors right here as well, because when we send a request, we want to pass the authorization token. Actually, let's create the interceptor Axios client dot interceptors dot request dot use, and I'm going to specify right here a callback function. So this callback accepts config object right here, and the config, let's format the code. The config right here has headers, and inside headers we're going to add authorization header. Authorization equals, let's use again backticks, bearer space, and right here we need the token. Okay, and the token exists in the ContextProvider. Let's zoom out. So right here we have this user token. Okay, and we want this token also to be saved in a local storage. Okay, but we don't have that implemented at the moment because we don't have sign up and login implemented. So for now, I'm just gonna create a variable here, token, which let's say it equals 1 to 3. We're gonna replace it later, and then I'm gonna pass token. Okay, so we have the request interceptor. So, and down below, do we have, by the way, in the router, do we have login and sign up? Yeah, we do have that. Okay, and down below, I'm going to create response interceptor, Axios client dot interceptors dot response dot use, and right here we will accept a response like this, and then we're going to check. So if everything is okay, basically this use accepts 2 callback. So the first one is for successful response, and if everything is okay, we just return response. However, if something is wrong, the second function will be executed. Okay, and right here we will get an error. And then from the error, we can take out the response. Okay, if, for example, error.response exists and its status exists, let's do like this, if error response and error response status exists, and let's say that the status equals 401, which means unauthorized. So we are making requests to the server and server returns 401. So we are not authorized to make these requests. So then we need to redirect user to the login page. Okay, so for this, I'm going to import router, and this was automatically imported by VS Code. And inside the router, I'm going to call navigate and pass right here /login. Okay, so I want to redirect user to the login page. And then down below, so we are basically redirecting user to the login page. We can actually return from here, return the following error. And if the status is not 401, okay, then down below we can just throw error. Okay, so we have this Axios almost ready. The only thing is to replace this token. Let me actually leave to do right here. Okay, and now we can go on the backend side and create the controller and implement the sign up and login. So I'm going to bring up the terminal, open the second tab inside which I have this artisan server running. Let's clear up everything, and I'm going to create request classes and the AuthController. PHP artisan make request. Let's call this sign up request. Let's hit the enter. I want to create login request. Hit the enter, and I want to create AuthController. Let's hit the enter. Okay, I have created those files. Let me actually close everything and let's open AuthController. Okay, my bad. I made a stupid mistake. So the AuthController, okay, I generated AuthController using a make request. So let's clear up everything. Let's delete the AuthController, and I want to create a controller. Make controller AuthController. All right, now if we go in the controllers, we have AuthController right here. Let's start the server, PHP artisan serve. Okay, and let's create right here 3 methods. That's going to be sign up. We're going to accept right here sign up request. That's going to be request, and that doesn't return anything. Well, it's going to return, but I'm going to remove this. And let's import this sign up request. Okay, right here. And let's leave this empty at the moment. I'm going to create a login. We accept login request. Let's hit the enter, and that was also automatically imported. And we have request right here, and let's remove this, and I'm going to create a logout. Okay, and we accept just request right here, request class. Okay, and that is illuminate HTTP request, and the variable is called request. Okay, so we have all 3 methods. Now let's open api.php. Scroll down below and let's define those roles. Route colon get /sign up. We are going to use AuthControllers sign up. Okay, let's duplicate this and change this into login. All right, we have this API ready, and if we go in the AuthController, we have these basic methods ready as well. Now let's start implementation with the signup method. And first of all, I'm going to get all the request validated data. Okay, so then I'm going to try to create user. So right here, I annotate the user variable to be an instance of app models user. That is very useful thing for the IDE/editor to autocomplete methods and properties on the user. So I call user create, I pass the name, email, and password. However, the password needs to be encrypted. Okay, so I just created user, basically after it was validated. We haven't yet written the rules for the sign up request, but we will do this later. Okay, so imagine that the rules are there, so we got the validated data and created the user. Now down below, I'm going to call create token on the just created user variable. I give it a name main and just get this plain text token. Okay, so whenever you create a token, you can get the plain text token only at that time when you actually create the token. Okay, later you cannot get this plain text token. And we have this token, and now I'm going to return a successful response, returning the user information as well as the token. Okay, and just like this, we have the sign up method ready. Now let's scroll down below and create login method. So we're going to get the credentials from the login request. Okay, and that's going to be validated data. Then we're going to get the remember me property from these credentials as well. If that doesn't exist, we get false. Then I'm going to unset the credentials remember from this so that I will only have email and password inside the credentials. And then I try to log in with the credentials and the remember me property. Okay. However, if the auth attempt returns false, we're going to return with the error message provided credentials are not correct and the status code 422. Okay, and down below we get the authorized user. Basically, if the user was successfully authorized, the if statement will not be satisfied, and then code comes right here. We get the user, and on the user we again create the token, we get the plain text token, and finally we return the same type of response we returned from the sign up method. Okay, so far so good. Now let's scroll down below. And right here, I'm going to get the authorized user. So on logout, I get the authorized user. And I also annotate right here that the user is an instance of the user model. And we need to import this user, by the way. And we will do this right now. And down below, we are going to get the current access token of this authorized user and call delete on this. Okay, and finally we need to return some kind of response, and the response is just success true. Okay, so we have the logout ready, and now let's import few classes. Now let's start from the top. So we have user right here. Let's import this, and we're going to use app models user, and it was imported right here. Next is to import auth, and the auth needs to be facades auth and the first one. So let's have a look. So here it is, that was imported. And do we have anything else? No, I think everything is good so far. So I think we have the backend ready. Now we can open signup.jsx file and start the actual user registration. Now let's start working on the form. But first, let me open in the browser, and this is phpMyAdmin. Let's go in the sign up. And we are redirected to the dashboard because inside ContextProvider we have some tokens. So let's just remove this token, and now we are on the login page. And I'm going to go into sign up. Okay, this is our sign up page. And now let's modify, and we're going to add right here full name as well as the password confirmation, and we're going to change the links here as well. So let's go in the sign up and start step by step. Let me zoom out slightly. So we have email right here. This is the field for email. Let me actually copy and paste this here, and we're going to change that thing. Let's format the code. So right here, I'm going to call this full name. Let's copy this and change in both places, full dash name. The name, that's going to be just name. The type needs to be text. Autocomplete, let's just remove autocomplete. We have required and the class name, and the placeholder will be full name. Let's change this into lowercase u. So let's save this and have a look. So we have full name. Okay, now pay attention. If we zoom in, so we have rounded corners on the email address. Okay, we don't want that. We want only rounded to be on the full name. So that's Tailwindcss classes. So this is the full name. Let's scroll down below. We have email, and somewhere right here we have rounded TMD, which means top, rounded top MD. So let's just remove it, and we don't have rounded top on email address anymore. Perfect. Let's scroll down below and now copy the field for password and duplicate this. And now this is the second one. Let's just call this password confirmation. Let's change this password into something like password dash confirmation. By the way, so the HTML4 and ID can be password dash confirmation. However, the name should be password underscore confirmation, as well as the type. Type needs to be just password. For the autocomplete, I'm going to just remove it. We have required, and the placeholder needs to be password confirmation. Awesome. Now let's have a look in the browser, and on the password field we have rounded bottom. So let's just change this. Rounded BMD. Let's just remove it. Save, and here we go. So we have full name, we have email address, password, and password confirmation. Okay, let's remove few things. So first of all, I'm going to remove this remember me. We don't need that. And about the forward password, we don't need this either. So I think we can remove this complete div. Let's just save this. And this is our button. Let's change the text into sign up. And I think we have the input send button ready. Let's change the text right here. I'm gonna set this into login with your account, something like this, and we're gonna link this to an actual login page. So I'm gonna use link tag for this, and let's change this into 2, and the path needs to be just login. Okay, so I save this, and link is not defined. I think link is not imported. Let's hit the no, this is something else. Link. For some reason, auto importing does not work. It doesn't find this link from the React router DOM. So we have to manually write this import uppercase L link from React router DOM. All right, so we save this, and now let's have a look in the browser or log in with an account. Just click right here and the login page is open. Okay, let's go back. So sign up for free. We have full name, email address, password confirmation, sign up button, and link again. Perfect. Now let's go back and work on this registration and actually send a request to the server side to register the user. So for this, I'm going to define states, few states right here. Okay, so we need full name and set full name. Let's use state, and by default it needs to be an empty string. Okay, so let's duplicate these few times, and here we're going to have email, we're going to have password, and password confirmation. Set password, confirmation. Let's change this into lowercase p, and we have full name, set full name, email, password, and password confirmation. And down below, I'm going to create also a variable for errors. So if there are some kind of errors like email is used or something else, we're going to display the following errors. So let's create set error right here as well. And we will need definitely to display these errors as an HTML. So basically, I'm going to give the default value right here to be an object, and inside there we're going to have HTML corresponds to an empty string. Okay, and you will understand why I did this. Okay, so we have everything, not everything, but we have this state ready. And now we're going to implement the actual sign up. We have a form somewhere and we need to listen on submit of the form. We will get an event and we're going to call on submit and pass the following event. We can actually pass on submit right here. Why I did this on submit. Okay, now let's create this on submit method. Const on submit is a function. We get event right here. First of all, I'm going to call prevent default. Okay, so then I'm going to make an Axios request. Okay, so also let's just call set error. So if there are already some kind of errors available inside the form, I'm going to just reset them. So underscore HTML corresponds to an empty string, and then I'm going to call Axios. Okay, Axios client, the autocompletion doesn't work. Okay, Axios client dot post, we're going to make request to sign up page, and we're going to pass data. Okay, inside data, we will need name, and the name needs to be full name. We're going to pass email, we're going to pass password, and we're going to pass password underscore confirmation to be password confirmation, like this. Okay, and whenever we get the response, then we will get the whole response right here, but I'm going to destructure the response and take out data. Okay, I'm just interested in data because the whole response contains the headers as well inside, which I don't need at the moment. So I get this data and let's print console.log the whole data. Okay, and we're going to also handle catch case. Inside catch, we're going to get the error. Okay, and I want to destructure this error and take out response from here. Okay, and then on this response, let me actually print the whole response first of all, what is the actual response, because that's going to contain errors as well. Okay, I'm going to format the code, and now I think we can test how our code works. So let's go in the browser, and I'm going to open developer tools. Let's zoom out slightly. Go in the network, and let's fill up the information. So I'm going to just type some random data and hit sign up. Okay, the first error, Axios client is not defined. Obviously, we haven't imported Axios client. So let's just write import Axios client from Axios. Let's save this and click sign up. Okay, let's just reload the page. Okay, now let's fill up the form again and hit sign up. Okay, we get undefined, and the undefined comes from the inside catch. And let's see, did we make request? I don't know. Let's hit sign up. Okay, nothing really happens, and we always get undefined. It looks like we are not sending any kind of a request. So we have post Axios client. Okay, what is this Axios? Axios.js. It is this one. And I think we are exporting the Axios client, and the Axios client should have a post request. Okay, now let's check this once again. On submit, we're making request, and it comes inside catch. All right, let's test this once again. I'm going to click sign up. We get the undefined. Now we need to debug and find out what is the actual problem, why we get inside catch. Okay, what is the information? So I'm going to put a breakpoint right here and just hit the sign up. Now let's understand what is the full name. Full name is empty, email is empty, password is empty, password confirmation, everything basically is empty. Okay, That's, I think, logical because we haven't implemented like two-way data binding on those variables, which is fine. But why the request is not made? Let's go in the XHR. Okay, either we don't see or the request is not actually made. We don't see the request made right here. Maybe something is... Let's just remove the developer tools, reload the page, reopen it, click sign up. Okay, we have to fill up. Hit sign up. Let's continue. And no actual request is definitely made. Okay, so we need to debug the problem and find out what's happening. So right here we print the response, but the response is undefined. But let's print the entire error. So definitely we have something wrong. Okay, and we need to find out what is our problem. Let's print error, save this, and click sign up. Okay, let's proceed. Go in the console, and here we have this error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading cancel token. What is this? Cancel token. Okay, let's go in the Axios. Okay, I think I missed that we need to return config from here. Okay, we just save this and now have a look. Let's hit sign up and proceed. Okay, now we have progress. So the request was made. Go in the network. We are making post request, but the method is not allowed. So obviously I made a small mistake in the API PHP because the request method should be post. Okay, I save this and hit sign up. Now I proceed once again. Now let's have a look. We have another error. This action is unauthorized. Okay, what action is unauthorized? So we're making request to the API sign up. We get forbidden. Why do we get forbidden? Because I think on the backend side, we have not implemented the sign up request and the login request. Okay, so if we go in the sign up request right here inside the authorized method, this returns false, and that's why we get the following error. Okay, so and down below we don't even have rules written, nor in sign up request, neither in the login request. Okay, this is something right now we need to take here, and let's start with the sign up. So right here we're going to define that the name needs to be required and it needs to be string. We're going to need an email, which must be required, and it must be valid email address, string, and unique inside users table inside email column. Okay, and down below we need password, which must be required, and it must be confirmed, which means that there must be another field, password confirmation. Okay, and then we're going to set the rules for the password. It needs to be minimum 8 characters. We need mixed case, numbers, and symbols. All right, and just like this, we have the rules ready. Let's just import this password facade and change this authorized into true. Okay, now let's go in the login request, and we have to implement something similar right here. So I'm going to define, let me actually copy email here, and so we need to make few things like this must be required, email string exists. Okay, I think everything is good. And then oops, right here inside password, we're going to specify that the password needs to be required. Okay, and we're going to have also remember, which must be Boolean. Okay, we save this and change this authorized into true. And now let's go in the frontend side and make request. So I'm going to click sign up now and proceed. Let's remove the breakpoint, by the way. Let's go in the network, click on the third request, and we get call to undefined method, password. Okay. inside the login request, no, inside the signup request, I imported password facade, but it should be rules password. Let's click sign up again. Okay, and this is something I expected. We get the following errors that the email, name, password, all of them are required. Why? Because we don't pass that information. Okay, and why we don't pass? Because we have not implemented two-way data binding. But that is good that we get the errors. We need to implement error handling as well. So now if I go in the VS Code, open the signup JSX, and right here I get the response. Okay, and inside here I want to basically print the following errors somewhere, maybe above the form right here. Okay, so how I can do this? We get right here an error, and we need to take out response as we were doing previously, or we can do it in a more like safer way. So we get the error and we check if error.response exists, okay, to avoid a case what we had previously. So if there is some kind of other error rather than server error, then the error.response will not be defined. Okay, and in this case we can just print console, my bad, sorry, console.error, and just print the error. Okay, however, if the error response exists, we're gonna get the actual errors from the backend. Okay, and we will get them from error.response.data. Okay, the response is the entire Axios response. We want the data, and data is actual result, and the actual result in this case is the following JSON. Okay, and the following JSON, this JSON, has errors inside. Okay, so I want to get .errors from here. Okay, and the errors is an object. It has email, name, and password right here. So basically I want to get a very first errors from every error. So I'm going to call object.values from the following object, okay, and that's going to be an array of errors. So it's going to be an array of arrays. Okay, imagine that I get this and this and this, and then I have an array of these values. Okay, it's an array of arrays. And finally, I'm going to call reduce on this to just convert this array of arrays into a single dimensional array. Okay, and right here I get the accumulator, I get the next, and then I basically, let me actually pass an empty array as an initial value, and I'm going to return to destructure the next and destructure the accumulator. Okay, so, and finally I want to assign this to some variable, and it's going to be like, shall we call it errors? I think we can call this errors. I think I have a typo right here. Okay, so we just concatenate two arrays right here. And finally, we have errors, and let's just call this final errors. Okay, so we can print this console.log final errors, and we need to set this into state. Okay, let me call set error, and I'm going to pass right here an object. We're going to have underscore HTML, and we're going to pass the final errors, but I am going to combine them with the BR tag. So finally, I'm going to call final errors.join, and I'm going to pass BR tag right here. Okay, and now down below right here, I'm going to display this error state basically. So right here in this place, I'm going to check if the error underscore HTML exists. Then I'm going to render the following div, which has a background red and rounded and padding and text white. And I'm going to dangerously set inner HTML. Okay, and that's going to be the error, which we just set by calling this set error. Okay, if I save this and open the browser and hit sign up, and we need to fill up the form. Let's hit the enter, and here we got the errors. Okay, the password field is required, email is required. So basically, okay, let me change one thing. So right here we're concatenating next and accumulator, but let me just change the ordering. So first I'm going to take the accumulator and then next. Click sign up. Okay, now we get this name, email, and then password. Okay, now we need to actually implement two-way data binding and to pass that information to the server. Okay, so let's go in the input fields, and we're going to pass value to be full name. Okay, and we listen on change, and we get the event, and then we call set full name, and we pass event target.value. And let me actually print right here the name, or full name. I think it's called full name. So now if I just start typing, I see that the full name is updated. Okay, and if I just make a request, we don't see any errors about the full name, because if we have a look in the payload, let's expand this, the last request payload has a name right there. Okay, and in the exact same way, we're going to do this two-way data binding on the email, password, and password confirmation. However, we're going to change this into password confirmation, set password confirmation. Here we will need password, set password, and here we need email and set email. Okay, now if I make some changes, set the password, hit the sign up, okay, I get all the errors about the password. Okay, there's no error about the name or email. All the errors are related to password. The password must be at least eight characters and blah, blah, blah. So let's just provide a valid password and clear up the network and hit the sign up. Okay, look at this. We got the successful response, 200 status code. And whenever we get 200 status code, we need to set the user's token. Okay, if we scroll up right here, by the way, we also have this inside console. We get the token in the user. Okay, so right here, okay, let me delete this, and I'm going to now use two methods from the ContextProvider. One is the set user token, and second is the set current user. Okay, and the current user information, basically we can already clear this up and just leave an empty object. Okay, and we have set user token and set current user inside the value. So if I just write const and take out, let me actually write first that use context, use state context, use state context. Okay, and then right here we're going to get set current user and set user token. Okay, we get both methods, and right here I'm going to call set current user equals data.user and set user token equals data.token. Okay, now pay attention what will happen. Whenever we get the successful response and we set the user and we set the token, okay, it's going to update the state, and now user token will become available. And if we open now default layout, right here we have a logic. No, not the default layout, but the guest layout. Okay, we are already in the guest layout. The actual sign up form is inside the guest layout. And in the guest layout, we have logic. If the user token exists, we are redirecting user to the slash. Okay, and whenever we call the method set user token from this sign up form, then we will be immediately redirected to the dashboard. Okay, if you don't believe me, and if I don't have any bug, I'm going to test this and prove that I am correct. So I just specify right here. Okay, let's just remove the name here. Okay, I actually already registered the user with my email, so I will quickly open the users table and delete this one. I don't need that. Now, let's just provide my email and let's hit sign up. Okay, look at this. As soon as we got the successful response, the token was set, user information was set, and we were redirected to the dashboard. Okay, isn't this awesome? And if we have a look in the mobile screen, we see my name and my email as well right here. Okay, so the only thing we need to do here is to set the, inside the context provider, we need to set the, inside the local storage, we need to set the token. So right here, I am exporting, so-called exporting, not actual exporting, but putting inside the value and becoming the available, this set user token. Okay, what I'm going to do is to define a method with the same name, set user token equals to an arrow function. However, I'm going to change this and call this underscore set user token. Okay, and right here I will get the token, and I check if token exists. Then inside local storage, I'm going to call set item, and inside token, I'm going to save the following token. Okay, in else case, I am going to call on local storage remove item token. Okay, and finally, I'm going to call underscore set user token and pass the following token. Okay, now if why I did this, okay, because I need to have this local storage to contain my token. Once I am authorized and I just reload the page, I want the token to be inside the local storage, and I still want to be authorized. Now, even though I registered and I was on the dashboard, I'm logged out. Okay, and now I need to log in. We don't have yet login implemented, and we're going to do that for sure. But let's once again test the sign up. But I'm going to make small correction right here. So the default value of the user state for the user token will become local storage get item token. And if that doesn't exist, let's assume it's an empty string. Okay, I save this. Let's go in the sign up and provide an information. Let's change the email address and hit the sign up. Okay, we are on the dashboard. If I now open the terminal and type local storage, we see token right here. And if I just reload the page, I am still on the dashboard. Why? Because we got the token and save it in the user token variable state. And whenever the user token is available, we are on the dashboard. Okay, I think that's really good. And now I think we can already start working on the login. So we don't have logout, so I'm gonna just manually clear up local storage and just reload the page. And now I'm on a login page. And now let's implement the login form. Now let's open login.jsx file. And we're going to do basically something similar. So I'm going to copy and paste a few things from this signup.jsx. So I will need the following errors. So I'm going to put these inside the login right here. Okay, I will need the email and password. So I'm going to take out this and this right here. I will obviously need on submit. So I'm going to take out this and maybe take out everything of this on submit and paste it right here. However, we are going to make request on /login. We are not going to pass name. We are not going to pass password confirmation. Whenever we get the data, we're going to call the same methods. And on errors, we do also something similar. Okay, we can even remove this final errors console log. And in the down below, we will need two-way data binding like this. So let me actually take out the email one and paste right here. So we have for the email and for the password. Let's change this into password here and set password. And a few more things. So instead of start your 14-day free trial, let's write sign up for free. Okay, down below we have the forward password link, which I'm not going to implement, so I'm going to just remove it, save this, and use state is not defined, obviously. So let's just delete the last letter and import use state from React. I save this. Error is not defined. Yeah, I think we need to define error and set error as well. And by default, this needs to be an object with underscore HTML to corresponds to an empty string. Okay, so we have sign into your account or sign up for free. I think sign up for free needs to be a link, and it needs to have two right here to go to sign up, and I want to import the link from React router DOM. I save this, format the code, and click on the sign up for free. It opens sign up page. Click right here, it goes back to the login. Okay, now let's have a look in the network and let's just make request. Hit sign in. Okay, we are not doing everything correctly. I think we don't attach on submit on the form. This is good. Now let's click sign in again and we have an error. Axios client. Okay, we need to import Axios client from Axios. So I save this and click sign in once again. Email has already been taken. Okay, what is the problem? So we are making request on /login. Why do we get the following error? I think because inside the login request, we should not have this unique rule. I don't know why I have this, but we shouldn't have, in my opinion. Okay, so let's just save this and click sign in. Okay, well, let's have a look. Okay, we got the response. Set current user is not taken. Okay, if we go in the login, and basically we can copy this line and put this in the login.jsx. Okay, and we need to import the use state context like this. And if I just clear up everything, go in the network, clear this up and hit sign in, now we are on the dashboard. Okay, we have been successfully logged in now. And if I just reload the page, I'm still on the dashboard because the information in the token was saved in the local storage. Okay, so far I think is so good. Now let's implement logout as well. Let's open default controller, default layout, and we have somewhere logout method. Okay, so from here we're gonna make requests to, now I think access client was imported. Yeah, it was imported. Okay, so we're gonna make post request on /logout, and we get the response. And whenever we get the response, we will just call set current user. Well, basically we need to use state context. We have right here current user and user token. Let's just import, and not the import, but take out the set current user and set user token as well. And right here I'm going to call set current user and pass an empty object, and I'm going to call set user token and pass null right there. Okay, so whenever we click the logout, it's going to make request, and on successful response we just delete the token as well as the user information. Now if I open the browser, open the network, and hit the sign out, the request was made. I think it is in pending. Okay, let's have a look. I think we haven't configured the logout. Yeah, we haven't configured the logout. Okay, the logout should only be made when the user is authorized. So inside the root middleware auth sanctum, basically, which makes sure that the user is authorized. Okay, let's just remove this get user. We don't need that. Okay, and I'm going to call group, and then inside there we're going to write root post /logout. We're going to use AuthController. Oops. Logout. Okay, now let's clear up and hit the logout, and we get some kind of error. Okay, it was blocked by course. Okay, what is the reason? Okay, the reason for this might be that we are not actually sending the correct token. Okay, so if I just open Axios, right here we're just sending the token. Okay, this 1 to 3. So instead of this, we might need to write a local storage get item token. Okay, we get the token and pass this. And now let's have a look. So if I just reload, so we have inside the local storage, we have this token. Now I click right here and click sign out. Okay, and the response is again complaining about course. Okay, is the backend server running? Let's check it out. Okay, we have some kind of syntax error. Okay, that is the reason. We go in the API, a semicolon is missing right here. Let's just save this. Okay, we don't have any error. Now let's click sign out, and we are on the login page. Okay, and if I check now local storage, it is empty. Okay, so my token was deleted, my local storage token was also deleted, also from the database the token was deleted. Basically I was logged out completely. And now I click a login, sign in, and I am on the dashboard page. Okay, so we have logout as well. Now let's start working on the saving surveys. And first let's implement the backend side. I'm going to close every tab and just generate new controller. Let's stop the artisan server, PHP artisan make controller, and I'm going to call this survey controller. Okay, so we're going to also generate request files as well as resource file. So let's run PHP artisan make request create survey or survey store request. I think that's going to be more relevant. Survey store request, hit the enter. And the second one needs to be survey update request. Let's hit the enter. And I'm going to generate a resource, survey resource. Let's hit the enter. Okay, so I think I have created all the necessary files I want. And now let's open SurveyController. And let's start implementing from here. By the way, whenever we generate new controller, we can specify that I want this controller for the API. And this will create additional methods, like the necessary methods for the API. So let me actually delete this survey controller and let's execute make controller, but I'm going to specify -- API flag. Okay, now let's open this survey controller and let's have a look. So we have now index method here, we have store, we have show, update, and destroy. Okay, those are the methods we want. And in the store, we want to use survey store request. For the update, we want to use survey update request. Okay, and let's start implementation from the store. So right here, we're going to get the current user information. That's going to be user request user. Okay, and then I'm going to return all the surveys where the user ID of the survey equals to the given user ID. Okay, the authorized user ID. And I want to order them by, so we sort them by created at, and we can specify that we want it to be sorted by descending, and then I'm going to call get. Okay, I want to get all the surveys. Let's import the survey model, by the way. Survey, don't we have the survey model? The import does not seem to be working. Okay, let's check if we have. Now we don't have actually models. Did we create migrations? No, I think we haven't even created migrations, which is, well, which is something we need to do right now. Okay, so we don't have model, we don't have migration. Okay, let's have a look at the plan we are following. So we have implemented the following things from the very beginning, and we need to now generate database schema and create models related to surveys and questions and answers. All right, let's have a look at the schema what I prepared. So we have obviously user table, and the user table has surveys. Okay, one user has multiple surveys, and each survey belongs to the user. For the survey, we have name, we have slug, we have status, description, created at, updated at, and expire date. Then the survey has questions, survey question table basically. And by the way, when we generate tables, I think the table names will be in plural, and this is how it should be. Okay, and we're going to have for each question type and the question and description and data and created it and updated it and the survey ID to which survey the question basically belongs to. And we're going to have also survey answers table with the survey ID and the date and the start date and end date. However, the start date and end date is something which might be useful in the future, basically, if we try to show some kind of analytics when the user started the survey and when the user finished that survey. Okay, and we're going to also have survey question answer, where we save the question ID and the answer ID and what is the actual answer. Okay, now we're going to follow this and generate now models and migrations and basically start working on the backend side and implement the saving of the surveys and questions and so on. Okay, so let's start now step by step. I'm going to open my VS Code, bring up the terminal, and now we're going to generate models. Okay, so PHP artisan make model. The first model I want to generate is the survey model. Okay, so let's just specify survey right here, and I want the survey to be generated with few other resources, few other classes. Okay, so I want the migration file to be generated. I want the resource to be generated -r. Okay, let's actually have a look in the documentation. Laravel make model. So I'm sure the make model basically supports a lot of additional flags. Make model. Okay, so if we want to generate the migration, we're going to use -m. So if we want controller, we're going to use -c. So in this case, we want controller as well. So let's put right here C. We will need resource as well. Okay, we can use the uppercase R for lowercase r for resource and uppercase R for request. Okay, this is basically what we need. Okay, C, lowercase r, uppercase R, and migration, of course, C, lowercase r, uppercase R. Okay, and let's hit the enter. Okay, it generated the model, it created the migration file. Now it's working and it's going to create controller as well as the requests. Okay, let's hit the enter. It generally doesn't need that much time. Let's go under database migrations, and the migration is generated, and here we have everything. Okay, so let's have a look. So we have the migration file, we have the store survey request, update survey request, we have the survey controller, and where is the resource, by the way? I don't see resource. So why I don't see that? We have controller, resource, and requests. Did I miss anything? No, I haven't missed anything. Okay, so we can make the resource manually, but it should be generated. Okay, let's now open SurveyController and let's have a look if we have all the methods for the API. So we have index and create and store and show and edit and update and destroy. I think few of them is something we don't need. So for example, we don't need create because that controller basically is not intended for the API. That controller is for the websites, okay? And this create is just for rendering the form. So this is something we can remove, as well as we can remove, I think, edit, okay? Where we just have to render the edit survey form. So we will remove those and let's generate resource. PHP artisan make resource survey list. Let's call this survey resource. Let's hit the enter. Okay, survey resource was created. Now let's follow and generate other models and migrations. So here is the schema, and let's create now survey question. PHP artisan make model survey question, and we don't need separate controllers or requests for the survey question. That's going to be part of the survey controller. Okay, so I'm going to hit the enter and let's generate survey answer. Hit the enter and we're going to generate survey question answer as well. Survey question answer. Hit the enter. All right, so we have all the models. Let's close this. We have all the models. My bad, I just forgot. Okay, I feel stupid sometimes. So I forgot to generate those with the migrations. So I think I have to delete them. We have question and answer and survey answer. So I just delete all of them and generate with migration. creating migration takes some time. And now let's generate survey answer. And let's generate survey question answer with migration. All right, and let's now open migrations folder and start from the survey. Okay, so let's clean up everything and run PHP artisan serve. No, I think we don't need that. Let's close this and let's start writing migration. On the service table, we need the foreign ID for the user. That's going to be user ID. We will need the string image. We will need title. We will need slug. We are going to need status, which is going to be tiny integer, and we need description, which must be nullable on the survey. And finally, we need expired date. Okay, now let's open create SurveyQuestions migration file. That's going to be next to below the surveys migration file. And then we will need type right here. We need question. We're going to need the description, which can be nullable. We will need data, which is going to be long text, and it's going to be also nullable. Okay, and we will need foreign ID on the survey model with the survey ID. Okay, and just like this, we have the survey questions migration ready. Let's open create survey answers right here. We will need to have foreign ID for the survey. So we don't need timestamps, okay, according to the schema we prepared. We just need the foreign ID for the survey with the survey ID. We will need timestamp with the start date, which is going to be nullable, and we will need end date, which is going to be also nullable. Okay, and the last table is the create survey answers table. Okay, and right here we will need again foreign ID for the survey questions with the survey question ID. We will need foreign ID for the survey answer with the survey answer ID, and we will need an actual answer. Okay, this is according to the schema we just reviewed. Okay, like this. So now we have the migrations ready. Now let's bring up the terminal and run PHP artisan migrate. Hit the enter. All the 4 table migrations have been applied. And now let's open phpMyAdmin, reload it, and we should see a few more tables right here. Survey answers and questions and surveys itself. Okay, so far so good. Now we can start the server, PHP artisan serve. Now let's close this. Let's close all the migration files. And now I think we can start working on the, let's open SurveyController. We can start working on the surveys. Okay, so I'm going to open SurveyController. Let's open a survey resource. We will need a store survey request and update survey request. Okay, we're going to start from those files first. Let's start with the store survey request, and we're going to define a few rules. So first of all, I'm going to define title, which is going to be required string and maximum length. We will need rule for image, for user ID. We need status, we need description, we need expired date, which must be nullable in date, and its value needs to be after today. Okay, and we will need questions here as well, which must be an array. Okay, so I save this, and I'm going to change this authorize into true, and I want to create right here an additional method which is going to be prepare. That's going to be protected function prepare for validation. Okay, and right here I'm going to get the current user ID and put this inside user ID. So basically I'm going to call this merge, and I specify right here user ID corresponds to this user ID. Okay, semicolon right here. Okay, so just like this, we authorized, we prepared the data for the validation and put the user ID, and then the rules will be executed. Okay, now let's open update survey request, and in the same way we need right here title, we need image, user ID, we need the status, we need description, we need the expired date to be nullable and date, we need questions, and yeah, and by the way, the expired date needs to be after today here, and then we need to allow authorized, but not directly like this. Okay, so we should not allow modification of the survey to the user if the user is not the owner of the survey. So how we are going to detect if the user is owner of the survey or not? Okay, so we're going to get the current survey, which is in the URL, which we are trying to update. And we're going to check if the survey's user ID is the authorized user's ID. Okay, so let's assume that we have that survey. Okay, let's assume that we're going to implement this. Okay, let's assume that we get the survey. And then we're going to write an if statement. If this, which is the request, if this user ID does not equal to the survey user underscore ID, then we return false. Okay, otherwise we return true. Now let's take care of getting this survey. So we're going to get the survey from the root. And if we open API, and let's, by the way, define the survey resource. So root API resource, and I'm going to specify survey right here, and the controller needs to be SurveyController. Okay, and whenever we do like this, and on the update request, the survey will be available inside the survey key of the root. So basically, if I just execute this root survey, this will give me the survey model. Okay, and then on the model, I execute the following logic. Okay, and just like this, I have the store survey request and update survey requests ready. Let's start with the survey controller's index. So first of all, we're going to get right here request, and then we're going to get the current user from the request. Okay, so then we are going to return the result of the query. So I'm going to execute survey model where, so right here I'm going to use user ID is the currently authorized user ID. Okay, and I call then order by to order those surveys by created at in descending order. Then I'm going to call paginate, let's say paginate with 10 items, and this will finally return the pagination result. Okay, and we need to pass that result to the survey collection. So basically, I'm going to call survey resource collection right here. We pass the following result, and just like this, we return the result of this survey resource. The survey resource, I think, it needs to be imported. It is actually already imported. Okay, and just like this, we have this index method ready. Why does VS Code complain? Return value of index is expected to be type of response or something else. I think that's fine. Now let's scroll down below and start implementing the store method. So for this, first of all, we're going to get the validated data. Okay, then we're going to check if the data contains image inside there. We're going to save that image in a local file system. Okay, so I basically take that data image and pass it to a new method, save image. The save image does not exist yet, but we're going to create that soon. And I decided to put this in a new method because there will be some kind of logic for saving an image which is not relevant to be inside the store method. It's kind of relevant, but I decided to have a dedicated function for that. Okay, so then we have the relative path. and whatever is returned from this save image is going to be saved in a relative path. So I take that relative path and save it back inside the data image. Okay, and then so after completing this code, we have the image saved, and then finally we call survey create, we pass the data, and down below we start iterating over questions, and I want to save every question basically. Okay, so I get the survey ID and assign it into the question survey ID, and then I call this create question and pass the question. Again, this create question doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create that soon. Okay, and finally, we're going to return the just created survey and pass it to the survey resource. And just like this, we have the store method ready. All right, now let's scroll down below and create this save image method. Okay, so there's going to be a private method save image, which will accept an image. And then we start writing some logic. So basically, when we are trying to upload an image, there are many ways to upload it, and the most common one is to upload as a form data, and then you accept normally as an uploaded file. If we are speaking about the like vanilla PHP language, it's going to be $_ super global files basically. Okay, the second way which we are doing at the moment is uploading and sending to the server as a base64 string. Okay, why I do this? Because my request type, which I will send from the front end, is a JSON. Okay, I wanted it to be JSON. Yeah, I didn't want to change into form data. So that's why on the client side, we have to read the file, convert this into base64 string, and send it like this. Okay, this is how we're going to prepare our API. So right here, we're basically going to do a basic check. So if the given image basically matches the following pattern, okay, if it starts with the data image, and then it contains / right there, and then it contains some alphanumeric symbols, more than one, and then if it has semicolon and base64 comma, then basically if that happens, then this is a valid base64 string. Okay, and inside there we're going to take out the base64 encoded text without the MIME type. So basically I am taking everything after the last comma, which is going to be this. Okay, everything after this portion to the right side, that's going to be base64 encoded text. Okay, so, and that's going to be the saved inside the image. Then I also take the type, whether it's a JPG or PNG or GIF. Okay, so I take the type, then I check if the type is not inside one of the supported file extensions. So in this case, we're going to throw an exception, invalid image type. Okay, however, if it is, we continue and we just replace inside the image in this base64 string. If there is any kind of space, we replace it with a plus symbol. Okay, then we decode that base64 string and save it back inside an image. And then I check if the decoding didn't happen for some reason, and if the image is false, we again throw an exception, base64 decode failed. In the else case, and that else case is right here, if the preg match didn't work, okay, if the image basically doesn't satisfy the following condition, then again we throw an exception, didn't match the data URI with image data. And then we prepare the directory to save our image into. So we have a dir right here. We're going to create a random file name using str helper, and we're going to create an absolute path, and we're going to create also relative path, and then we check if the absolute path does not exist, then we make the absolute path directory, and then we put the given image inside the relative path. Okay, and finally we are going to return the relative path, which will be then saved inside the database. Okay, so I think we have this method ready. Let's just import this str helper illuminate support str, hit enter, and let's just import this file as well. But we have a lot of options for the files. Which one do we need? So I think we need file either facade or support. I think this is what we need. Okay, so we have this method ready, and now we can create the second method, which was to create questions. Now let's define another private method to create a question. Okay, then we need to check if the data given inside the data exists, if it's an array. Okay, if it is an array, then we decode the data and save it back inside the data. So the data basically is data of the question, and inner data will be an option. So if the question type is, for example, select or checkbox, then it's going to have options, and that inner data will hold those options, and it's going to be JSON string. So we need to we need to encode that and save it like this in the database. Okay, so technically this is going to be it should be a JSON string, but it's going to be an object coming from the front end. So we have to encode this and save this as a string in the database. Okay, we're going to see the final result, of course, and you will understand definitely. So then down below, we're going to make the validator, okay, with the data, and let's define the rules for the validator. We're going to specify the question must be required and string. The type needs to be required, and here we introduce enums. Okay, so we're going to create question type enum with the 4 or 5 question types we decided to support in our survey application. And down below, we're going to have a description. We're going to have also data needs to be presented. And then we have the survey ID, which must exist in the survey model ID column. And finally, we're going to return the result of survey question creation with the validated data. Okay, and just like this, we prepared the following method, create question. However, we have to import the validator. That's going to be illuminate validation validator or illuminate support facades validator. It needs to be facades, and let's include enum as well. Enum, that must be enum rule, and right here we need to import the survey question as well. Okay, so we have this ready, and let me collapse this and scroll up, and let's implement the other methods like show, for example. Show is pretty straightforward. We're going to accept right here request. Then we get the currently authorized user information from the request, and we check. We need to make a validation check. So if the survey which we are trying to update, which we're trying to return, not update, but which we're trying to return to the front end, does not belong to the authorized user, we basically don't allow this. So security is the number one thing you should always consider when building an application. Just getting the survey and returning might not be a good idea. Okay, we might need to check if the user has permission to read that specific survey. So in this case, I'm going to check if the user ID does not equal to the survey user underscore ID, then we're going to return with abort 403, and the message needs to be unauthorized action. Okay, and down below we will simply return new survey resource and pass survey right here. Okay, and just like this we have the show method ready. And now let's focus on the update. That's going to be more challenging. Now, first of all, let's get the validated data. Then we're going to start again checking if the data image exists. And if that exists, we're going to again call the save image to get the relative, to save the image and get the relative path. we update the data image, and then we need to check if the old image exists. We need to delete that, okay, whenever we are updating the survey. So we check if the survey image exists, then we get its absolute path, and then we call file delete on this absolute path, okay? And down below, now we need to update the survey with the data, okay? But we need to update the questions as well, and this is where the things getting a little bit challenging. So we're gonna get IDs as a plain array of existing questions, okay? The questions which are in the database, we get those questions, we call plug on that into array, and finally this will give me a single dimensional array of IDs of this survey from the database, okay? Then I get the IDs as a plain array of new questions which is coming from the request, okay? Now all this is existing IDs in the database, this is new IDs, and I'm going to now compare these two arrays and understand which questions should be deleted, which one should be created, and which one should be updated. Okay, so I start now this comparison. So I call array diff with existing IDs and new IDs. And if there are some IDs which are in existing but not in new IDs, that's going to be finally in this toDelete variable. And then this toDelete is something which needs to be deleted. So I prepare this toDelete variable. Then I prepare to add IDs variable as well. In this case, we not subtract, but we call array diff on the new IDs first and the existing IDs. So in this case, the IDs which are in new IDs but not in existing IDs will be saved in the toAdd. Okay, down below we call destroy on toDelete IDs, and that's going to destroy and delete all the questions which is right there, and that's going to be an array. Okay, then I start iterating over data questions, and I want to create now new questions. Okay, and right here I check if the question ID from all the questions we received, basically. Okay, we received like a couple of questions, and some of them were new, some of them were about to be updated. Okay, and we check if the question is inside toAdd array, then we need to add new question. And right here I prepare the question data, give it survey ID, and I call create question already existing method. Okay, and then down below I have to update an existing questions. So I take that data questions and convert this into a collection and then index it by ID. So basically, finally, the questions map will be an associative array where key will be the question ID. Okay, then I start iterating over the database questions of this survey, and I check if the database question ID exists inside the question map. Then I am going to call update question method. Pass right here the database model, and the second argument will be the new question object coming from the frontend, from the browser. Okay, this method does not exist, but we're going to create that. And finally, we return this new survey resource with the given survey model. Okay, so the only thing right here is to create that update question method. Now, let's scroll down below and create that method. So that method will accept the SurveyQuestion database model and the data. Okay, and we're going to check if the data contains inside their data, which indicates that if this might be a select type of question or checkbox or radio. Okay, so then we take the data and encode it and assign it back to data. And down below, we call the validator make to make a validation on the given data. We give it an ID, which must exist inside the SurveyQuestions model inside the ID field. Okay, then we also give a question must be required in string. The type needs to be required in one of the given question type enum values, and the description and the data must be presented. And finally, we are calling question update with the validator validated data. And just like this, we have this method ready. Okay, now let's implement destroy method. Okay, so right here, we're going to get the, let's assume that we already have a request right here. So we're going to get the user from the request. Then we're going to check, just like we're doing in the update or in the show. So we check if the user ID doesn't equal to the survey user ID. Then we return with 403 with unauthorized action. Okay. Then down below, we're going to call survey delete. We're going to also check if the survey image exists. So we need to delete this image from the file system. So I'm going to call absolute path, public path to get the absolute path of this image. Then I'm going to call delete on this absolute path. And down below, I'm going to return an empty response with status code 204, meaning that everything was successfully completed. Okay. Now let's define right here request, which needs to be a request variable. All right, I think we have that ready. Let me check a few things. So here we have the update. We are updating the survey. However, I think we don't check. We don't check it right here if the current user is authorized to update the survey, because we check this inside update survey request, okay, right here. So pay attention. Whenever we are trying to destroy, we check right here if the currently authorized user is the owner of the survey. But when we are trying to update, we have done this in this update survey request authorized method, okay? So we have everything correctly set up. Now there are few classes which needs to be imported, like this array, for example, array helper. What else do we need? Let's scroll down below. I think there is nothing to import. However, we need to define an enum, like question type enum. So let's go under HTTP and let's define right here, let's define under enums folder, question type enum.php. Okay, let's hit the enter. So let's define PHP text. Let's define namespace. Oops, what did I do? Namespace, where is that? Okay, let me just type it. Namespace, that's going to be up \enums, and then enum question type enum, which should have a value of string. And then we're going to have the following cases, like type text and type text area and type select and radio and checkbox. Okay, if we mouse over on this, okay, now VS Code cannot actually understand that it supports enums. Okay, that probably is coming from the composer JSON, or simply the extension basically is not very up to date. But let's check the composer JSON. And our PHP requirement is set to 8.0 something, okay? Enums is only available inside PHP 8.1. So let's just change this into 8.1, and the error might also disappear. Okay, it doesn't disappear, but we can leave this because I'm sure it's going to work, okay? So generally, I use PHP Storm for working like on my personal projects or at work, but I understand that not everyone has access to PHP Storm. That's why for this tutorial, I decided to use VS Code because that will be much closer to you than PHP Storm. Okay, so we have this enum ready and we are using this enum inside the survey controller. So if we didn't miss anything, I think we have the controller ready. We have this survey request ready, store survey request. I think the only thing which is not ready is this survey resource. Okay, so for now, let's just make it easy and just return few columns. Like let's just return this ID and duplicate and return name and return slug maybe. Okay, let's leave this as it is right now and make sure that the data is returned as expected. Now let's go in the browser and let's try to add a new survey. Okay, so we have this form already ready, and however we don't make requests to the server side. So if we just open survey view and we have on submit right here. Okay, so let's try to make request on submit, and we're going to use Axios client, make a post request. The Axios client I think was not imported, so let's just write import Axios client from axios.js. Okay, so we make a post request on survey and we're going to pass the data. Okay, so at the moment, let me actually pass right here a dummy data. So we're going to pass name. Actually, it's called title. So let's just pass title here. That's going to be lorem ipsum. Okay, what else do we have? So we have description, expire date, and status. So let's give description to be test. Let's give it expire underscore date to be in the following format. Let's just copy this, or let's just type it. And let's give it status as well to be true. All right, let's see. So even though we don't pass image, and by the way, image is required, if we open create or store survey request, and yeah, image is actually nullable. Okay, let's try to make request like this. Okay, so I'm going to click save. The request is made. And let's have a look. So add title to fillable property. Okay, that's very clear error. We missed this. Now let's open survey.php, survey model. And right here, we're going to create protected fillable array. And right there, we're going to add title. We will need description there as well. We will need expire date. We will need status and maybe created at and updated at as well. So I save this and hit save. Now field user ID doesn't have a default value. Okay, so that's logical. So we don't pass the user ID. But now let's go in the SurveyController, because everything starts from here, from store method. Okay, we have the store survey request and we have this prepare for validation, and we get the authorized user's ID and merge it with user ID. And then right here, we already have the user ID and it should have the, it should pass the validation basically. And if we go in the SurveyController, let's actually dump and die what is data. Okay, so I'm going to hit save. Okay, we don't get any kind of a response from here. The dump and die doesn't, basically I think Google Chrome, but it doesn't show an output whenever you dump something and just exit. So if I just return the data, that might help us to find out. So in the preview, we get the user ID. Okay, we have the user ID. I think the reason we got the previous error was that inside the survey model, we have to add the user ID as well. Okay, user ID needs to be added inside the fillable. I hit save. Another error, image doesn't have a default value. Let's specify right here image as well. and hit the save. Another error. Image doesn't have a default value. Okay, so it looks like image is required. And by the way, we have a typo right here, updated it. Okay, if we go inside surveys table and have a look, so we have the image, which is basically required. And when we make request, we don't pass the image. That's why it cannot simply save that. So let me actually quickly roll back the migrations, and I want to reapply and make this image basically nullable. Okay. So let's just run php artisan migrate : rollback, hit the enter. Okay, so those migrations have been rolled back, and now let's run php artisan migrate. Okay, they have been applied, and now if I just hit save right here, okay, what do we have? I think the server is not running. php artisan serve. Let's hit the save. We are going to have an error. Slug doesn't have a default value. Okay, so here we have another error. And what is a slug and why it doesn't have a default value? So slug needs to be generated from the title. Okay, so for this, we're going to use Laravel sluggable package. Okay, that is a very popular package from Spati, and we're going to install that and generate slug from the title. Okay, so let's copy the following composer require, paste and hit the enter, and let's understand how we're going to do that. So we're going to basically use the trait has a slug, and then create method get slug options, which will take the title and generate slug for us. So I'm going to copy this portion, and by the way, the package was installed. Let's start the server. And now let's open survey.php, and down below I'm going to paste my code. Okay, and let's move this trait at the top, has slug, and let's import this has slug. We have to import slug options as well, and right here we're going to generate slugs from title and save into slug. So I save that and go in our server, clear up the network and hit the save. So we're going to have additional error. Undefined array key questions. Okay, that's clear. We don't pass questions from the front end, but we expect that. So from here, we can pass questions equals an empty array. Okay, so let's hit save again. Another error is, no, we don't have any error. So we have status code 201, which means something was created. And here is our output. So we have ID, we have a name, and we have slug. By the way, we should not have name, survey resource. It should be title. Let's save this into title. And let's click save again. And now we have ID, slug, and title. Okay. And if we go in the database, we're going to see under surveys table, we're going to see 3 records. Okay. We see basically every information we are interested in. Okay. The expiry date is not populated. We're going to debug this. The image, of course, is not populated because we don't pass that. But the basic saving of the survey actually successfully works. Okay. And now I want to start working on either submitting the form and actually passing the image and implementing the full flow, or first maybe display the surveys and then implement the form submission. Now, let's have a look at the plan we are following. So we haven't finished implement survey creation. We have prepared the survey controller on the Laravel side with resources and requests, but the actual survey creation is not finished yet. And the next step will be to create SurveyQuestions React component and the question editor. And then we're going to continue to display all the surveys from the database instead of dummy ones, pagination, and so on. Okay, so let's go again step by step and finish implement creating survey, okay, with the image and the title and every necessary information. All right, so let's open Survey View and let's have a look in the browser. So this is Survey View. Whenever we click on the change and choose some image, we need to display the image right here. And we need to also pass the survey title, description, expire date, and active to the backend when the request is made. At the moment, we are making dummy request right here. So I'm going to remove this, delete this request, and I'm going to remove this console log statement as well. And let's start implementation from the onImageChoose. So at this moment, we need to take the image, so which will be, so let's accept right here an event, okay? And we're going to get the event and take out files from there. So let me define const file equals event target files at 0. So I get the very first file. So then I'm going to create a reader, which will be new file reader. Oops, file reader. Okay, and then I'm going to execute read as data URL on the chosen file. But I want to also add onload event listener on this reader. Right here, I will get a result, but I think I can get the information from the reader as well. So reader.result will be the base64 string of the image, which can be displayed in the view, in the React component. Okay, so right here in this state, we have image and image URL. So image URL is something which needs to be displayed. So basically, I'm going to call set survey right here. Okay, so first of all, we need to pass an object. So first of all, I'm going to destructure existing survey like this. And then I am going to also give it image, which will be chosen file, and image underscore URL, which will be reader.result. Oops, result. Okay, and just like this, I have the survey state updated. And finally, when I set the survey, I want to reset the files, event target value. So event target.value equals an empty string. Okay, so let's scroll down below. Right here, we display this image. And we also check if the survey image URL exists, we display an image. Otherwise, if the image URL does not exist, we display this span. Okay, so let me actually save this and have a look. We might need to also open the developer tools, go in the console. So I'm going to click on change, choose the image, nothing happens. Let's reload the page. Let's try to choose, and here we see. Okay, so we have implemented displaying the preview for the image, and we are also setting that image right here in the survey state. Okay, so whenever we click submit, and on that submit, if we just console.log survey itself, that survey will contain an image inside. So let me actually click save, and here we see survey, and we have an image, which is actually file. Okay, we don't need to send the image URL, so we can actually delete that image URL before making a request. Okay, so let's now try to implement making request, or let me first fill up some information. Lorem ipsum test description, and let's choose some expire date and checkbox and click save. Okay, now we have all the information. We have description, expire date, we have title and status as well, and the image, of course. Okay, now let's prepare the payload, and the payload needs to be sent to the server. So const payload equals, and that's going to be, let's destructure survey and create new object payload. Okay, then on that payload, I need to check if payload.image exists, then payload.image equals payload.image URL. Okay, why I do this? Because we implemented on the backend side that we're going to accept base64 string for the image. Okay, there are at least two options to send the image to the server side. One is to create the form data and send with the form data the actual file. The second is to convert that file into base64 string and send it as a part of the JSON. Okay, we're doing this second at the moment. And now I have the payload, and on the payload I'm going to delete the image because I don't need the image. I want to delete image URL. Okay, I don't need the image URL. I'm just sending the image because I'm accepting that image on the server side. And then I'm going to call Axios client dot post. The URL will be survey. We're going to pass right here payload. Then we accept the actual response, or I think it's a response. Yeah, we get the response right here. And then let's just print console.log the response. Okay, what is this? Let me format the code, save this, and let's have a look in the network as well and click on save. Okay, the request was made, 401. Okay, I probably need to reload the page. Okay, so this is something which we should probably fix. Okay, so at the moment my token returns with 401, which means that my token is not valid. Okay, and if I go in the surveys and create new, again, choose an image, test here, and let's click save. Okay, so this returns 401, and now I'm redirected to the dashboard, which is not actually correct. Okay, and if we check also in the console, we see this 401. So let's now check Axios file, because I should be redirected to the login page whenever the server returns with 401. Okay, let's see. So let's check this part, debugger. Let's save it, go into surveys, and try to reproduce this problem once again. Let's fill up with test here, and let's click save. Okay, so we got the response. It looks like that the status code is 401, and logically we should be redirected to the login page, but we are not. And why? I know why. Because the application tried to redirect us to the login page, but inside the login we actually check if, let's open login.jsx, we check, where's that check? Let's have a look. Okay, I think we don't have that check right here. So for some reason we stay on the dashboard, and we need to understand why we stay there. Obviously, because in our state we don't clear up everything. So in our state there is still the token which is invalid token. And if we check the local storage, so we have the token right here. So at this stage, so we need to delete the local storage. Okay, we don't need that. And also if we check state provider, context provider, right here we have the set user token and we have the user token, which actually is the value from the local storage by default. Okay, but this is the take. So even if we clear up the local storage and run delete item for the token, that user token will still be there and it will still have some value. Okay, so we need to take care of this. Okay, so I want to test one thing. Whenever we just redirect user to the login page, why we still see the dashboard? This is something I am interested in. We see that the URL changes, but we are not actually on the login page. If I just reload, I'm redirected to the dashboard. If I try to go into login, I'm redirected to the dashboard. I think I know why, because in the guest layout, we check if the user token exists, we redirect user to the slash. Okay, this is something we need to consider. And the user token basically doesn't delete. So if I put debugger right here, then go in the surveys and try to create new one and hit the save. Okay, here we see one debugger. Let's continue, and here we see second one. And the user token still exists, even though this is invalid. So we need to clear up this user token. Okay, and the simplest solution I'm going to do, I know there will be a better solution, but the very first thing that came to my mind is that from the local storage, okay, I'm going to delete item token, okay, and then I can just reload the page. Okay, this is a bad thing, I know, for single page applications, but this is the very first thing that came to my mind. So window location reload. Okay, and we comment this out. Okay, and now let's have a look. So we proceed. Let's go into surveys, create new, and hit save. Okay, now let's see what happens. So local storage, delete items in a function. Okay, why isn't that a function? Local storage, how it's called? Remove item, I bet. So we need remove item. Okay, now let's click save. And now I'm on the login page. If I continue this, I see the login page. Let's remove this debugger from the guest layout, and we don't have debugger anymore from here. So if I now reload, I am on the login page. Okay, if I just have a look in the local storage, I don't have anything right there. However, I'm gonna set item token once again. Let's try it. Token will be 1, 2, 3. Let's hit the enter. Now let's open dashboard, and I'm on dashboard page because I have a token and the token is available. Okay, so this is something we need to also fix. The token is not valid. There is some kind of token and we see the dashboard, but very important thing. So we see actual HTML and JavaScript, but we don't see any content. No request is made on the server. Okay, if we go in the surveys page, at the moment we have dummy surveys, but in the future when we implement actually loading the surveys, and when the request is made to the server to get that surveys, user will not be able to see the surveys. Server will return 401, and then user will be redirected to the login page. Okay, let's test this. So I'm going to try to create new survey, hit the save button, and I'm redirected to the login page. So right now, as I mentioned, it's not the ideal solution. Right now I call window location reload. For some reason, rotor navigate doesn't work. If you know how to make this working without window location reload, just let me know about this in the comment section below. I don't want to make research right now about this. I'm a little bit lazy at the moment. Okay, and yeah, this is just works, and it will work, I'm sure. So let's leave it as it is right now and focus on creating survey. If I just go in the surveys, now I have a valid token, click right here. Then let's upload an image. Let's give it test. Let's give it a date, and let's click save. Now request is made. We see response for 201. We get the ID, slug, and title. Okay, we need much more information than just ID, slug, and title, but this actually is a proof that we have just created a new survey. Let's give it lorem ipsum as a title. Let's click save, and we see right here lorem ipsum title and lorem ipsum slug. Perfect. Now let's implement redirecting user to the surveys page whenever the survey is created. So if we go in the survey view right here, I'm going to write navigate, and that needs to be navigate. That needs to be imported from React Router. Well, actually, let's move up, and right here, I am going to create navigate, which will be use navigate, and that use navigate will be imported from the React Router DOM. So I get this navigate, and then right here, I'm going to pass it surveys. Okay, I think that's the path for the surveys. Let's open router, and right here we have the surveys. Okay, I think that's good. So now if we go in the surveys and choose some image, give some title, and click save, the survey is created and we are redirected to the survey list page. Okay, and let's test once again creating survey with all the options we just provided. So I'm going to give it survey 1. Let's choose some image. We give it test description 1. Let's give it today and active, and click save. Okay, we have some kind of error, and the error tells us expire date must be a date after today. Okay, we need to choose something in the future, so I'm going to choose tomorrow and click save. By the way, we need to also display the validation errors. Okay, so if we go now in the database and click on the React Survey 2, because this is the database we are using at the moment, and I'm going to click on surveys, and the very last one, let's show all of them, and the very last one will be survey 1, test description. We have the created, updated, and the expire date is null. Okay, so this is something which is not handled properly, and we need to fix that. We need to check that and fix that. Let's check on the client side if we send it correctly. Go in the payload, we send the expire date. Okay, it looks like that we are sending this properly. However, we sent this as, no, this is the first one, and the second one we send this as tomorrow. Okay, so that should be saved. Let's check this once again. Give it test. Let's choose this 1st of December. Click active, save that. The date was sent. Reload the page right here. And the expire date is now. Okay, let's now go in the backend side, and let's open survey.php and check if we have expired date. We don't have the expired date right here. It's expired date. Okay, so now I save this, and let's test creating survey once again to make sure expired date is saved properly. Test, choose tomorrow, active, save, go in the phpMyAdmin, reload, and here we see tomorrow. Okay, so we have successfully saved surveys, and we have also images right here. Okay, so I think that's perfect. Let's have a look at the plan again. So implement survey creation. I think we did that, and now I think we can start working on the SurveyQuestions React component. However, let's also implement displaying validation errors, okay, inside the form. I think that's going to be really interesting. For this, let's try to make requests which will return errors. So let me actually let me skip an image, and let's keep everything empty and click save. Okay, we should get some kind of errors, and the errors tells us that the title field is required. Okay, so, and we need to display this somewhere. We can display this all errors basically at the top of the form, or we can display this under this input field. Okay, so let's try to make it simple, and I'm going to open the survey view, and right here above this div, maybe I'm going to create a div, and let's give it class name bg red 500. Let's give it text white, padding white 2, padding x3, and rounded LG. And let's give it some text like lorem ipsum, just few words like this. Let's save this and have a look. Okay, so this is our error. Okay, the positioning is not ideal, so let's get this and put inside that div element, and it has its own padding. Let's format the code, save this. Okay, I think this looks better. Let's increase the vertical padding into 3, and I think that's good. So I don't like this rounded for this one, so I'm going to remove it. Okay, perfect. Now let's display the error message we get right here. Okay, so we have a general message. The title field is required. And if I just provide the title and click save, what happens next? The survey is actually created, which is perfect. However, if I just provide title right here, and if I choose the date to be previous date, older than today, click save, then I get another error. The expiry date must be a date after today. Okay, so this is perfect. If we just go in the, whenever we make a post, we have then, and if I just add catch right here, we get the error. Okay, let's print the actual error right here, and the error should probably have a response. So let's actually print error and error.response. Okay, so we save that and go in the console, go in the info, clear up everything, and click save. Okay, so here we get the error, which is Axios error, and the error has response right there. Okay, here's the response, and the response has status and data, and the actual data is what we are interested in, data message. Okay, let's do like this. If error exists, and if error.response exists, then we need to take the error. So const error equals error.response.data.message. Okay, and let's create a state variable right here, which is going to be for the errors. Const error message equals, or we should do it like this. Let's just call this error. Okay, and set error equals use state, and the default value will be an empty string. Okay, now let's scroll down below. Here we have this error message, and let's just output only if the error is set. Now, if I format the code, save everything, I don't see this error message right here. I click save. Okay, we got the response, but we didn't set the error. Okay, this is something we need to do right here. So I'm going to call set error, and I pass the error, or we can simplify and pass error response data message. So I set this, and now let's click save once again, and here we see the error message. However, this displays the lorem ipsum, so if you scroll down below, and we're going to output right here error. So I save this again, and we see title field is required. I provide the title, I provide description, I provide expired date, but I'm going to provide it past date, and click save. Now I see a second validation error. The expiry date must be a date after today. Okay, so this is how we can easily display error messages. But if you want to display each individual error message below this input field, I'm going to give you a hint on this and leave this to you as a challenge. So let's observe the actual response, what we get. So we have data, and the data has errors right there, and the errors contains expired date. So what you need to do is to create a state right here, which is going to be errors state in a plural form, or you can call it even server errors, and the server errors will become, let's zoom in, it will become the following object, okay? And it will have expired date inside there or title. Now, if you go in the code, below each individual field, for example, below this survey title or below this expired date, you're going to create right here probably a small element which will have class name, text, red 500, and inside there you will have lorem ipsum something, okay? And this one will be a red error message displayed right here. If you want to give this input field also red border, you're going to give right here class border, border red 500. Okay, you save this and we have the border red 500. And basically, conditionally, you're going to check if inside the errors you're going to describe right here, object of errors, if the errors has expire date inside right there, you're going to conditionally add the border red 500 class to this input, and you're going to display this small only in that case when the errors for expire date exists. Okay, in fact, you're going to display your message right here. Okay, this is a hint, not a full implementation. I'm going to leave this challenge to you. I'm going to undo the changes I made right here. Okay, and we have error displayed at the top of the form, which is good enough at the moment. And let's create once again a survey and click save end. And we got the error because the expiry date must be date after today. So I'm going to choose in the future and boom. So we have just created survey. Now let's create survey questions component, but let's assume that it already exists and we're going to use it down below the form input fields. So we have those input fields, and at the bottom of the active, we're going to use the survey questions component right here. But let's actually define it under components. I'm going to call this SurveyQuestions.jsx, and let's generate a functional component. It has the correct name, SurveyQuestions. Let's save this. Let's remove this import. And if we go in the survey view, let's use right here SurveyQuestions and that's it. So let's have a look now in the browser. Go in the survey creation and we see survey questions right here. Okay, so that is the basic component. Let's go in the component. That is the basic component, and now let's start working inside that component. First of all, let's create a template. And I'm going to create fragment, and inside the fragment, we're going to create a div wrapper for everything inside the component. Okay, so and then we're going to have a title for the questions, and we're going to have a button, Tailwindcss button, and that button will have a click event listener, which we'll call add question function. That add question function doesn't exist yet, and we're going to create all the functions after we create our template. Okay, then down below we're gonna give it an icon and the text. Okay, and then I start iterating my questions. So I check first if the model questions length exists. Then I start mapping each questions into JSX component. And in this case, I assume that I already have a question editor component, which we're gonna create soon. And the question editor component will be responsible for actually displaying the input fields for the question, like the question name and question type and question description. Okay, and this question editor will have a key and index and the question object itself. And we're going to also listen to a few events on this question editor whenever the question is changed, or whenever, for example, the title is updated, whenever the question is added. Basically, in this question editor, we're going to also have add new question button, and we're going to listen to this as well. So we're going to have also delete question button inside that editor, and we'll listen to that as well. And in the else case, we simply display a text. You don't have any questions created. Okay, and now we're going to start working on creating those functions: question change, add question, and delete question. So for this, let me move up and let's create those functions right here. First of all, let's define two props, survey and on survey update, because we are actually passing those props. This survey question. So we are not at the moment passing those props, but we need to pass. And we're gonna accept the actual survey right here in this survey questions component. And on survey update, we're gonna call the following method. Okay. So locally, I'm gonna create a modal state, and the modal state will by default will be the given survey. Okay. And then let's define add question. Inside add question, we're gonna call set modal. We basically give the existing modal and destructure that, and then we add questions to be an array. Okay, so we are adding a new question inside the modal. Okay, so we are going to give destructure existing questions, modal questions, and give it, and then we're going to add new question. For new question, we're going to have the following schema. Like we're going to have an ID, which will be newly generated UUID. For this, we're going to install and use the UUID package. Okay, the default type for the question will be type text, the question will be an empty string, and the description will be an empty string, and data will be an empty object. Okay, and just like this, we have this add question ready. Next will be to define a question change. Inside question change, we accept a question right here, and we check if the question doesn't exist. We immediately return with empty string, with nothing, with void. Then we need to update the questions, right? So for this, we start iterating over modal questions with the map method, and we are checking if each question ID equals to the given question ID. This means that we have to update this question, and we return a new object with the given question as a destructured one. So we create new object. However, if the question ID doesn't equal that, then we return with the existing queue. Okay, so whenever the question ID equals that, we have to update it. Otherwise, we return the original one. And down below, we have the new questions. And again, I'm going to call set modal, give an existing modal, and then I'm going to give it questions correspond to new questions as well. Okay, and let's create delete question as well. So we accept a question right here. First, we call a filter method on modal questions, and we filter all the questions which has ID different from the given question ID. Okay, using this method, we are sure that inside new questions, we will not have this question ID. Then again, I'm going to call set modal, give it a modal, and the questions which will be new questions. And finally, we're going to listen to the modal change using use effect, and we're going to call on survey update. Whenever modal is changed, we call on survey update, which is a prop received right here, and the parent component will know about this and will do all the necessary things that it needs. And at the top of the component, we are going to import the plus icon because we are using that inside the template right here. We're going to also import React, we're going to import use effect, we're going to import use state, and we're going to import the v4 as a UUID v4 from the UUID package. Okay, and down below we're going to import the question editor. Let's assume that question editor already exists, but it doesn't exist at the very moment. Okay, well, I think this React component is not necessary because that is automatically generated by this RFC keyword shortcut, so we can even remove this React component. Okay, now let's do two things. First, let's go in the survey view, and we're going to pass right here survey to be our survey, and we're going to pass also on survey update to be our own survey update. And do we have that on survey update defined somewhere? I think we don't have it defined, but we might need to define it somewhere. Okay, so let's save this and let's scroll up. Probably below all the functions, let's collapse this on submit. Below right here, we're going to define on survey update, we are going to accept survey right here. And then I'm going to call set survey. And we're going to destructure the accepted survey and give it inside the set survey. Okay. And just like this, we have it on survey update. Let's bring up the terminal. Okay, we have a lot of errors, especially on UUID. So I'm going to close this, kill this, and I'm going to run npm install -s UUID. Okay, and then whenever this is installed, we're going to run npm run dev. We should not see any errors anymore, which is good. Now let's go in the browser. Let's just reload the page. And we have an error about the question editor, which is very obvious. We don't have that component. Let's go in the components and create new file question editor.jsx. Let's create functional component. Let's remove this React and let's delete this template. And now let's start working right here. First of all, let's import a few functions. So we will need useEffect, we will need useState, and we will need useStateContext right here. Then we're going to accept props. We're passing those props from the SurveyQuestions. Do you remember? So we are passing them from here. So we accept the index, we accept the question. We're going to accept add question, which is going to be a function. We're going to accept delete question and question change. Okay. And then we're going to define a local state model, which will be a question. By default, it's going to be the given question, the structured one. Okay, then I'm going to define also question types, and that question types does not exist in our state context yet, but we're going to create that inside the context provider soon. Okay, then I'm watching on the model change, and whenever the question is changed, I'm going to call the function question change, notify the parent component that the question was actually changed. Okay, and down below I'm going to create one small helper function which I will use in the template. That's going to be uppercase first. I accept the string. Basically using this approach, I'm going to convert the type's first letter into uppercase, and it's a very easy function. So we accept the first character at position 0, call to uppercase, and then I'm going to take the everything else after the first character. Okay, so we have the functions ready. Let's now open ContextProvider, and first of all, let's define right here question types for auto-completion purposes as an empty array. Then right here, I'm going to define const question types, and we're going to use state, and let's give a few question types like text. We aren't going to implement all of them right now, but you will get the idea based on a text example, and I will leave this as a challenge to you again. So we're going to have select, we're going to have radio, we're going to have checkbox, and we're going to have text area. Okay, so we have all those question types, and obviously from here we need to give the question types. So we save this, and now let's go in the question editor and let's start working on the template. Now let's define wrapper component, wrapper div element, and we're going to give it flex and justify between and margin bottom. And then we're going to accept, we're going to print out the index +1 because the index will start from the 0, and the model question, the actual question text. And now let's start rendering the title and the buttons and everything. Okay, so first we will need the add button, which will have obviously Tailwindcss classes, and it will have an event listener on click. On click, we're going to call the add question function, and that add question function is given right here. Okay, then we're going to create another button which will be delete button, which will have obviously its own Tailwindcss classes, and it will have its own click listener in which we will call the delete question. Okay, then we're going to create a div for the title and type and everything. Okay, inside there we're going to have the question text part, question text HTML element, and then this will have a label, the question itself, and the input. Okay, the input will have a two-way data binding, so we give it a value and we listen on change, and we call set model, and we pass the whole model as well as the question, which will be even target value. Okay, every time we type something inside the question, it will update the model. Okay, and we want the model to be always updated. Okay, and down below we're going to have question type, which will be a select type of element. It will have obviously its own classes and ID and name, but it will also have the change event listener. Okay, and now inside the select we need to iterate over the question types, and those are the question types we defined in the ContextProvider right here. Okay, so we start iterating over the question types and display an option which will have a value of the given type, and it will have also a selected property based on if the current type is the same as the model type. Okay, and we obviously output the type, but this is the case we use uppercase first, so we convert the first character into an uppercase, and in this case the T will be converted into uppercase, S will be converted into an uppercase, R will be converted into an uppercase, and so on. Okay, and just like this we have the question type. Down below let's create a description with a label with text area, and the text area will have two-way data binding. We accept a value and we listen on change and set the model. And just like this we have the question editor. Let's go in the form, and right here look at this. So we have the questions left side, on the right side we have the button. If I click on the button, we obviously have an error because we didn't import some things. So we created right here plus icon, we used basically plus icon and trash icon. So let's actually delete the last character and let's import this from outline and do the same thing for trash icon, control and space and outline. So those two icons were imported, and now let's have a look. Let's just reload the page and click add question, and look at this. Okay, so this is the first question. If I click add again, it's going to create second question, and each question, also question editor component, has its own add button. Okay, and when we click on this, it's going to create another question. Let's actually write here question 1. Okay, and that is question 2. This is question 3, and so on. And whenever I click add question, it's going to create one additional at the very bottom. I can click on delete and it's going to delete that. If I click add right here, it's going to create this one at the very bottom as well. However, we can improve this. We can go even a step farther, and whenever we click add right here, it can create question in between the question 1 and question 2 as well. Okay, so that's going to be also very interesting and challenging. Let's actually do this, or I can leave this as a challenge to you. If you want this to be a challenge to you, pause right now the video, okay, and try to make an implementation on your own. So again, whenever you click add button right here, it should create new question in between the question 1 and question 2. After the question, basically, you clicked that button. If I click add button right here on the question 2, it's going to create new question after question 2, but before question 3. At the moment, it always creates question at the very bottom. Okay, again, pause the video if you want to implement this on your own. Try to do it on your own and then continue and see my solution. Okay, how I'm going to do this? I will go in the question editor, and right here I have this add button. Okay, and whenever I call add question, I will pass an index. Okay, let me actually convert this into an arrow function where I will call add question, and I will pass index right here, because I have index everywhere, right? I don't even probably need to do this to be an arrow function. Okay, let's do it like this. Now, add question. This add question calls the parent add question. Okay, let's go to the parent and understand it. So we have add question right here, and every time this is called, it's going to create new question at the very bottom. Okay, so what we can do is to accept an index right here. Okay, I want to add new question on that specific index, and then we need to split that array, questions array, okay, and put that question. We can use even splice for this. Okay, let's actually try to do this. Okay, so model questions, we're gonna run splice on that index. We're gonna add the following object. Okay, and then down below we are gonna take the model questions, destructure it, and assign it into questions. Okay, we need to accept this index, and by default, let's write index equals either index, but this index might be in 0 as well. Okay, so we need to check if index does not equal to undefined. If that index was given, then we take the index. In else case, let's put a question mark. In else case, we're going to take out the model questions length -1 to put this at the very last position. Okay, or it can be even the length. We need to test this. So now we have the index. Let me put a debugger right here as well. And in the question editor, we call this add question. However, we need to pass index again. So let's change this back into an arrow function, and then I'm going to execute this and pass index. Okay, now I save this and I have 3 questions, and let's click add right here. So debugger comes right here. The index given is 0. So I want to add a question at 0 position. No, the actual correct one will be to add a question at 0 + 1 position. So I'm going to change this into index +1. Okay, this is the position I want to create a new question. Okay, let's proceed. And nothing was actually added. Probably we even have an error, some kind of error. We do have this error, but let's actually try to reproduce this error again. Click add. Now the question is 1. We're going to add this at position 1, and then let's step over. Let's actually continue, and we don't have any error at the moment, but the question was not added. Let's reload the page. Okay, I'm going to add, let's add question. Okay, the adding question does not seem to be working at the moment. Let's go in the questions. Okay, what is model questions? Let's click add right here. Model questions is an empty array, and at position, what position? At position first, which is not logical, obviously. At position first, we are adding something, right? No, this one is not a position. This is an event. Okay, let's scroll down below because we have add question right here as well. Okay, let's convert this into an arrow function and call add question with undefined or with 0. Okay, in this case, if I just reload the page and click add question, the index right here will be 0. So I want to add a question at position 0. And if I proceed, well, it doesn't still create that question, which is strange. So let's actually click add question again. Let's step over a few times, and the model questions. Okay, at position 0, it's tried to add. Okay, let me check JavaScript splice, because I think I know the reason. So the splice basically accepts first the index, second how many elements you want to delete. I want to delete 0 elements. Yes, start, then delete count, and then we have possibility to add other elements. Okay, I think this is how we should do it. And let's just reload the page again and click add question and proceed. And the new question was added. Okay, let's give it a question 1. Let's create another question, which was added at a very first position. Not sure if this is correct. Let's click add question again. And we accept right here position 0. Okay, this is not so good. Let's have a look. So we're passing right here 0. Now we don't want 0. Let's remove it. It should add new questions at the very bottom. So we have now 3 questions. Let's delete and click add question. And now it added the question at the very bottom. Okay, this is what we wanted. Go in the console. We have an error. Let's just reload the page. Click add question, proceed. This is the question 1. Click add question, proceed. This is question 2. However, we still have this error. Let's have a look. Default value, warning use of default value or value props on select instead of setting selected an option. Okay, let's have a look. Child in the list should have a unique key prop. Check the render method of question editor. Okay, let's go in the question editor. And we are iterating our options, but it doesn't have key right here. Okay, inside the key, we can provide the same type. Okay, we save that and just reload the page. Click add question. Let's disable the breakpoints for now. We still get this error, default value or value props on select instead of setting. Okay, we need to find out this. According to the error, it probably means that right here we shouldn't have selected, but we should have a value. Okay, if I just remove it, we should not see this error anymore. Let's test this. Okay, we don't see this error anymore, which is excellent. So let's just test the functionality. So question 1, and I'm going to click add on this question, on the question first. Click add, and not sure where it created it. So let's just create question 2 and click add right here. Okay, now look at this. So it created new question after question 1, but before question 2. And this is exactly what was our goal. Okay, and we actually did that. Now let's test if the questions are actually saved in the database. So let's go in the network and let's choose an image, give it test. Let's leave everything empty and I'm going to click save. Okay, let's have a look. So we have validation error. Okay, type, the selected type is invalid. Let's go in the payload and we have the questions. And the questions have data, type, question. Okay, everything looks good. And the error tells us the selected type is invalid. Okay, we have the selected type to be text. Now let's go in the SurveyQuestion in the backend side. And right here we have this question. And the possible values for the question will be question type enum. And the question type enum, I think, does not exist. So if we go in the app HTTP enums, we have question type enum. However, opening this using control didn't actually work. Do we have this imported properly? I think we don't have this question type enum imported properly. So let's hit Alt and Enter. No code action is available. Okay, let's just try to delete few characters and then Control and space, and now it detects and tries to auto import. Let's hit the Enter and let's now have a look. Okay, that was not imported. Question type enum. Here it is. It was auto imported. We should see a different error, by the way. We should not see that if the question type enum was not imported. But let's try to hit the save again. And we should probably have the same error. Let's now open question type enum. And we have text and text area and select and radio and checkbox and so on. Okay, so what is the problem? So right here, we give it type to be required, and we're using enum and give it question type enum. After a little bit of research, I found that many other people actually have the same problem. So they switched to using enums, and we have backed enums as well with the type of string, and it simply didn't work. And they turned into they started again using rule in, where they are passing the OK and error as a cases of this enum. Okay, this is something we can do right here. I hope that this new enum would work, but for some reason it doesn't work. Okay, so what we need to do is probably just change this and execute rule in, and we're gonna pass few options here. So we will need text, we will need question. Well, we need to take the value from this text. Okay, let's actually put this on a new line and like this. Okay, and we need to take a value out of this, and let's duplicate this few times. And what options do we have? We have text area and select and radio. And actually, I want to rename this. Okay, I want to rename that symbol and just call this text like this. So when I hit the enter, it should rename everywhere. Okay, and by the way, this is done using the extension called PHP tools. Okay, so we need text right here. We need text area, and we have to rename this as well. So let's just rename and call this text area. We have select, we have radio, and we have checkbox. Okay, so then here we have text area. Here we have select, here we have radio, and here we have checkbox. We get all the values, and then we run this in the rule in. Now let's execute this and have a look. Okay, so we have an error, question type enum not found, the class not found. So let's try to import this if it is not imported. App enums question type enum. What's the problem? Class app enums question type enum. Question type enum. Okay, I think we need function. Sorry, we need an array annotations here. Probably like this. So let's have a look. Click on save. Okay, so let's have a look in the trace that's coming from the SurveyController line 58. Line 58 from here. Okay, then we have question type enum. Is not that class imported? I think it is imported. Question type enum. So we save this and click on save. Okay, we have an exception. SurveyController, line 220. Where's that? It's right here. Am I doing something wrong? Let's have a look. So we have rule in. Then we pass, well, we're passing right here values, but we can pass names if we want. Let's try passing names. We don't need actually names. The problem should be something else. Is the rule imported? Let's have a look. We have eliminate validation rule. Okay, that should work. Okay, we're gonna find this out. Let's change this. Let's actually comment this out and click on save. Okay, selected type is invalid. Let's specify right here text. Save this and click save. Okay, add question to fillable property to allow mass assignment. Okay, this is something we probably missed. If we go in the survey question right here, we're going to add fillable protected variable. So let's add it right here. We need ID type, question description, data, and survey ID inside fillable. And now if I click save, I see column not found, survey ID, and non-column survey ID in field list. Insert into SurveyQuestions, question type, description, survey ID. Okay, did we miss again something else? If we go in the database migrations and have a look in the SurveyQuestions. So we have this survey ID. If we check now inside the database for the SurveyQuestions, what is this? What is this? What is this? Okay, I feel guilty. Okay, what did I do? So the foreign ID here should be the survey ID. So we need the foreign ID which references on ID, references to ID on surveys table, right? This is what we need to do. Okay, let's check the other migrations. Foreign ID 4, that is what I missed. So there are basically two approaches: foreign ID for the model and then the column name. The second approach is just to use foreign ID. Okay, in this case we can leave this as it is right now or undo it and just fix that stupid mistake right here, foreign ID 4. Okay, however, the migration is already executed. That migration is right here. So this is something very stupid mistake that should not be here. So I'm gonna just roll back all migrations. So PHP artisan migrate : fresh. Okay, so everything was dropped and recreated. And let's run PHP artisan serve. Okay, let's check now in the database, in the browser, And basically at the moment we are logged in again, which is something we need to fix. And if we just open the plan we are following, so we are right here, create create the question editor component, and basically we need to test also saving that. But one thing what we need to do is to log out on page refresh if the token is invalid. Okay, this is something what I need to do. And at the moment we're going to run local storage.clear. Well, I can click on logout. I think we have that as well. We are logged out, and I cannot log in with the current user because I actually deleted the database. And if I just refresh this, we should see survey ID right here. Okay, that's perfect. So let's now log in with the username and password and click sign up. Okay, I'm logged in, go in the surveys. At the moment we have done surveys right here. Create new one. And let's specify test, some description, and let's click to add a question. Okay, so by the way, I noticed one small bug. Whenever we add a new question, it deletes the survey title. If I populate the survey title, it actually deletes that. Okay, so let's provide test right here. This is something we're gonna fix this as well. And then click save. Okay, now that was created, and let's check inside surveys. We have one record, and inside SurveyQuestions as well, and we have one record right here as well. However, we couldn't make it working with the enums. Let me close the migrations, and if we go in the SurveyController, we just specified right here a text. Now if I uncomment this text and value, which must be string, okay, this must be string, and let's create new survey. That was deleted again. Give it a test, and I'm going to click save. Okay, this returns, okay, class up enums question type enum not found. If we scroll up enums question type enum. So we have up HTTP enums. We have up HTTP enums. Up HTTP \enums. Well, we probably don't need that under HTTP. So this is something which should be outside like this. Now we have up enums correctly. Okay, this is how it should be. And if we go in the SurveyController, we now need up enums question type enum. Okay, that is something that was probably causing errors. Now let's have a look. So I click on save, and the survey was created. Now if I go in the SurveyController and check this part. Now that worked. Okay, now I have a feeling that this should work as well. So I'm going to copy this and change rule into the question type enum again. So I save that and try to add a new survey. So let's give it okay, this bug gets annoying. I'm going to give it some text question one. Whenever we change something in the question, the survey data is lost. Okay, so let's just put this right here and click on save. And now the survey was created. So we had two or maybe even more very stupid mistakes. So first is that we had something very bad written in immigration. It was a typo. Okay, let's be honest. So it was a typo. I wanted to write the foreign ID 4, but I mistakenly write foreign ID, which actually created a column with this name, okay, which is funny. Now the second thing is that the question type enum, which had a namespace app enums, was created under app http enums folder, and that was not visible. And because of this, in the SurveyController, this validation rule did not work properly. Okay, and now this rule works fine. And again, I want to create now like a survey 1. This will be deleted. Okay, so let's fix this. So this should not be deleted. Now let's open survey view, and we're looking for the on survey update. Let's put a debugger right here, and let's type title here and then add new question. Okay, that was lost. Why was that lost? And that happened when we add a new question. Okay, that comes from the question editor. Let's have a look what files we have. We have the SurveyQuestions, and inside the SurveyQuestions we have add question. Okay, so right here inside the modal questions we append, then we take the modal and we call the set modal. And is that all? And that actually updates the modal, and whenever the modal is updated we call on survey update. But it looks like that this is not triggered, because this on survey update is added from the survey view down below, and that is not executed. Let's see if we have breakpoints enabled. Let's go in the source. No, we have breakpoints disabled. Okay, let's type some text here and click add. Okay, now here it comes. Let's continue, and we have a second breakpoint. We accept the survey. Okay, and that survey doesn't have any kind of title, and that's why, well, the actual survey has title, but we lost that information. Okay, so we have that local survey right here, isn't it? We have the survey, and we accept survey right here as well. Okay, let's call this just S, and I want to see what is actually S and what is survey. So S at the moment is empty. Let's proceed, and let's type some title here, and let's click add question. Now let's continue, and here we have S, which probably has single question inside, and we have survey as well, and that survey has a title inside there. Okay, so okay, we need to think. So we have two objects and we need to merge them into one. Okay, let's debug one thing. We are passing that survey variable from here into its children, and right here we have the survey questions, and we're passing that. So if we go in the survey questions, and let's actually print the survey. So I'm going to run JSON stringify survey. Let's specify undefined right here, and 2. So I save that, and we probably need to put this in the pre-tag. So I save this and just will reload the page. I think we need to remove the debugger, so let's remove it from here and from here as well. Okay, so what do we have? So we have title slug. Let's just populate something, test. Okay, that is populated. If I click add question, that disappears. Okay, that is also logical. But if I start typing here something, that is again populated. Okay, so it's very obvious that inside the survey questions, when we print the actual survey, it gets updated whenever we type something in the parent. Okay, what is modal? Because the modal is a new state created out of the survey. Okay, what is the modal? Let's just reload the page and type test. Okay, this is something that doesn't get updated, and this is something we need to fix. So the modal is taken from the survey once, and then whenever the survey is updated, modal is not changed. What we should probably do is to watch at the survey change and update the modal as well. Okay, so if I just duplicate this use effect and watch survey change, and we call set modal, destructure the survey and assign it into modal. So this change probably was a mistake, because right now we are listening to the survey update, and whenever survey is updated, we are updating modal. But we are also listening to modal update, and whenever modal is updated, we are emitting a parent, hey, that the survey has just been updated. And we pass the updated modal. But on survey update, the actual survey, this survey, which is given as a prop, is also updated. So whenever this updated, this function is called. Whenever this function is called, the survey is updated, and then this function is called, and we have an infinite loop. Okay, if we have a look right now in the browser, we see a bunch of errors right now coming in the Chrome console, and as we observe, we're going to see that the errors are basically a maximum update depth exceeded. So what we should do, we should comment out this last part and maybe make modifications right here. So let's have a look. So if we just reload the page, we don't have any errors at the moment, but we have to actually convert this, and we have to fully understand what's going on right here. So here is what I'm thinking. The survey questions component accepts at the moment a function called onSurveyUpdate. But as far as this component is called SurveyQuestions, it should not really care when the survey is updated. It should only care when questions is updated, because we're going to have kind of like two-way data binding for questions itself. So what if I modify this on survey update and call this on questions update? Like this. And then down below, whenever we have a use effect, so whenever the modal is updated, I'm going to call this on questions update, but I'm going to pass modal.questions. Okay, now let's go to the survey view, and we have right here survey questions. So in this survey questions component, let's change this on survey update into on questions update, and the function, let's rename it and call on questions update. Hit the enter. I think it was renamed down below as well. And we're going to assume that this one will not accept right here survey. Instead, this will accept right here questions. So what we do right here is that we're going to destructure the existing survey, which we have right here. So let's take the existing survey, and and then we are gonna update its questions. Okay, and if we go in the survey questions, I think this looks correct. So let's save this and have a look. Now we have this object, this is a survey object, and we have a title right here. So whenever we change the title, like test, scroll down below, we don't see that a title updated right here. Okay, so from parent to child, update doesn't work. But let's try to add a question, and as we see, let's reload the page. I don't like errors on the right side. I click add question, and that was added in the survey that was appended. Okay, let's give it a like 1, for example, then click add, and we added second question, which is 2. Okay, however, we also want that whenever we type something right here, test, for example, this model should be updated. Okay, and this model, by the way, is printed from here. Okay, this is the model. Okay, what do we need to do in this case? Okay, let's start from the survey view and have a look. So we have right here title, and let's see. Input, we listen on change, we get the updated title, we call set survey, and we destructure existing survey and we update the title. And that set survey should update that survey. Let's take this survey right now and print it right here. JSON stringify, pass the survey, undefined. I think I should have created a code snippet for this. Undefined, and maybe 2. So I need just 1 curly braces. So I save this, and here's our survey. Now if I type something right here, test, does this update the title? Yes, it does. So it correctly makes the modifications right here. Let's specify some description, and the description is also updated. But this is not passed down to the model, which is printed right here. So why? The survey object is passed to the survey questions from here. Now if we go in the survey questions, we accept survey right here, and we need to listen to survey change. And whenever survey change happens, we're going to update the model. But we also listen to the model change, and whenever model is changed, we update the questions, which is something probably not we want. Let me think. So we don't actually need this use effect, because this use effect, just listening to the survey change and updating model, is not necessary because we don't need model in this component. What we need is model questions, right? And we do have model questions. And the thing is that the model questions basically cannot be changed from outside. So if I just comment this out and have a look, so we have the model right here, and we don't actually need, as I mentioned, the model itself. So we can even modify this, and if we go in the survey view, instead of passing a survey from here, we can pass questions and then listen to the questions update. So let's change this into questions, and we pass survey.questions. Now if we go in this component, instead of survey, I'm going to change this into questions. So we don't need this model right here. What we need is questions. And whenever questions are updated, we're going to emit this to the parent. Okay, and this happens in few places: whenever a new question is added, or whenever a question is changed, or whenever a question is deleted. Okay, I'm going to actually comment out this part as well. Okay, and let's implement this 100% correctly, as it should be. So now we have questions right here, and we're going to have a bunch of errors. So I'm going to comment out this part, the model part basically, or maybe I just pass an empty object, so I don't want to have an errors. Let's scroll down below, and right here I'm going to print out questions. So if I save this, we obviously have an error, and that comes from the can't read properties of undefined length. So somewhere we use model.questions length. I think this comes from here. So let's change this. These are questions given as a prop. Now I'm going to create an internal questions state. So let's call these my questions. And we're going to have set my questions as well. And the default value will be, let's give it destructured questions. So I create a copy of the given questions and create my questions state. Now I'm gonna comment out everything from inside these functions like this and like this and like this. Okay, and down below we have the questions, and I'm going to print out my questions. And we also have model questions, which is not necessary. I'm going to print out my questions.length and then iterate over my questions and print them. So if I save this and have a look in the browser, okay, let's reload the page. I don't see any errors in the console, which is good. We have empty questions array. And if I just click add button, nothing really works because we haven't implemented that part. Now let's scroll up and work in this add questions. So what do we need to do? We need to detect the index based on my questions.length, and then inside my questions we're gonna add on specific index new question. And then we call set model, which is something we don't need. We have the my questions, or maybe what we should do is call set my questions instead of set models. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to call set my questions, and we are going to destructure my questions like this. Okay, so I think this is good. So let's save this, and one additional thing. We're going to also call on questions update to notify the parent that, hey, questions have been changed. Otherwise, we're going to have different state outside and different state right here. Let's test this. If we go in the survey view, let's print right here. I'm going to copy and paste this pre-tag and put this. And then I'm going to print just questions, or it should be like survey.questions. Okay, so I save this, and now we have questions outside in this survey view component, and we have questions inside these survey questions. Okay, and when I click add, look at this. So the inner state is updated, but the parent outside state, survey questions, stays the same. Now we need to go in the survey questions, and whenever a new question is added, we're going to call update questions or on questions update. And we are going to pass my questions. Okay, now when I save this, let's just reload the page, click add. Now look at this. So the inner state is updated, but the outer state is also updated because we call this on questions update. And we listen on questions update right here, get the questions and update the survey. And whenever we print the survey.questions, where do we print? Right here, we get the updated questions, which is exactly what we want. Now, if we go in the survey questions, we implemented that. Questions change should be pretty straightforward. So instead of model questions, we're going to have my questions. Then instead of calling set model, we're going to call set my questions, and we are going to pass my questions. Or we should pass new questions. That's more correct. And now we need to test this part as well, but we also need to call on questions update and pass my questions. So I save this, and now let's reload the page once again and click right here. So both arrays are the identical. And now whenever I type something in the question input field, and that should be changed, but it also should change the parent component's state. So test one. Let's scroll up. Here I see something different, not test one. Okay, so we get the state a little bit late because right here we call on questions update, and my questions is not yet updated. Okay, so we called set my questions, but it should re-render the virtual DOM, and it shouldn't have updated the state yet. The correct one will be to just pass the new questions. And now let's test this. So let me scroll up like I think I added a new question. Okay, let's just reload the page. Click add. And now let's type test1. And now we have the exact same output right here. And let's specify some description. And look at this. So both are updated. And this is exactly what we want. And now the parent one, and by the way, we print the parent state right here as well, which has now the correct value. So the parent object, the parent component, has the entire survey object which needs to be sent to the server. Okay, and I can choose an image, I can give it test title, and I guess that should be updated right here, that should be updated here, and we can of course make it active, and we can set the date, and here's the date, and here's the status to be active. The slug is obviously auto-generated. As for the description, we can also give a description, and it comes right here. So we have the whole data prepared correctly. Now let me remove additional prints, and we also need to implement the delete question. So let's do this. Instead of model questions, we're gonna have my questions. We filter that. Instead of calling set model, I'm going to call set my questions, and on questions update. That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. And now we need to test one more thing. And we might need to uncomment one of those. Okay. Uncommenting both is not a good idea, but one of them, if it is necessary, it might be necessary. Okay, let me show you what I mean. So right now we have the following object, and it has questions, and down below we have nested questions, which nested state printed out, which I am going to leave it right now like this. Just reload the page. Okay, so outer the entire survey, and then I think I haven't saved. Okay, now we have the inner array and the outer the entire survey. So I click add question, and that add question I think comes from the SurveyQuestions, isn't it? So this one. And then we have the question editor. So my point is that if we implement adding a new question from here, so if I just create a dummy button, and on that button click, I want to call like add question, which doesn't exist, but I'm going to create that. I want to demonstrate something. Here is the add question. So let me actually copy this and put this in the survey view. Let's scroll up. Let's put this right here. So we do have, let's say we don't need the index. We're going to put this at the very bottom. And we have survey.questions, right? So in this survey.questions, we are going to push new question. Okay, let's comment out those two lines. And we save that. Is this UIDv4 imported? Not sure. Let's see, where does this come from? Copy that import and then paste this right here. Okay, and obviously we need to listen to the onClick properly and call add question. Now we save this and have a look. So we have this button. Let's call this add question. And that button, add question, this is the button. That button is added inside the survey view. Okay. So in the final version, we will not have that button because we're going to have only that add question button. But if you want in your application to modify the questions array from this survey view component, and you also want the SurveyQuestions component to have the updated questions. Okay, so whenever I click the inner button and the new question is added, that question is added right here as well. Okay, but whenever I click that add question button and let's scroll up, the new question is added right here. That should be added right here as well. So in this case, it was actually added. It was actually added because of, okay, it also made an HTTP request, and this is something we need to first of all prevent. So I'm going to give it a type of button. Okay, let's give it type of button, and then we can test this. If the inner array gets updated, that's perfect. If not, we need to handle this case. So I'm going to click this add question, and now have a look. I already clicked that add question. If we scroll up, nothing happens right here as well. Why? Because we probably don't call set survey. I think we have set survey, don't we? Yes. So we need to call set survey and destructure the existing survey and pass it, because we added a new question inside SurveyQuestions, and we need to destructure and update the actual state. So I save this again, reload the page, I click on this add question, and let's scroll up. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted to show to you. So I clicked add question, and the question was added inside the questions array. Okay, if we scroll down below, the questions component, inner component, wasn't updated, and we don't have that that question. So we don't actually have a two-way data binding of these surveys, of the questions array. So in this case, what we need to do is go in the SurveyQuestions, and we can listen to the questions. So right now, this component gets questions right here as a prop. So we can watch the change of the questions, and internally we can call set my questions to be questions. This is what we need to do. Save this, reload the page, and now let's test this. I click add question, and voila. So we have the new question added in the parent state as well as in the child state. And if this is not still clear, I'm going to quickly recap what has been done right here. Okay, so let's start from survey view, and let's remove this. So we have the questions model, obviously, and we pass down the survey.questions to the SurveyQuestions component. In the SurveyQuestions component, we accept the questions right here, and we create internal state my questions. And that my questions is something which is rendered right here, iterated and rendered. And we listen to question change, add question, or delete question. And whenever one of those methods happen, we update the internal state. We call the setMyQuestions method, but we also call this function on questions update, which is passed from the parent, so that the parent needs to know that the questions was updated in this SurveyQuestions component. Okay, and these two methods, setMyQuestions on questions update, is written in three places: add question, question change, and delete question. But we also listen to the questions array. And whenever questions array is updated, we update the internal myQuestions array. Because for some reason, if the parent survey view decided to update the questions array, the child component SurveyQuestions needs to have the updated one as well. Okay, and just like this, we have a two-way data binding. So I click the button, this is the button, and which updates the internal myQuestions array, but that also updates the parent. And if I click this unstyled button, which is I lost this one, I click on this, it updates. Let's click multiple times. It updates the parent state as well as the child state. Okay, and this is exactly what we want. Now if we type something right here, test 1 2 3 4, okay, and then let's search for test 1 2 3 4. We have this in multiple places. First, this is in the parent. Second, this is in the child, and obviously we have the third and fourth, which is inside the component itself. So I think this recaps the whole thing, what has been done right here. So we can go ahead and simply remove this pre-text from the survey view, as well as the question survey questions component from here. So I save this, reload the page, and everything is as it should be. Let's now test the positioning. So we have test 1, click add. We have now test 2, and click add right here. And it always adds, I think, at the very bottom. So if I click the first add, okay, now it's created after the first one, and the positioning looks also really good. All right, now let's do one final test and create this new survey. I'm going to call this test 1, test description. Let's choose like date and flag, and choose some image as well. Obviously the images are not relevant to the surveys, and we add like 3 questions: question 1, question 2, and question 3. Now finally we click the save, and we get a successful response. Obviously right now we have dummy surveys, but if we go in the phpMyAdmin and have a look, we should see the created survey with its questions. So let's go in the Laravel, React, survey, and which database do I use, 1 or 2? Let's have a look. Click here, we use database 2, so click on this, and now click on the surveys, check the latest one, which is this one. We uploaded an image as well, which has ID 5. Now if we go in the SurveyQuestions, we have a couple of questions right here, and pay attention, survey ID 5 is 3 times right here. So all those 3 questions, and all of them have type text, have been created. Okay, that's perfect. Now let's have a look at the plan we are following. We have just created this create question editor component. Okay, we can mark this, and the next thing is to we need to log out the user on page refresh if the token is invalid, and then we can follow in the finalize the project by implement to display the surveys from the database and so on. So let's move this on the right side, and let's go and let's just reload the page. Okay, so we reload the page, and if we just change the token, so let's have a look in the local storage. This is our token, and in the local storage I'm going to call set item. I'm going to pass token to be some random string. Okay, hit the enter. Now my local storage token is random, and whenever I make request, I am not authorized. So if I just reload the page, nothing happens, nothing at all, because, well, we don't make requests to the server side. The token is available in the local storage, and the React application thinks that, hey, we are authorized, so like nothing really happens. But also, if we are authorized, and right now it looks like we are authorized, if we are authorized, we need to display also the authorized user's information, right? And we don't see the user's information. If we switch to the mobile and open that, we don't see that. If we log out and log in, then we see the name and surname or something else. So I'm going to test this out as well. So let's provide some credentials, hit the enter. Now I am authorized, and if we have a look in the mobile screen, we see right here my name and email, and that comes whenever the that comes as a response of the login. Okay, here's the user information. If I just reload the page right now, I lost that data. So whenever we refresh the page, I want to make requests to get that user information. Okay, and the best place probably for this will be inside the layout, inside the default layout. So let's open now default layout, And let's listen to the mount of this component, and on mount let's make request. So we will need use effect. Let's import that. We pass an empty array, and then I'm going to make request. And on the backend side, if we open now api.php, we have an endpoint. We probably don't have an endpoint, but I'm sure that was available. That is available out of the box. That was probably available, but we probably deleted that. And let's open this AuthController. And we have just SurveyController and AuthController. Okay. Inside this AuthController, I want to create a new route, which will be just to return the authorized user's information. So let's create public function me, and that will return, let's call this correct things, and we should return the authorized user's information from here. So that will be return request user. Okay, and we should return the exact same type of response we return from the login. So that will be just the auth user result. Okay, so we return request user, which basically is will be the same. If we go now in the API, I am going to add a new route right here, which will be only for authorized users, to return, that's going to be me, to return the currently authorized user's information. Okay, like this. So we have the API ready, we have the action ready. If we go in the default layout, I'm going to make request using Axios client get. The URL will be /me, and we'll listen to the successful response. We can destructure and take out the data from here, and then I'm going to call set a user, or set current user to be data, whatever is received. I'm going to put debugger as well to test this. So we just reload the page, and we have errors right here. Get method is not supported. That should be get. So we reload again, and here's the debugger, and the data is the user information. Okay, so we have done everything correctly, and if I just remove the debugger, reload the page, I should see the currently authorized user's information right here. Okay, so I reload the page, and it makes request to the server side, gets the user information, and displays right here. So now, if I change the local storage into 1234, okay, and just reload the page, the me will return 401. Okay, and thus we'll listen to 401, we redirect user to the login page, and just like this, we are redirected to the login page. And if we have a look in the local storage, I guess we don't have anything right here, we don't have token, and everything is good. Everything is as it should be. Okay, so I think that's really good. So we can tick that to do in this application, so that we have implemented that part as well. And the next one probably will be to implement displaying surveys from the database, and then implement pagination and update and delete and so on. Now let's implement rendering surveys from the database. Okay, at the moment we don't make requests. The only request we make is to get the current user information. If you go in the surveys, that's just hard-coded surveys. Now let's go in the surveys component, surveys.jsx, and right here we need to listen to the mount hook, make request, and render surveys. So first let's use effect. We pass the empty array, and then I'm going to make request using Axios client.get. The URL will be survey. I guess that's going to be the URL because right here we have the survey. So we make get request to the survey inside, then we take out data from there, which should be the surveys. Okay, but we need to actually have a look what type of data we get, and I'm going to call well, we need a state for this. So at the moment we are using the state which comes from the state context, and this is the place where we have the surveys. We can save our surveys right here in the state context, but having that data inside the context provider only makes sense if you want to use the same data into multiple components. Okay, but at the moment we only need the surveys array inside the surveys component right here. So we can, and probably we should make it easier, and I'm going to create right here an inner state, not state inside the context provider, but an inner state which will be only relevant for this component. It's going to be surveys and set surveys. Okay, use state, and we pass an empty array. Okay, now we have these surveys, and those surveys are actually rendered at the moment, iterated and rendered normally. So if we go in the browser, by the way, the request was made, and here we have the data, and the data contains, it's an object and it contains data internally, which is an actual surveys array, and it also has the links and meta, and those are for the pagination. Okay, this is what we're gonna use for the pagination. So at the moment I'm gonna just call set surveys and pass data.data, and again data.data is an actual surveys array. Okay, that's perfect. And maybe we also need to show an loading indicator, but let's have a look first. So I just reload the page. Use state is not defined. That was not imported. Here it is. Okay, now that was imported. I save that, reload the page. Okay, now pay attention. We have surveys. All of them have broken image and test, but this is what we actually created. Okay, if we have a look in the network, we're gonna also see what are the total items. Total is 5, so we have totally 5 surveys in the database. If we go in the surveys table, we're gonna see only 5 items right there. Okay, if we go ahead and create more, of course it's gonna return more, but it's going to also consider the pagination. Okay, now we don't see the image, but I think on one of them we have added image. We just return ID, slug, and title. We don't return image. So for this, we need to go in the survey resource, and right here, from here, we need to return image as well. I'm going to call this image URL, and that's going to be this image. Basically, if that exists, we are going to return through the URL facade URL to passing this image. Okay, because this image will be a relative URL. This is how we implemented saving that, and we need to return an absolute URL HTTP with HTTP to display that image, right? So this is how we are going to do. Next, so we basically have ID, title, slug, image URL. What else do we need? Well, probably we need status, and that's going to be this status, whatever is that. But the status needs to be Boolean value. And that this status will be an integer. It's going to be either 0 or 1. So I'm going to use double exclamation right here to convert this into a Boolean, actual Boolean. Next will be to return probably description. This description. And we also might need created at, which will be this. Created it, and we should format this into year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. If I duplicate this probably 2 times, the second one will be updated at, And the third one will be expire date, but we don't need our minute and second for expire date. And we probably also need to return questions, right? Because each survey contains questions and we don't plan to make a separate request to get the questions for the survey. So we should return questions along with the survey information. And for this, we should probably use SurveyQuestion resource, something like this, which I think we haven't created. If we go in the resources, we only have survey resource. We should probably create a separate resource for that. So I'm going to bring up the terminal, go in the first one and run php artisan make resource survey question resource. Survey question resource. I don't want to make a typo. Hit the enter. Okay, the resource has been created. Let's run php artisan serve, and we have to return an array from here. We are going to return obviously ID, this ID. Let's duplicate these few times. We are going to return probably type. We will also need maybe description of the question. We will need probably the question text itself, and the question text question should be probably above the description, and the data, the actual data of the question, which will be like for text, it really will be an empty object, but for drop down or radio type questions, it will probably be options. So JSON decode, and here we have that. And we have the SurveyQuestion resource, which should be used right here. SurveyQuestion resource. Make sure this is also imported, but right now, because they are in the same namespace, there's no need to import that. So I am going to return now collection of this survey question resource. So let's call method collection, passing these questions. Okay, now I save this and have a look in the browser, reload the page. Okay, we have an error, call to a member function first on null. Okay, where does this happen? Collects. Okay, this happens somewhere here, maybe. Let's comment out the questions. Okay, let's debug the problem, comment out the questions. Okay, it returned successfully. It has image as well. So the problem is right here. So if we go inside, we need to have a look. So we have ID, type, question, description, and JSON data. Well, the problem is obviously here, so I'm gonna have a look at the problem once again. Okay, let's find out from where does this come. That comes from the survey resource line 28, which is this one. Okay, that's not a news. I knew that. Then we should have something else. Resources, collects resources. Okay, call to member function first on null. Okay, where's the problem? The problem is here. And let's comment on the data. Maybe the data is problem. So we just reload the page. No, we still have the error. Let's comment out maybe everything like this. Reload the page. We still have the problem. Okay. I think the reason for that is because we don't have relation to questions. That must be the reason. If I just open survey.php, we don't have relation to questions. So probably down below, I'm going to create a function, function questions, which doesn't need any arguments, and the return type is not also something we must declare. And that's gonna be this has many survey question class. Okay, now if I save that and just reload the page, we don't see any error. And inside the data, each survey has all kind of data we are returning. Okay, everything about the question itself, everything about the survey itself, as well as the questions, which is perfect. So now we have all the surveys loaded properly. Okay, so we have implemented now loading surveys from the database. If we have a look in the plan, okay, we did that. Now we can implement the pagination, which is really good. Okay, let's go in the backend SurveyController, and I'm going to change the pagination size into maybe 2. Okay, we need the pagination to be available. Now, if I just reload the page, it just returns 2 at the moment, but what I'm interested is the actual response. And inside data, we have only 2, but inside meta, this is something interesting. So we have right now everything about the current page, everything about the pagination, basically in general. So we have the current page, we have the from, and we have also to. So basically we are on the first page and we are displaying items from index 1 to index 2. We display 2 items per page. The last page is 3 and total is 5. So we have totally 5 items. And we also have links. And at the moment we have 5 links. And the first one is basically disabled, active false. And this one is the first page. This one is the second page. This is the third page. And this is the next page, basically. And it jumps into the second page. Okay. So if we want to implement the pagination, it is as easy as just iterating over the links and rendering them properly. So as a template, initial template for the pagination, I am going to use these Tailwind components. Tailwind components. Where's that? Tailwind UI. Here we have that. Let's scroll down below. And here's the pagination. Click on that. And we have this example pagination. And I want React. So let's click on code. This is the React example component. And this is our links. Okay. Do I need everything? Probably not. But we have to copy everything and then modify that. Let me copy the HTML only. I don't need anything else. Okay, I don't need anything else. And I'm going to create a separate component for that. Let's go under React folder, source components, and create new component called pagination links .jsx. Okay, let's copy everything and paste. Now the component is called, that should be called pagination links. Okay, and that copied the Heroicons links as well, which is perfect. And let me actually use that component right now in the surveys JSX. By the way, I also want to display the loading indicator, but let's put this right here, pagination links that must be imported. Make sure that the import is written in your import section. So I save that and have a look, and have next and previews. And if I increase the screen size, this is the pagination links component. Okay, that's fine, that's perfect. I like that. It has the summary as well, and it has the buttons. Okay, before we finalize the pagination, let's create right here a loading indicator. So right now, if I just reload the page, I don't see anything. And if the network is slow, well, you have to just wait and the screen looks like frozen. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this loading, and then this will be set loading. And the use state by default loading will be false. And then let's remove this console log statement. And then right here, I'm going to call set loading, and that set loading will become false. But before making request, I'm going to call set loading to be true. Okay, and then down below, probably right here, maybe even the pagination links should be wrapped inside. So I should probably create an additional div, which will include the pagination links as well, like this, and then additional div, which will be just for loading. Okay, so I'm right now just writing a text loading, but in real applications you should probably show a spinner. So this loading will only display if the loading is true, just like this. Okay, and the second div will only be displayed if the loading is false, just like this. So I save that, and now pay attention, loading, and then the items appear. Loading and item appears. Okay, well, you should probably put this in the center, text center, and probably change the font LG or text LG to increase just its size, nothing else. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's get back to the pagination part. So let's go in the pagination links, and this one has a bunch of Tailwindcss classes. I'm going to add one more, which will be shadow LG. Save that, and we have this shadow and margin top maybe 4 as well. Okay, this is our pagination, and probably we should change the shadow into shadow MD. Okay, like so. Now, this pagination links component should accept a couple of props. So it should accept probably the entire meta object coming from the server. Okay, here we have this meta, which contains the links and from and to everything, and then it will render this part and this part as well. So we should accept meta right here, and then now let's implement rendering. So we have something which is only visible for small screens like previous and next buttons. Okay, and this is hidden above small screen. Okay, let's collapse that. Then we have showing, this is from, okay, showing 1 to something, and we need to use meta from and meta to. So right here we will need meta from. To right here we need meta to. Okay, of, and then we have the 97, which will be meta.total. We have, I think, total as well. So if I just reload the page, we have obviously error because we don't pass meta. If we go in the survey JSX right here, we're gonna pass meta to be something. And we don't also take out data.meta and save it. So we have to create one additional state, which will be meta, and set meta, and that should be object. Then right here I'm going to call set meta passing data.meta. Save that, and then we pass meta. Now let's see. Showing 1 to 2 of 5 results. This of 5 results needs to have some kind of space like NBSP or something like this. Okay, 1 to 2 of 5 results. Okay, this left part is already correct. Now let's take care about the right part. In the right part we have this previous button, which basically at the moment jumps at the top, which should be disabled. Okay, well, let's do like this. So we display previews, then we have 1, 2, 3 and so on. And you know what I'm going to do? I am going to remove all those links, not next, but 10, 9, 8, this as well, all of them, and 2, let's leave 2, and we have 1. So we have only 1 and 2. Now I'm going to iterate over 1 and 2, and based on whether the current link is active or not, I'm going to add additional classes. Okay, this is for active, this is for normal. And again, having a look at the meta links, we will identify active flag. So the first one is actually active true, and the other has active false. So now right here we need to iterate, and there's going to be meta.links.map link, and we're going to map into the following type of anchor link. However, these color classes like border indigo 500 or text indigo 600 is something which should be added conditionally if the link is active. However, before that, let's output the actual link label. We have labels right here. So here, instead of 1, hard-coded 1, we should have link.label. All right, so let me comment out this part, save, and have a look. So now all of the links are actually active. Okay, I think that makes sense. We have the left one. Okay, we have the right one. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That those, all of them are displayed. So we probably need to remove this previous part as well. And we have to basically do small adjustments. So pay attention that this one has rounded left MD. Okay, so we need to add this class if the link is the first one. And the first one can be identified using by index. So we have IND right here. So now let's add some classes. So we can change this into this way, like this. So we have all those classes already added, and we have to add additional classes. Plus, if the index equals 0, let's put space, extra space right here. If the index equals 0, we add class rounded LMD to round the left side, like this. Otherwise, let's put space. Otherwise, we don't add anything. Okay, now I save that and have a look. Now if I zoom in, oops, that's too much. Here we go. So this link has the left sides rounded, if you can see that. Okay, so this is exactly what we expect. Next, we are going to add an additional classes. Let's duplicate this. If the link is active, so link.active, if that equals true, we are going to add these classes. Border. We are going to add text indigo as well, like this. Okay, otherwise we don't add anything, or we add default styles, which will be border gray 300 here, and text gray probably 500, like this. So I save that. I think this is not what I wanted. If I just uncomment this too, okay, this is what I want. PG Indigo 50. This is also something which should be added if the link is active. Save that. Okay, that's more like it. That's more like it. And we need also hover effects. Here we have this hover, which should be added. Do we have hover effect for this one? No, we don't have. So we put this right here, save that. We have hover effects for each of them, and that looks nice. However, now we need to remove this part. We need to remove also next. We have to do this, and previous. So I save that, and we have broken something. This is different. This is different. Okay, this is something which should be removed as well. Okay, that's perfect. So we have the pagination implemented. The first link, this one should be rounded, but it is not. Rounded. That space. Okay, now this is rounded. That should be rounded as well. So we are going to add rounded right MD if the index equals meta.links length -1. Okay, so we're going to round the right side as well. And now if we want to render these HTML entities properly, we have to display the link.label as an HTML unsafe something. Okay, so for this, we're going to search for React render HTML unsafely, something like this. Dangerously set inner HTML. Okay, this is what we need. This is what we need. Where's that? We have this HTML, and we have to set the tag dangerously set inner HTML, which should return HTML. Okay, so if I just give this attribute to this A, okay, like this, and then we're going to pass right here an object. So that should be an object underscore HTML corresponds to link.label. Label. Too many curly braces. Remove this and have a look. dangerously set in HTML must be form of HTML. I think this is what I return. Double underscore. Yes. Can't read properties of undefined reading map. Okay, it looks like something is wrong. If we just reload the page, the request is not made. Okay, and it looks like meta links is not available. And then we call map on that, which is not relevant. So maybe we should put an additional check. If meta links exist, then we start iterating over that. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so that's good. We have the links. Okay, we have hover effects. We have everything what we expect to have. And this dangerously set inner HTML also works as it should work. The only thing remaining here is whenever we click on the buttons, it should actually make request or shouldn't do anything if it's if we are clicking the previous button. Okay, so we have a hashtag right here. I'm going to remove that, and whenever I click this previous, it should not do anything because there's no previous actual link. So we can put an href, but we need on click right here on pagination, or let's just call this on click because we are inside a small component, and we can just call this on click function on click. We can accept an event right here, and then we're going to call event prevent default. And we need to check, well, we probably need an index of pagination as well. So we have an event and we need index as well. Let's accept an event right here. Then we're going to call on click, pass event and index. So right here, I'm going to check if the index equals, if the index on which I am actually clicking right now, or maybe, oh, wait, hold on. So if we have a look in the preview, maybe in the network, meta links. Okay, URL. If the URL is null, we don't need to do anything. This is the rule. So we check if we should accept a link. Instead of index, we should accept a link. If link.url does not exist, then we simply return and don't do anything. If that exists, we should emit parent that this particular URL has been clicked. So we should probably accept right here on page change or something like this. And then we're going to call on page change passing link, or maybe on page click. Okay, and let's find this on click, and we need to pass link instead of index. So right here, we need to pass link. I think that's looking really good. If we go now in the surveys, we need on page click. Let's create that function right here as well, on page click. Let's scroll up, create right here const on page click. We are going to accept a link, and then we need to make a request to the link.url to actually get the surveys. Okay, and I'm going to take out this part now and create an additional function, const get surveys arrow function, and we accept a URL right here. And then I'm going to check I'm going to check if, well, let's do like this. URL equals URL or / surveys. Survey. Basically, if we don't pass the URL, we're going to take out the survey and make requests to that. Now, I need to call this get surveys on mounted. Get surveys. This set loading should be part of these get surveys. So we get the URL, we set loading. Yeah. Yara. And then right here, get surveys, and we pass link.url. So I save it. Okay, now everything looks good. And this next and previous is something which we also need to handle. Okay, but let's enlarge this and click on the 2. The request is made and second 2 items are rendered, showing 3 to 4 of 5 results. Click on 3 and 1 item is rendered, showing 5 to 5 of 5 results. Clicking next doesn't really do anything. Clicking previous works exactly as it should work. Okay, and now it doesn't do anything as well. Okay. Additionally, as a small challenge to you, you can add extra CSS classes to those links right here if the link URL is empty. So you can make this more like looking disabled. Okay, and small challenge as well. So right here, the right border is missing. So find out this on your own and make this working. Okay. Small CSS challenge, but I think it's gonna teach you something. Okay, we have the pagination, I think, ready, and having a look at the plan. So we have implemented pagination. Did I miss anything? I have a feeling that I missed anything right here. Have the pagination, next, previous. Yeah, everything looks really good. Not sure if I have missing anything. Yeah, I know what I missed. I missed these links. Okay, I think these links doesn't do anything at the moment because they are just for the mobile. Okay. And now let's have a look in the survey, and we have links and we have meta. Okay. Now I think what we need to do, instead of taking meta, and by the way, we can take out meta as well. And we know that the first link will always be previous and the last link will always be next. Maybe we can take out this as well. Or we can take out from links first and not first, probably previous and next. But these links is something we don't use. We use meta all the time, and we also pass meta right here as a prop. So from meta links, we should take the first and last. So here we have these links, which is only available for the mobile. And let's give it on click on, what's the function called? On click. Let's accept an event, and we pass event, and I want to pass the first one, or maybe not the first one. Okay, hold on. Maybe not the first one, but the previous one, right? And the first one is always the previous. Okay, this is the thing. So from links, meta.links, I am going to take the first one. Okay, and pass it as a link right here. And let's copy this on click and give it to the next one. And this is going to be the last one. So meta.links length -1. Let's save it and have a look. So previous doesn't do anything. Next opens the next page, next, only one item, and next doesn't do anything. Okay, so we have successfully implemented pagination for mobile screen as well. Perfect. Okay, having a look at our plan again. So we have implemented showing loading indicator on survey open. Well, no, this is something else. We show the loading indicator when opening the list of the surveys. But whenever we go inside the survey, each survey, like click on edit right here, that should open the survey inner page, and then we should see a loading indicator. And by the way, I think the link is broken. So we should open survey list item. Where's the edit button? We should probably put slash right here. Let's go back and click on edit. Surveys 5. Oh, okay, something is wrong. Let's open now router. Okay, we don't have an edit route for the survey. So this is something we should implement right now. So surveys, we have create, and we should implement edit as well. Okay, this should be the surveys edit, but we should take out the query parameter from the URL, make request to the server, get the survey information, load that into the form, and then handle the actual update. So now let's go in the survey view right here. And I am going to use hook use params. And I'm going to take out ID from there. So use params like this. We have the ID. Now I need to listen to the mount hook and check if the ID is available. So use effect. If ID is available, then I'm going to make a get request to get the survey information. So using Axios client.get surveys like this, passing an ID inside, then we get the actual. Let's destructure that, take out the data, and let's put debugger. And we have the survey model already defined right here. Okay, so, and if we don't make get request, if the ID is not available, then the survey is a new survey, new object. Okay, however, if the request is made and if the data returned, we call set survey, obviously, and we assign data to that. And that's gonna be, how many arrows do I have here? I think too much, right? Yeah. And that's gonna be the survey loaded into the form. Okay, so let's open the developer tools, console maybe as well, and have a look. So when we make request, we get not found because I think right here we need a singular form survey ID. Let's just reload the page. Okay, and we got the response, and that data contains another data inside there. Okay, and we can set this data.data here and remove the debugger. So we reload the page, and now the form, the survey was loaded into the form, and we have the image and title and description and dates, and we even have questions loaded properly. Okay, so this is amazing. The title needs to be changed. Instead of create new survey, it should be update survey. Where's the title? Right here. Okay, let's bind this title like this, and that should be or update survey. Okay, and if ID is available, if ID is not available, then we have create new survey. Otherwise, it's going to be update survey. So in this case, it is update survey. If I just reload the page, update survey. If I just try to access surveys/create, it's going to be create new survey. Okay, let's again access to the fifth one. We have update survey, and we need to display the loading indicator as well. So let me actually copy this part. And the default value for the loading should be false. We have loading here and set loading. Now this loading, set loading true, set loading false. And then we have form. Probably the entire form should only be displayed if loading is false, like this. If the loading is true, then let's create div element with the loading text, and just like we did for the surveys.jsx, this part maybe we can copy and put this right here. So I saved it and reload the page and loading, and then the form appears. Okay, I think this is amazing. This is fantastic. And now let's handle the update. So whenever we click on submit, at the moment we prepare the data and we make post request. Okay, and then of course we navigate user to the surveys page, and we also catch the errors. But we need to do something very similar if the ID is available. But we need to make a instead of post, we need to make put request. So let res equals null maybe. If ID is available, then Axios client.put we are going to pass the URL to be survey / and ID. We need to pass payload. Oops. If the ID is not available, we make post request. And then on the res, well, we need to assign this into res. Like this. Then on the res we call then, and then the rest of the things are the same. Okay, now let's have a look. We have update, and it should make put request right now. If we go in the network, we have an error. What's that? Okay, reload the page. Okay, we have an error. Value prop context area should not be null. Consider using an empty string to clear the component. Okay. That is a very, very descriptive error. Okay, it should not be null. Value prop on text area should not be null. Okay, let's scroll down below. We have title and description. And this is text area. Why this survey description is null? It is an empty string. Well, I think the error is not coming from the text area of the survey description, but it's coming from the question description from here. So if we go in the network and just open and have a look in the questions, I guess the description is coming null, and that is causing the problem. If we go in the question editor, we have the question type and the description, and right here we can pass the value or an empty string. If we save that and reload the page, the error basically disappears, and this is what we are looking for. Let me remove this comment out. Okay, and everything looks good, and we need to test making a put request. So I'm going to just change the survey title and call this updated and hit the save. And we have validation errors. Expire date must be a date after today. So this is exactly today. So I'm gonna make this into 10. So hit, and the update worked. Okay, let's now test the lorem ipsum something in the description. Click on save. We have an error, expire date. Okay, what's going on? I guess the expire date was not updated. If I set this into 10 and make request, inside the expire date we have now 10, but if I edit that, it's still 8. So we should check this on the backend side. SurveyController, we need to look for update, or maybe check update survey request. We should have expire date to be nullable date after today. And what is the data? Or maybe just return entire data from here. Let's click on save. Okay, let's set this into 10. Click save. Okay, what happened? So we make put request and we immediately return the whole data. And this is the data we passed, including expire date. But the expire date was not changed. Why? If we just go in the survey PHP, we have expire date right here in the fillable. Why doesn't the expire date update? We call update, passing the whole data. Let's click on edit. Maybe it is actually updated, but we don't populate it correctly. No, it does not update. I checked in the database and found out that the actual expire date is updating. Okay, so we make request properly, it updates. If I just reload the page and then click on the edit, which loads the inner content, then we have the expire date 8. So I guess we have something wrong in the survey resource. If I just open survey resource, basically in every place, this is sometimes I feel stupid. Okay, so in every place we return created at, but we should have returned expire date. All right, so I just reload the page and now we have an error, and the error tells me that the format on string, call to member function format on string. Okay, probably this expire date is a string. So we have to convert this into datetime, like this, and then we can call format on that. Okay, and here it is correct. Now let's test updating the questions. Let's put additional symbols right there. That was updated. Click on edit. Here's the question. Here's the question. Okay, so everything looks good. So we have updated. Let's update the image as well and choose something else and click on save. And the image was also updated. Okay, we have actually implemented updating the survey, and we have the loading indicator when we open the survey inner page as well. Now, let's implement deleting survey. At the moment, when we click on the delete button, nothing really happens. Let's open VS Code, and I'm going to open survey item, survey list item. And right here, we have this button, and we listen on delete click. Okay, let's have a look in this on delete function, which comes from the survey list. Let's open survey, I think it's called surveys.jsx. And right here we have this on delete click, and at the moment we just click a console log. So from here we're going to use access client and make delete request on the following URL. So that's going to be survey, and we're going to pass right here survey ID, but we don't get actually which survey we want to delete. So if we go in the survey list item, from here, from down below, we have the survey ID. So we are going to pass that survey ID, survey.id, right here in this function, and then we accept ID right here. Okay, and then we can pass this ID right here. Optionally, we can add a confirmation. Let's create window confirm. Are you sure you want to delete this survey? Let's do like this, and if the user accepts that, then we're gonna delete the survey, and we listen to a successful response. We get an actual response, but we can destructure, take out data, but we actually don't care data coming from as a response of the following endpoint. So in this case, we are going to just redirect user to the surveys page, just like we do when the survey is created. So we are going to use router.navigate and redirect to surveys. Okay, so let's test this. Let's open the console. We have an error. Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. That's accurate and correct. So right here, we actually have this. So this comes from the pagination links. I see. So if we open pagination links, we have right here, we are using a map right here. So on this item, let's specify key to be, what should be the key? It should probably be link.url, because that's going to be the unique. And whenever we click on this, we use link.url to navigate to that page. So link.url will be a unique one. So let's just reload the page, and there are still errors. Encounter 2 children with the same key. Okay, I see. That also happens because we have the previous link as well as the first one. So if we scroll down below, the next one has link, the URL to which has the page ID 2, but this one also has a link with page ID 2. So in this case, the simplest solution will be to use index. Okay, let's go with the index. Now let's reload the page, have a look, no errors. Now I'm going to click delete on this broken image one. A confirmation pops up, click OK, and nothing happened. Let's go in the network. We actually see that the request was made, and if I just reload the page, okay, it was not deleted. It looks like it was not deleted. Okay, now we have, no, it actually was deleted because we had 5 items, now we have 4, and if I just reload the page, now we have 3. Okay, that is actually deleted. But when we just click delete, we still have 3 right here because I didn't do it correctly. Instead of navigating to surveys, we are actually on the surveys page. We just need to call get surveys again. So I'm going to call get surveys like this. Okay, so let's have a look. Now we have 2 items, and I'm going to click on delete here, click OK, and now we have just 1 item. I think that's good. So we have now one item and delete actually works. What else do we need to do? We can actually hide the pagination parts if there are too small amount of surveys right here. We don't need these pagination links. And let's, by the way, do this, but we don't know actually how many items is for each page. So let's assume that we have 10 items, 10 surveys for each page. In this case, if we go right here, we have this nav, and we can hide this nav completely if the total is less than 10. Okay, so let's do this. Let's wrap this in curly braces, and if meta.total is less than, well, actually, if it's more than or equal than 10, then we display this now. Okay, otherwise we just don't display, and now we don't have these links right here. Okay, so there's just small improvements. Maybe you don't want that improvement and you always want the pagination links to be displayed even if there is only one page. So you can just leave that. Okay, next I'm going to do is whenever I click the edit, well, actually, let's have a look in my plan. So next is what I want to do is that whenever I click on each survey, we should show a loading indicator, but we do actually have that. Okay, so if I just reload, we see loading and then it appears. So I'm going to mark this as done, and this is also done. Now we need to show notification on survey create, update, or delete. Let's start working on the notification when the survey is created, updated, or deleted. For this, I'm going to create state in the context provider. Let's open the context provider, and right here I'm going to define state for that notification, and let's call this notification toast, and it's going to be an object. It will have message and it will have show property, which by default will be false. So now I'm going to go in the layout, default layout, and right here somewhere in this layout I am going to include that I'm going to include the toast notification component. Okay, but we don't have that component created yet, so I'm going to go in the component section, components folder, and create toast.jsx. Okay, let's generate the component. Let's remove this. Okay, let's remove this. And let's give it Tailwindcss classes. It's going to have padding y2, padding x3. Let's give it text white, rounded, and bg emerald 500. Okay, and let's put some lorem ipsum text right here, not that much. Perfect. So we have a component. Let's go in the default layout, and I'm going to include that component somewhere right here. It's going to be toast. Fine. Make sure that the component is included somewhere right here. I'm going to also give this component position fixed, and let's give it also left to be 2 and bottom to be 2. So, and let's give it also the index. Say, let's give it Z100 maybe, or Z50. Okay, all right. So I have that saved, and the component is available right here. Okay, as you see, we can actually increase the left and bottom a little bit. Maybe we can put this on the right side if you want. So that's correct. So just like this. But this should be only displayed if the sum value inside the context provider is set. So if we set this show into true, only in this case the toast component should be displayed. Right now it should not be displayed. So right here I'm going to use this state context. Okay, const state equals use state context like this, and then state has toast and show. And do you know why? Excuse me. So actually, the state does not have the toast because we just added in the default value, but we have not exposed that toast in the context provider right here. Okay, so right here we need to expose this, but before we expose, we need to create that state. So let's define const toast and set toast equals use state. Okay, and the default value will be message is empty string and show equals false. And now we expose toast and set toast like this. Now I'm going to go in the toast component and structure that state and take out toast and set toast. Now I can take this toast and conditionally display if toast.show is true, then we display the component just like this. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Let's wrap this inside a fragment like this. Okay, so I save this and we don't see toast. Now I'm going to go in the context provider and change the default value for the toast to be true. So make sure you change the default value from here inside the context provider, inside the use state, not inside the default value right here, because this is only for auto completion purposes. So I'm going to set this into true, save that, and now we see this message right here. Okay, that's perfect. Let's set it into the false, and I'm going to also go right here, and instead of lorem ipsum, I am going to output toast.message. All right, perfect. Now let's go in the surveys. And whenever we delete a survey, I am going to show the toast message. Okay, before I call get surveys or after I call get surveys, I'm going to call this set toast. For this, I will need to use the state context. Okay, equals use state context like this. I'm going to destructure and take out set toast method, and then I'm going to call set toast. Set toast accepts a message. Accepts a message. It actually accepts an object which has message and show, but I'm going to create a simplified version for that. So let's actually try this before I do a simplified version. Message equals test and show equals true. Okay, so whenever I delete survey, let's have a look. Here is test. Okay, that is actually displayed. Okay, so far so good. By the way, let's display right here. You don't have any survey items. Let's scroll down below, and we have loading. And if it's not loading, then we have a grid, and then iterate over our surveys. Okay, so before I iterate, I'm going to do like this. If surveys length equals 0, I'm going to create div right here like this. You don't have surveys created. Perfect. Let's give this one a padding y maybe 8. Okay, and text center and text gray 700. Let's try like this. You don't have surveys created. Okay, this is not in the center because we defined this inside this grid. We should create that outside of this div right here. Let's save it. And now that's more like it. You don't have surveys created, and we have pagination links, which by the way should not also be defined. So let's add this additional check right here. If the survey's length is more than 0, only in this case we display the pagination links. And now we have, you don't have surveys created. We have this test always displayed right here. And why do we have that? Because I put this set toast, well, I don't know why it's always displayed. This test. Okay, it's not displayed. It's not displayed. Okay, now let's create new survey and display the notification. But I just want to pass a message. I don't want to pass the message as well as the show property. So instead of set toast, I'm going to create in the ContextProvider show toast message function. Const show toast equals, we accept a message right here. And then I'm going to call set toast, which will accept an object and will pass message, and set show to be true. Okay, just like this. And I'm going to expose this show toast. I don't want to expose set toast. I'm going to remove that and only expose show toast. Now, if I go in the toast, I can actually delete this set toast. We don't need this. However, in the surveys, I'm going to take out the show toast, and I'm going to call show toast and only pass message. Okay, and the message will be the survey was deleted in this case. Now I'm going to copy that and go in the survey view page, and let's search for submit. Okay, where is the submit function? On submit, here it is. Okay, and whenever we make request inside then, after we navigate on surveys, I'm going to call this show toast, and show toast needs to be defined. So I'm going to copy this line and put this at the very bottom of at the very top of my component. Okay, now let's go in the surveys, click create, use context. Okay, we have to import that. Here it is, imported, save that. Okay, perfect. So test survey, test description. Let's make it active, choose the date, and maybe choose the image. Okay, click on save. Okay, we have an error. What's the error? The expire date must be date after. Okay, we need to choose this in the future. Click on save. Okay, the survey was I'm sorry. It wasn't deleted, it was just created. So let's search for deleted keyword. The survey was created. I don't like that the message basically is sometimes very small, sometimes very large. I prefer it to be fixed width. So I'm going to go in the toast and give this one fixed width. W in square brackets, I'm going to define like 300 pixel. Let's save that, and now we have it fixed width. Okay, and if there is too much text, then it goes on the second line. Now let's create second survey, test, let's click save. Okay, the survey was created, that's perfect. Now we have this test right here. However, I want this notification to be automatically hidden after 5 seconds. So I'm going to go in the ContextProvider, and right here when I define the set, when I call that set toast and create and show, I'm going to create set timeout, and basically after 5,000 milliseconds, I'm going to call set toast with message to be an empty string and show to be false. Okay, now let's test this. I'm going to click create, test2, click on save. That was created, survey was created, is displayed. Let's wait for a few seconds, and then the notification is now hidden. Okay, that's perfect. Now let's implement displaying the notification when survey is actually updated. But I think it's already implemented out of the box because the create and update then is written in a single place. But we always display, let's wait, now we have an error. Expire date must be date after today. Again, let's change this, click on save. the survey was created. Okay, this is something wrong. If we go in the survey view, so right here we check if the ID exists, we make put request. If it doesn't exist, we make post request. And down below we have this then, and this basically is then for both of them. So right here we need to check if ID exists, then we need to display survey was updated. Else we need to display survey was created. Let me change this into updated, and then we have created. But I think we have some kind of bug. I'm going to click on edit. The date is correct. Where is the bug? Let's check the bug. Okay, here it took the 11th. Did I create this with 11th date? Not sure. Okay, let's just reload the page. It's 11. If I click save, I get an error that the expire date must be date after today. I'm going to change this into 18. Click on save. And the survey was updated. Okay, that is correct. However, I'm going to check what is the date. It's always now 18. Let's check the... Where's the pagination, by the way? Aha. So we set the pagination to be... to be 10, but actually that was not correct. So we get the meta, and then we have... Where's per page? Per page, okay? We have this per page, and we have total. Okay, so I'm gonna go in the surveys, scroll down below, and if the survey's length is more than 0, then we display the pagination links. That's correct. If we go inside the pagination links, now here's the problem. So if the meta total is more than meta per page, per underscore page, only in this case we display the navigation. Okay, and just like this we have it. Okay, this is cool. And if I delete one item, then the survey was deleted, notification is displayed, and we still have this notification. Well, maybe we should remove this equal. If the total is more than per page, only in this case we display this pagination links button. And now it simply disappears. If we add equal sign right here, then it appears. Okay, so I think everything looks good. So we have notification when the survey is deleted, created, updated. This is exactly what we should have done. Just one additional thing. I want to add animation to the notification. So if we go in the toast, I want to animate this whenever this is displayed. Yeah. So first of all, I'm going to open the Vite, not the Vite, but Tailwind config. I think I don't have Tailwind config. So do I have that? Yeah, I do have that. Tailwind config. And right here, I'm going to add the animation styles. I'm going to quickly copy and paste those animation styles. And we need two things. We need keyframes and animation. So instead of the keyframes, we define fading down, which is the name. From this position, it should animate to this position. Okay. From transform, translate, basically I move this a little bit up, and then opacity is 0, and then it goes to the following position. Transform goes into 0, and the opacity goes into 1. And the animation itself is fading down 0.2 second, easy in, out, both. Okay, so I need to now add this class into toast. So let's edit right here, animate, fade in, down. I save that. Now I'm going to go right here and let's just delete one survey. And look at this. I think that was really nice animation. Okay, and let's create new survey again, test. Let's choose the date, or maybe we don't. Aha, this is, so if we just leave the expire date empty, it's going to take today. Okay, click on save, the survey was created. Okay, perfect. And if I just right click edit here, then it has today. That was the thing I was trying to figure out. Okay, now let's create new survey. And remember when I said that we had different types right here, but we have only implemented text. And I gave you a challenge to implement select and radio and checkbox on your own. So you probably remember that. If you have not implemented that, this is the time where I'm going to implement it. Okay. If you want, pause right now, spend some time. You might need to spend several hours, maybe one day, to implement that functionality, but try it to implement on your own. Okay. This is where you learn most. This is where you learn more than just watching the entire tutorial. You will learn how to struggle and how to make some achievements on your own without any kind of tutorials or things like that. Let's create now a test survey. Test survey. I'm not going to give it description. Let's give it date in the future. I'm going to make it active, and let's define a few types of questions. Okay. Let's give it, this is text type of question. I'm going to add one more. That's going to be select. I'm going to add one more. That's going to be radio. And let's save it. And if I click edit right now, I have all three questions, but the types actually, why do I have, by the way, 4 questions? Did I say 4? Not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's hit save again and click edit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I don't like bugs. I'm going to figure this out. Did I mistakenly clicked 1, 2, 3? Well, we need to give it like question 1, question 2, and question 3. Let's hit save and click edit. 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe I clicked one extra button, and for that I simply saw there 4 questions. But let's start implementing the select or drop down, because they are going to be very, very similar. Okay, so the first one is text. The second one, I'm going to switch this into select. And when this is select, we are going to display right here options. Now let's open SurveyQuestion or question editor. Where is question editor? I think that's the place. And now let's have a look. So this is the question editor. We have description, we have the question type. Okay, here's the question type. And whenever the question type is select or radio, we have to display some kind of options. So let's create a div right here. And I'm going to display this div only if the question type, model.type, if that equals select. Okay, and I'm going to also print model.type right here. Okay, let's format the code and have a look. Here is select, here is text. So this is the type, here is text as well. If this is select, now I'm going to display an input fields, which will be options, as I mentioned. So right here, let's create just a one option with an extra button to add more options. So I'm going to display, well, let's display the entire model. We need to have possibility to add as many options as user wants. Okay, so we have to json.stringify this, and let's see, this is entire question, and inside data, which is by the way an array, we can have options. Okay, first I'm going to move this below description. I think that's going to be more logical. And then we have this model.data, which, let's have a look. So which is an array. I'm going to assume that this will be an object, and I'm going to convert this into an object if it is not. And inside there, we're going to have options. Okay, so now let's define right here an extra div, one div, which will be a wrapper for basically everything. Let's leave this model, by the way. So let's have a div wrapper for everything, and then I'm going to have another div that's going to be for the options. Okay, so and that will have a check. So we're going to check if that particular type of question needs options. So I'm going to create a function which does not exist yet. I'm going to call this should have options. Okay, and if this specific type of question should have options, then I'm going to display that div, which will be basically container for the options. Okay, and let's format everything. So inside the div, I'm going to have a title which will have like an options text right there, and inside let's give it classes like text small and font semi-bold, and let me copy and paste few classes. Okay, so margin bottom, and then I'm going to put a button right there. I'm going to copy and paste the button classes as well. So that's going to be a normal button with type button like this, and that will have the following classes. Okay, and let's give it text add. Okay, now let's create these should have options. So that basically should return true or false. Function should have options, and we're going to return true if the question type is either select or radio or checkbox. If that includes model.type, then this will return true. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and now let's have a look. So all of them are texts. I'm going to change this into select, and now as we see, options appears and the add button is right here as well. Okay, now we can display first option. So whenever we change the type into a question type which should have options, we should also add a single option inside the options array. So let's scroll down below, and whenever this happens, so I should probably create a function on type change, and let's scroll up and create function on type change. We accept an event, then we do what we were doing, basically set model with event target value. Basically everything is as it was before, but inside model dot data, so I'm going to basically change. First of all, I'm going to check what is the type. So the type was changed, and if should have options, basically I'm going to do it like this. If I can call should have options, but the point is that at that moment I just called set model. Okay, and the model type might not be one of these. Okay, will not be one of these. So I'm going to do in a different way, and this should have options will accept a type. Okay, and which by default will be null, and type equals type or model type, and then I'm going to use type right here. So basically should have option will work in the same way as it was working before if I don't give type. Okay, if I don't give type, it takes model.type, but if I give type, it assumes it takes the following type. So in this case, I'm going to call if should have options, but in this case, event target value, which is the new type. Okay, if the new type should have options, then I am going to do the following. Model.data. Model.data should be an object. Basically, I need to put this inside the model. So I should move this down. Okay, I'm going to create a new object, new model. Let's call it like this. And we have the following values inside. And then I'm going to pass new model right here. But inside new model, I'm going to change a few things. New model data will be an object, and we're going to have options right there. Options will be an array, and we are going to have one option, and we're going to have the option will have UUID, which will be UUID. I think we use this UUID v4 somewhere in the survey view. Yes. So I'm going to import that at the very top. UUID v4. Let's scroll down below. v4. So this creates a UUID, and we can have also text right here, which will be an empty string. Okay, so each option has ID and text. Okay, now let's save this and have a look. We have options. This is actually select. Let's reload the page. Let's change this into select. And now look at this. Options data is now object, and it has options. And now let's start iterating our options. Okay, let's scroll down below. And right here, below this H4, maybe right here. Okay, I'm going to create one div, which, let's put right there text. You don't have options defined. Okay, and let's give it also some Tailwindcss classes like this. And that will be only displayed if model data options length equals 0. Okay, and we're going to have else case if the model data options length is more than 0, and right here we're going to iterate. So we have model data options map. We have each individual option here, and we return a div from here. And let's take also index, and I'm going to output the index +1 first. Let's wrap this inside span, and let's create input, which will be option text basically. Okay, so let's give this value to be option.text, and we need two-way data binding, so we're going to listen to its change as well. On change, we take event, and then I'm going to update the actual option. So this is something we need to take here a little bit later. Let's leave it as it is right now. And I'm going to have also a button, which will be a delete button. So we need a trash icon for that. And we have the trash icon inside survey list item. Here's the trash icon. Let's put this. Make sure that the trash icon is imported at the top. Here it is. Perfect. And the button will probably need some Tailwindcss classes, so I'm going to give it to make it nicer like this. Oops. And I want to have a look. So option is not defined. It should be op.text. Let's delete actually and leave only one question. Select. Okay, so here's the markup basically, but we need to add some CSS classes. So first, this div, we're going to give it flex, items center, and margin bottom 1. The span will have, let's give it W6 fixed width and text small. Let's put also dot right here. For the input, let's give it will need a little bit more classes. So I'm going to copy the classes for the input like this. So we save that. Now let's have a look. Okay, that's more like it. And let's give the button also, let's give it also text red, like 500. And I want to also reduce its width and height. Okay, I think that's better. So we have now options here, and whenever we click this add button, it should create new options. So let's scroll up. Here's the button. Let's listen to its on click. Add option. Okay. Now let's scroll up and create that function. Add option. And we're going to call set modal. Do we need to actually call set modal? Modal data options push. Let's have a look. UUID is UUID v4 and text is an empty string. Okay, now let's actually delete and leave only one and save it. And now I change this into select and click add. Okay, nothing happens. That's because we haven't updated, the DOM was not updated because we didn't call set modal. So I'm going to call set modal and pass the structured modal. Now we have 5 options actually already added. So now I reload the page and change this into select and click add, and it is added. Click add a few more times and we have more options available right here. Okay, I want to type something like option. Okay, typing doesn't really do anything because the value of each option, we don't have two-way data binding, and that's the reason. So the value, where is that? I think this is it. So the value is option text, okay, and it is always option text. Okay, if I just delete this option text, then typing inside the input works fine. So what I want to do is give it a value option text, and I want to listen on input, or maybe on change, and we get event, and we have event target value. So option.text equals event target value. But this will not change the modal. So we have entire modal right here, and if I type something, it really doesn't affect because the modal is not changed. We have to call set modal. So I'm going to create curly braces right here and call set modal and pass entire model. Okay, I should mention that this is not the most efficient way to implement this, because every time we type something in the option, the entire model is rewritten. Okay, so this is not the most efficient way to implement this. And now let's start typing, and as we see, the text now changes. Okay, so yes, this is not the most efficient way to implement, but you should also and always consider the cases, in which cases you are implementing this or that functionality. Okay, so if you are going to have like thousands of such type of inputs, and they are frequently changed, and every time they are changed, you call set model and you rewrite the entire large object, it might just degrade your browser performance. Okay, but if you don't have that many HTML elements, then this is okay. Okay, there definitely exist better solutions, but better solutions generally are slightly more advanced and require much more time. And yeah, I'm gonna leave this as it is right now. Okay, so whenever we type something, so it changes, it updates the model, and we just like this, we have the always up-to-date model. So option 2, by the way, deleting doesn't work, and whenever I hit the delete, it actually triggered the update of the form, because this needs to have type of button, like this. Okay, let's go again inside, change the type and select. We have only one option, click add, option 1, option 2. Now click save. Okay, it looked like it worked. Here's what we sent. Here's what we received. So we received everything as we should have received. However, we do have options right here. However, the type is still text, but we actually received type select. So now let's go and have a look why type is text selected. Because we haven't given right here a value equals model.type. Save that, and now we have select. If I just reload the page, now we have select again. Okay, I can change this into radio, and the options are basically lost. So this is something which you can basically improve. So if I now switch this back into select, I lost my options. Okay, so let's add this small improvement. Let's listen on type change, and right here, so basically this means that we switched to a type which needs options. Okay, but we can also access the previous type. And if the previous type also needed options, let's just don't do anything. Okay, and how we can access the previous type, I think that's going to be model.type. I save that, go in the console. By the way, we have an error. Yeah, we need to specify a prop for the options right here. Let's give it a key to be option.uuid. Now let's go back, save, reload, go in the info. We have two options, change this into radio. And we have debugger, we have model, and model type is still select. However, even target value is now radio. Okay, so let's do like this. If the model type, let's call should have options second time, passing the model type. If the old type should not have options and the new type should have options, then we do this. Okay, else if the old type, else maybe we don't need to do anything. Okay, let's proceed. Let's have a look. So if I change this into radio, I don't do anything, I leave the types. If I switch this into text, the options are hidden, but I guess the model data still contains those options, which is fine. It's not a big deal if we leave an extra data for the inside the question type text. But of course, ideal will be if we just don't do that. And in this case, we need to do an inverse operation. If, let's copy this part, paste here, and if the old type should have options, but the new type should not have options, we can set the new model data equals an empty object. So we reset everything. But the bad thing about this is that we're going to lose something when we switch back to the select. So now we have two options. We're in the select. I go in the text, and that everything is done correctly, and the option, the data is basically lost. But if I switch back into select, then I don't have those options. Okay. So we can even preserve that data, and whenever we switch back into select, we can have it. If I just comment out this line and don't do it, then it's going to work. Switch into text, proceed, then I switch back into select, and no, I still don't have it because I rewrite it here. Okay, I can check if the data is available, or if inside data options is available. I can leave that. So I can put an extra if statement if new model, not new model, but model dot data dot options, if that exists, then I don't do anything. But if that does not exist, then I do this. Okay, so we have different variations to do, and let's type option 1, then I switch into text, then I switch into select, and I still have option 1. Okay, so we have basically, as soon as you understand what you are doing and you just don't blindly copy and paste the codes from tutorial or from me, from the screen, what you're looking right now, you basically have like many options what you can do right here. Okay, so I think this is what I'm going to leave right now. Let me remove it. I'm okay to leave the options whenever the question type is text. So that's a small extra data in the database, but then when I switch back into select or radio, I have those options available. And that's really handy. I can reset the data from the backend side. When I switch this into text, I have those options, but whenever I submit, I can remove the data from the database and don't save actually this. So that's also an option. I'm going to remove debugger right here, and let's actually create a few types of questions. Okay, I'm going to create now 3 types of questions. We have select, select question, and this is just a text question. Then I'm going to have a radio question. Let's set this into radio. Option 1. Well, I think I can remove this JSON stringify. Option 1. Let's add a few more options. Option 2. Option 3. This button is very close to the text area description, so this one should probably have margin bottom like 3. Okay, that's better. And we should probably also put maybe a horizontal line between every question. That should probably be done maybe right here. And let's change this into a fragment. Save that. Okay, not bad. So we have text, we have select. Let's give it option 1, option 2. Let's scroll down below. We have radio. Let's add one more question, which will be checkbox. Option 1 and option 2. And let's save it. Let's edit. We have text, we have select, we have radio, and we have checkbox. Okay. And let's add also text area. Text area. Save that. Okay, now we have all 5 types of questions, 5 unique types of questions implemented, and all of them are saved. So now what else do we need to do? Did we implement deleting an option? No, I think we haven't implemented, so this is what we need to do. Come right here, on click, delete option, and we're going to pass an option right here. Let's accept an event. So we do have option somewhere. Here we have it. So let's create now this function. Function delete option. We accept an option. Then inside model data options, I am going to find or maybe filter those options with option if the option.uuid does not equal to the given option UUID. So we filter it like this, and we need to assign this into model data options and then call set model. Okay, let's test this. Click on delete, delete it, delete, delete it, and you don't have any options defined. Pretty nice message here. Let's add a few more options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click on save and click on edit, and we have all options available. Perfect. So we have implemented the saving the survey with its fields. We have implemented adding questions. We have implemented deleting a question, and we can save that and have a look that the question is deleted. We of course have implemented adding options just right now. Option 3. We have different question types, and yeah, I think this is really good. Of course, you can extend this and you can go even farther and create other types of questions like Boolean, which will be a single checkbox, and user can agree or not on certain things in your survey. You can even go farther and create more types of questions, rich text field, and so on. And finally, if you work on this, you're going to have perfect open source project, which you can definitely put in your portfolio, and really you can show to anybody and be proud of it. So I'm going to hit on save, and now I am going to create a few real surveys and then work on the front-end side, from which basically anonymous users, not authorized users, can take the survey and complete that, and then you're going to have a dashboard to have an overview of your existing surveys. Now let's start working on the public page, and for this first I'm going to define a new route in the road. And that road, by the way, should not be part of the default layout, because default layout is only for authorized users. So I'm going to copy that, and outside of this layout, maybe at the very bottom, I'm going to create it. And that will be survey with slug. Okay, we are going to have slug for that URL. Maybe the URL will be survey public slug, and that should not be survey view. that should be survey maybe public view. So inside the views, I'm going to create survey public view.jsx. Let's give it JSX. So RFC, generate the component. Let's have it like this, survey public view. We need to use this survey public view right here. And then let's take this path and go in the survey, maybe go in the survey view. And we have right here a loading indicator. Then we have, what do we have? I'm looking for some kind of header, which I believe we have. We have this probably in the page component. Right. We have it inside page component. So we basically, I want to put a link right here to open that survey in a new tab. And yeah, this is what I want to do. So we have create button, and we have surveys and create new. Let's click edit. Okay, this is just title. But if we go in the surveys, we have it somewhere, surveys here. In the page component, we have these buttons. Okay, this is what I want to do. So I'm going to take these buttons, go in the survey view, and put these buttons right here. Okay, so instead of create new, I should probably have maybe a delete survey button here and public link. So let's create two buttons here. Well, there should be a fragment. Inside a fragment, let's put two buttons. This will be public link, and this is a T button, and it has two, but instead of two, we might need href, and that should be survey public and the slug. Okay, let's change this into like this, and then we will need model.slug. And we shouldn't have a plus circle icon here. Instead, we need something else. But let's modify this button as well. Delete. That should be trash icon. Color should be red. And we should have on click right here. On delete. Okay, we need to define this function on delete. Well, I should probably move this right here up, and maybe we should have it const on delete equals. Okay, now let's see how it looks like. Model is not defined. Okay, model is not defined. What do we have here? If the model is not defined, we have survey. Okay, that's fine. So we have survey. I'm going to use survey here as well. Now we have three links. Well, the design is good, but they are very far from each other. So I should probably change this into div. And the div should have probably class of flex. And probably there should be gap of 1. Maybe 2. Okay, perfect. This trash icon is too large. I should change this into 4. And it is not perfectly aligned, so I should probably go in the T button. And in the base classes, I should probably write items, items center. Okay, I think that's better. And this public link basically should have an external link. which I don't remember, like link icon, maybe that's it, not sure. Class name h4 and w4. Yeah, this is also fine. So we have link icon, and maybe let's give it also margin right 2. And when I click on this, it opens survey public view, which is exactly what I expected. So now I'm going to go in the survey public view. And on mounted, I'm going to make request to get the survey by slug. But first, I'm going to take out slug. So const slug equals use params. Okay, then I need use effect, pass an empty array. I'm going to use Axios client get. I'm going to make request survey slash maybe get by slug. This the backend endpoint does not exist yet, but I'm going to create that, and I pass slug right here. Then whenever I assume that I already have the response, I take out data, and I need to create a survey state here and set survey use state, and the default will be an empty object. Then I call set survey passing data. Okay, and in template, let me just output JSON stringify survey with undefined and 2. Okay, empty object. We need to implement the backend side. When I reload the page, the request is made, but this returns not found because we don't have backend ready yet. So now let's go and open api.php, and let's create now a get on survey get by ID. That should be SurveyController get by ID. Open the SurveyController. Let's scroll at the very bottom. By the way, this is only allowed for authorized users, but it should not be allowed only for authorized users. So I'm going to move this out. But I'm going to go in the SurveyController, and at the very bottom, let's create this function. Get by ID, we accept request. Well, first of all, I mistakenly called this get by ID. That should be get by slug. And then here we need get by slug. How do I make a request from, yeah, get by slug? This is correct. And then we need to specify right here a slug. That slug can be just slug like this. And then we can select this inside this get by slug, or I can change this into this way, survey : slug. Okay, so this means that I want to take the survey, and that survey will be typecasted. So inside get by slug, let's go in the controller right here. Instead of request, I can get survey like this. And in this case, the framework Laravel, which will try to query survey of the following type by slug. Okay, and we can have survey right here. So I'm going to simply return entire survey so that we can check what is the actual response. So I just reload the page. We have 500 error. get by slug, SurveyController get by slug does not exist. Yep, they should be called get by slug. Reload the page, and we have the entire survey response. Okay, this is perfect. However, we need to check first of all if the survey is active, if the status is 1, and if the expire date has not reached. And then we need to return the survey, but we need to return it with the information of the questions as well. So let me actually delete this. First of all, let's check if the survey status does not exist. We return 404. Then I take the current date and I take the expire date of the survey. And I'm going to check if the current date is in the future of the expire date. So if the expire date basically is past, I'm going to also return 404. Otherwise, I'm going to return the survey resource with the survey, and this will return answers as well. So now if I just reload the page, we see the entire survey basically with the questions and everything. Okay, and now we can iterate over those questions and render them properly. Okay, however, let's go in the survey public view. I'm going to basically close every file now, and I'm going to take data.data and assign this into survey. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. And now let's work inside the template right here. Okay, let's define loading indicator as well. Loading and set loading. Let's set this into false. Then right here, let's define one div, which will be for just loading. So if loading is true, then we display the following div. And that div will have loading text right there with flex, display flex, and justify center. Okay. Next, I'm going to have second div, which will be the main div, and that will be displayed if the loading is actually false. Oops, like this. And inside there, we need to display the overall information about the survey. Okay, so let's just display the h1 tag for the survey.title. Let's create a paragraph for survey.description. We can also display the expire date of the survey. Let's create another paragraph, maybe this in between h1 and the description. Another paragraph that's going to be survey.expire date. And maybe we also need to display the image for the survey. Okay, so let's create another div. Inside there, we're going to have an image, and we're going to have survey.image_URL. Okay, this is the survey overview. Let's wrap this in a div, and that div might need some classes, but let's leave it as it is for now. And then down below, we need to start iterating over our questions. So let's create one div, and then we need to let's start iterating our questions, but for each question we need to create a question viewer component, something like this. Okay, so let's take survey data options, SurveyQuestions map, and we have question here. Then we need to render some kind of component. I'm going to create new component. That component will be survey, like a public question view.jsx. Let's generate boilerplate code. And let's use this public question view that should accept right here question and what? It might also need an index. So let's accept both here, and we're going to pass a key which will be question.uuid. We're going to pass question, and we're going to pass index. Okay, let's accept an index here. Okay, now let's have a look. We have the image, which is huge. We have title. We have expire date. We don't have description for that survey. So basically we have the markup, but we need to apply some styles to that. Well, I'm going to make this div display grid, and grid calls 6 maybe. And this one will have like, let's give it a margin right, and let's wrap the following elements into a div, and let's give this div call span 5. Okay, I want the image and the overall information to be next to each other, like this maybe, but let's give more classes. Like the h1 needs to have text like a 3xl and margin bottom 3, and the expire date as well as the description will need to have probably text gray like 500 and text small. Let's take those classes for description as well. So we save that. Okay, here's the expire date. We can write even expire date like so, and then we have the description. By the way, let's give it some description. I'm going to generate lorem ipsum code. Take this and paste it in the description. Click on save. Come here and refresh. Okay, something is wrong. Cannot read properties of undefined reading map. What happened? Okay, I think I know what happened. So before the response is received, we try to iterate over SurveyQuestions, but the SurveyQuestions is undefined, and we haven't implemented this loading yet. So if we implement loading, then we won't have this problem, because whenever the loading is false, no, we might still have that problem, but let's still implement loading. Set loading equals true, and then we call set loading equals false, and inside catch as well we need to set loading equals false. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't fix the problem, because even before the request is made, the loading is false and the code execution comes right here, and then we have a problem. So we need to specify questions to be an empty array right here. Okay, and if I just reload the page, now we don't have the error. Let's specify a margin bottom 3 here and here as well. Okay, the design might not be like a excellent one, but that's not a big deal at the moment. Well, I'm going to wrap everything inside a form, because finally we're going to submit that form. Okay, so, and let's give this form a container class and maybe margin x auto, so that we have this form in the center. Okay, and now we have 4 questions, and I think now it's time to implement each individual question. Now let's continue working on public question view JSX component. And right here, I'm going to also accept answers changed prop, which will be a function. And from this component, we're going to call this function whenever a specific answer is changed for some question. Now inside the template, I'm going to create fragment, and inside the fragment, we're going to have a field set, and I'm going to put HR as well, like a separator horizontal line between multiple components, between multiple questions. Okay, inside the field set, we're going to have div and legend with some Tailwindcss classes, base classes. And we're going to display the question index and the question text, and we're going to have also question description. And down below, we're going to have additional wrapper div element, and inside there, we're going to have different question types. Okay, we have 5 question types, and we're going to render each of them separately with its own area. Like we're going to handle the select, we're going to handle radio, we're going to handle checkbox, text, and text area. If you want to extend this project and go a step farther, you can just easily add a new if statement right here. If the question type equals something, then you can render your own markup right there and your own functionality. Okay, you can even go a step farther and create independent components, React components for each question type, like question type select or question type radio, and then you can render that independent components right here. Okay, just giving you an idea how you can extend this project and go a step farther. Okay, now let's start with the question type, and right here I'm going to have a div and select. So I'm not going to type all the Tailwindcss classes. It's pretty obvious what I'm doing right here. Next, we need onChange event handler on this select. So whenever user chooses some type of answer from the select, we need to do something. We need to save this somewhere, okay? And this is the case we're going to call answer changed, and that answer changed is a prop given to this component, okay? It's a function actually. And then we're passing the event target value, which is the answer which was just selected. Okay, let's go a step farther, and we need to render the options inside the select. The first option will be please select, like a placeholder of the select, and we're going to iterate over question data options. And then we're going to map each option into an option HTML element with the key and value, and the text will be also the value. Okay. And I think that's it for this select, and let's go down below, and now let's implement radio. So right here, we're gonna just start iterating over our question data options, and we're gonna map each option into an input type radio. So we're gonna have a wrapper div element with the key and some classes, and inside there, we're gonna have input type radio. Okay, this will have also ID option UID. So each option has its own unique UID, and I'm assigning right here ID because I'm going to create down below a label, and that label will have 4 on this input with this ID, so that whenever user clicks on the label, it's gonna select this input type radio. Okay, we're gonna have name right here as well, and that name needs to be the same for every option, because you should only be able to select one option from the radio list. Okay, now down below, we're gonna have a value. We're gonna assign what should be the actual value for this particular radio button. Okay, and down below, we need to listen to the change, and whenever change happens, then we need to again call the answer changed with the selected answer. Down below, we're going to have like a label tag, which will have 4, as I mentioned, with the option UID, some Tailwindcss classes, and the option text. Okay, let's go on the next question type. This is a checkbox. Again, we're going to iterate over like a question data options. Then we're going to have wrapper. Inside there, we're going to have input type checkbox. We'll listen to change, and in this case, we need to call checkbox changed, because checkbox is at the moment the only type of question which has multiple answers. Okay, and we need to handle checkbox slightly differently. We don't have this on checkbox changed yet, but we're going to create that soon, and I'm going to declare this at the top. Now, oops, I did something wrong. Okay, now let's create a label right here, which will have 4 with the option UID and text. And I think that's it for the question type checkbox. Okay, the next question will be text, and that's pretty straightforward. We're going to have input type text. We listen to change and call answer changed. And we're going to have text area. It's also very similar to text. We're going to have text area tag with onChange event handler, and we call answer changed. I think we don't do anything right here in terms of template, but we need to handle the case when we have a checkbox. So we need to create that onCheckbox change. Okay, how we're going to do that? Inside the React component, I'm going to declare a variable called selected options, and that will contain all the selected options from the checkbox type of question. Okay, I'm going to also declare onCheckbox change function, which accepts an option and event. Okay, and then I'm going to check if the event target is checked. So if the checkbox was checked, then inside the selected options, I am adding the option UID. However, if the checked is false, then I'm removing the this particular given this option from the selected options. Okay, so this is actually what I'm doing right here. Okay, I think so far is so good. And finally, we're gonna call the answer changed with the selected options. And just like this, the parent component will know whenever the question is changed, whenever a user answered something like marked the checkbox or selected the radio or choose something from the dropdown, parent component will know all that. Okay, and I think that's it right here. So I'm going to go now in the survey public view, and right here we're going to make some changes. Okay, so first we need to listen to the answer changed because we're triggering this answer changed many times from the public question view. Next, at the top, I'm going to declare an answers object. Okay, it's a standard object, it's not a state, so we're gonna gather all the answers right here inside the object. Next, we are going to create a function answer changed, inside which we accept the question and the value. And then inside the answers object, we put the question UID corresponds to the given value. Okay, and just like this, finally, the answers object will contain the question ID, question UID will be the key, and the value will be all the values, not all the values, but the value of that particular question. Okay, and I will also want to have a look what's the actual question and value, so I'm logging this right now at the moment. Okay, and then right here, we're going to create a submit button because we don't have this button at the moment in this survey public view. That's a standard button with type submit and a lot of Tailwindcss classes. Okay, and at the top, we're going to also listen to the submit of the form, and we call onSubmit function, which does not exist yet. And let's define this onSubmit function, which accepts an event. We're going to call prevent default, and finally, I'm going to log the answers, all the answers what we have gathered. Now, let's have a look in the browser. What is the result? Okay, the result looks promising. We don't have any errors. Do we have? Oh, we have probably. Let's reload the page. Okay, we have one error that comes from the class name. And yeah, so basically, right here in this public question view, I think in many places I'm just using classes. Okay, so I have this markup HTML basically, and I prepared this React component from this markup HTML, and I simply didn't rename the class into class name. So we can do this right now easily with find every class and replace with class name. Let's do this. We have like 14 matches. This is the first one. Let's replace one by one because I don't want to replace anything else, which is not actually CSS class. So let's start from here. Replace. Let's follow. Okay. We're almost done. Here we go. Okay. We replaced all, and the next error I think was on HTML4. So we are using 4, but we should be using HTML4. And I think we have another error which probably comes from this survey public view. So I think on the button right here, we are using class again, but we should use class name. So if we just reload the page, we should only see HTML4. Okay, that's another error which we're gonna fix right now, but let's fix this HTML4 at the moment. So I'm gonna go right here, search for 4 equals, replace HTML4 equals 1 and 2. Okay, and one last thing is which we need to fix is this somewhere. This is coming from the public question view. Each child in the list should have a unique key. So somewhere we have a loop, but we don't have key. So here we have key. For the checkbox we have key. For right here we also have key. Here we also have key. Where do we have missing key? Here we also have key. Okay, so let's search for if we are using map somewhere without key. We have it here. We have it here. So it looks like we are using this basically everywhere, and I'm not sure where this error is coming from. But if the error is there, I'm sure that I'm missing something, and we have to find this out. Okay, so now let's debug our problem. Okay, before we jump into this, I want to prevent this error. So such type of errors basically are kind of annoying because it looks like you are doing everything correct, but you are not, because the error is there. So, and these type of problems are excellent problems to improve your debugging skills, because you don't know what to do because it looks like you are doing everything correctly, but now like there's an error and you don't know what to do. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and using binary search algorithm, which is one of the most amazing algorithms, simplest and amazing algorithm. I'm going to reduce my problem search area. So basically I'm going to remove these 3 questions. Okay, leave only select and radio. I'm going to just remove these. Okay, now if I reload the page, okay, I still have this error. So now I'm going to remove both of them again. Now let's have a look. I still have this error. Okay, so the problem is somewhere else. Okay, where is this problem? Okay, each child in the list should have a unique key prop. Okay, something strange going on because we don't have any loop right here. If we just remove everything from here, do we still have this problem? We still have this problem. Okay, we have empty component, but the problem is still there. Survey public view. Okay, the problem is coming from this component. Okay, it's obvious, not from this component. So I'm going to undo everything right here. Oops, HTML4, and let's come and let's now search for dot map. Okay, we have key right here. Okay, this is the only place we are using map. We are iterating inside our array, and we are using key right here. But does the question has UUID or ID? That is, I think, that is it. Let's change this ID because I think for the question we have IDs, not UIDs. Let's just reload the page. Okay, again we have 4 and it asks if we mean HTML4. Let's search because I undo too much. HTML4, just like this. Now let's reload the page and here it is. Okay, so just like this, it was a small kind of annoying problem, but we found where the actual problem was. And the actual problem was right here because I was using like a UUID which was undefined, and we were giving the same key for the public question view component, and that's why React was complaining. Okay, you have to find your problems, you have to improve your debugging skills. Okay, so far so good. Now let's choose, let's go in the info because I want to see logs right here, and I'm going to choose now option 2 right here, and here we have. So this is the question and this is the actual chosen value. Okay, if I replace and change something else, we have the different option. Then I'm going to choose right here option 1 again, or option 2. We see every time it is printed. Let's clear up the log. Now I'm going to choose 1, 2, and 4. Okay, and as you see, we have a list of UIDs, and those are list of options what we have just selected. Okay, and finally, I'm going to type something like lorem ipsum, and as we see, we get this triggered as well. And finally, if I click submit, we have one undefined, which is not what we expected. Okay, so let's have a look. So I'm going to check another option, and the question has ID right here. Okay, this is an actual question, and we have selected options right here. Now if we go in the survey public view and find the place, again right here I'm using UUID, that should be ID. So just like this, we should now fix all the problems. I'm going to select now option 1, option 2 right here, 3, 4, and 5, and some lorem ipsum text. Now let's click submit, and now we have on question 13 we have option 1, on question 14 we have option 2, on question 15 we have the following options selected, on question 16 we have lorem ipsum. I think at the moment we have only 4 questions, and this looks exactly what we expect. Okay, we have prepared all the data which we just need to send to the backend and save that information on the server side. Now let's open SurveyController, and right here at the maybe at the very bottom of the SurveyController, I'm going to create a new method which will be to store the answer, and I'm going to call this method like store answer, maybe store answer. And right here we're going to accept some kind of request, and we are going to, I'm going to create basically a separate class for this request. So let me make this like an empty function, and I'm going to accept create my own request class for this, and we're going to also accept right here a survey on which we are making the submission. Okay, so now let me bring up the terminal. I'm gonna create new terminal right here, and I'm gonna generate the request class. PHP artisan make request. That's gonna be store survey answer request. Okay, and let's hit the enter. Okay, that was generated. Now right here I'm going to accept store survey request, no, store survey answer request. This is what I want. It's going to be request variable, and we're going to also have a survey right here as a survey. Okay, so I have all the parameters of this store answer method, and now let's create the actual method. First of all, let's get all the validated data from the request class. Next, we're going to create survey answer, and the survey answer has survey ID, start date, and end date. Okay, at the moment we're making it simple, and let's say that we are saving the start date and end date to be the same, but the actual database gives us possibility to modify the code so that you give possibility to the user to start the survey today but complete it tomorrow. And for kind of analytics tracking, or to make this project a little bit more complex and interesting, you can also implement that functionality, like save the user information somewhere in a temporary storage, like based on some kind of identifier of the user, maybe in the cookie, but also register in the database that the survey answer was started, like user started answering that survey. And whenever user clicks the submit button and finish that survey, then you can set the end date. Okay, so you can have like a difference between the end date and start date and have kind of analytics that the user needs on average like 15 minutes to complete that survey. Okay, that kind of information is basically really useful, and you can again go a step farther and create that kind of functionality because like you need to put all your own twist on every project, and that helps you a lot to put your portfolio, put your project in a portfolio and make it unique. Okay, let's continue. I'm gonna stop talking right now, and right here we're gonna just iterate. Actually, I cannot stop talking right now. Anyway, so we're gonna iterate over validated answers, and we know that the answers is an object and it has key question ID, and actual answer is the value. So, and then we get the question ID, we get the given survey ID, and we actually select the question. So this is a kind of a small security mechanism that we need to make sure that the question exists, okay? And if the question does not exist, we return invalid question ID. If we get some random number right here, then we just throw that it's an invalid question. Okay, now let's continue, and the data, we're going to prepare the data to save in the database. The data will have like survey question ID, it will have survey answer ID, which is the answer we just created right here, and it will have the answer, which will be JSON. Okay, if the answer is an array, we just JSON encode that, otherwise we just provide the answer. And yeah, for some reason, if you get the answer already encoded as JSON string, then isArray will return false and the string will be saved as a string. Okay, and finally we call survey question answer create. We pass the data. This returns the question answer, which we can return to the client, but we actually I think don't care is this right here. And finally we just return an empty response that with status code 201, which means that the record was created, but we don't have any answer to return. Everything was successfully completed. Okay, and after this code, we need to import two classes. This is the survey question answer and survey answer. So at the very top of the class, let's import the survey question answer and survey answer. Okay, and just like this, we have our action ready. Now let's go in the store survey question answer and implement that. So first we're going to change this authorized into true. Let's scroll down below, and right here we need to define rules. Actually, the only rule we need right here is answers, which should be required, and it must be array. Okay, we don't need anything else right here. Next is to open api.php, the routes file, and probably down below I'm going to create one post route post that's going to go on survey slash we are going to pass right here the survey. Okay, we can pass this as an ID or as a slug as we want, but I'm going to leave this as an ID at the moment. So survey, and then we have like an answer, okay, here. And then we need to specify the controller, survey controller class, and store answer. Okay, so we have the route ready, we have the controller ready, we have the request class ready. I think right now we can make request from the React and see if the response will be saved in the database. Inside onSubmit function, let's use Axios client and make post request. The URL will be survey slash, we're going to specify right here the survey ID. Let me change this into backticks, and I'm going to use the survey, which is basically inside the state. So survey.id answer. And we're going to provide right here the whole answers, and we might also need to provide the survey ID, but we have survey ID right here. Okay, so we just provide right here answers, but we need to provide this as an object, answers, like this. Okay, let's now listen to, then we have the entire response. Let's actually destructure the response and take out data from there, but we actually don't even hear the data. We hear only the status code. So let's take the entire response, and I'm going to put debugger right here to see what we get. Okay, and what else? So whenever the survey is completed and we get the successful response, we also need to show user like thank you message. Thank you for participating in the survey or something like this. So I'm going to create another state that will be survey finished, maybe survey finished, and set survey finished. Use state by default will be false. Okay, and then right here I'm going to call set survey finished. Why do I have this I in uppercase? Let's rename and refactor this. Survey finished, I'm going to give it true. Okay, and down below, let's identify the place. So here we have the form, and maybe inside the form, maybe down below, right here, maybe before we render the questions, okay, and even before the submit button, maybe we are going to show thank you message. So basically, let's create now survey finished. If the survey is finished, then let's render the following markup. Oops. Okay, so that should have some Tailwindcss classes. Like, let's give it padding y, padding x. Let's give it PG emerald, maybe 500. Let's give it also text white, and let's give it also fixed width, like 600 pixel maybe, square brackets, and let's put this in the center, mx auto. Okay, inside there, let's just put a message. Thank you for participating in the survey. That's it. However, if the survey is not finished, we are going to render the rest of the HTML. So let's put curly braces, if not survey finished. Oops. Then let's this we will need, I think, fragment right here. Okay, let's put this. Oops, I'm mixing something. We have this template, and inside the fragment we just put the old markup, and now we have this div of the questions and the button. So now I save this, and now let's have a look. Now let's test this. So let's just reload the page. We don't have any errors. Okay, I'm going to select option 1, option 2, 2, 3, and test. Let's go in the network, click submit. Okay, the request was made. We have an error. Survey ID needs to be added inside the fillable property of the survey answer. Okay, I think the error is very, very obvious. We need to open survey answer, and we need to add protected fillable right here, and add survey underscore ID. Now let's retry. Another error, column not found, updated it in survey answers. Yeah, we need to disable updated at column on the survey answers. Const, I think it is a const updated at equals false. I believe it is like this, as I remember. Oh, but we can have a look. Too few arguments to function. Okay, I think this is this particular problem. Okay, so we need to I don't remember what's the actual name of this column. Like PHP basically gives me very good auto completion about this. Updated at column, maybe? No. Okay, let's find this out. Laravel disable updated at on model. We need to set this to null. Why I set this false, you know? Okay, we need to set this to null. Now I'm going to click submit, and we have the same problem, but now on created. So it looks like we don't have created it on the survey as well. So created it. Reload. Why did I reload? Not sure. Click submit. We have another error. Survey question ID needs to be added in the survey question answer. So let's open survey question. Survey, where's survey question answer? Question answer. And let's add protected viewable survey question ID. Click submit again. And another error. Survey answer ID needs to have a default. Okay, what's that? Survey answer ID doesn't have a default value inserted into survey questions. Survey answer ID. Okay. But we provide the survey answer ID, I think. So if we go in the controller, we have the survey answer and provide survey answer ID here, don't we? I think the survey answer ID needs to be added also in the fillable, and the answer also needs to be added in the fillable of this model. Okay, so we add survey answer ID and answers. Now let's save this. And by the way, we have the start date and end date in the survey answer, and I think we need to add them here as well. Now let's click submit again. We have another error. I don't know how many errors we have. Field answer doesn't have a default value. I think I added answers, but it is an answer. So right here we need answer. Click submit 1,000 times, and we have successful response. Status 201, which means that something good happened. And now let's check inside database, phpMyAdmin. Let's, by the way, proceed, and we have this message as well. Huge padding. Laravel, React. I think this is the database we are using. And in the survey answers, we actually have multiple answers because, yeah, while we made multiple requests, a few of them were successful. And we have, I think this is the latest one with ID 4. And if we go in the survey question answers, here we have the survey answer ID 4. And for the fourth question, those are the answers. Like for the question 13, we answered option 1. For the question 14, we answered option 2. For the question 15, we answered the following UIDs. By the way, these probably should not be even UIDs. This should probably be an actual option text, because we are always saving options as text right here, and we have test here. Okay, why don't we just save this as a normal text and we have dates. Now let's go in the React and change this. I'm going to open SurveyQuestion view, and on checkbox change we have the option, and let's use option text like this. Okay, now if I reload the page and choose some options and click now submit, we get successful response. And if I just reload the page, we have 2, 3, and 4 as options, as text options. Okay, this looks exactly what how we wanted. I mean, the design is something which needs to be some rework, and I appreciate if any of you love making changes in design of someone else's code, and you can have a look at my code in the GitHub repository and make changes in this code. But yeah, my main goal is to focus on the implementation and functionality from front to back. Design is secondary for me, but we still have something. Okay, so this is amazing. Now let's start working on the dashboard. We're going to implement dashboard, and we're going to implement a couple of cards on the dashboard. We're going to show total number of surveys to the user has. We're going to show the information about the latest survey. We're going to show also total number of answers the user got, and we're going to show latest 5 answers user received on every survey user created. Okay, and let's start implementation from the backend, and I'm going to create dashboard controller in Laravel. Let's actually create new terminal. Let's open new terminal, and I'm going to run php artisan make controller dashboard controller and hit the enter. The dashboard controller was created. Now let's open dashboard controller. Okay, we're going to implement a couple of methods right here. I'm going to also create 2 additional resources. One will be survey answer resource. So let's execute php artisan make resource survey answer resource. Hit the enter. And second resource I want to create will be survey resource for the dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to return the survey information on the dashboard, for example, for the latest survey. So let's call this resource survey resource dashboard. Let's hit the enter. Okay, resources have been created. Now let's implement this index method. So at the moment we need only one method, which will return all the information which the dashboard might need, but you can even split these data into multiple different methods, and you can call multiple requests from the React and fetch one information at a time. Okay, in this case you can also create different small loading indicators for each the data you receive. Okay, I will explain later better what I mean. But now let's start implementing the index method. So right here we need to accept request, and then we need to return some kind of array from this method, and that associative array will contain all the data we need on the dashboard. Then I'm going to get the user information from the request, because we need to fetch the information for the currently authorized user. Okay. Next, we're going to get the total number of surveys by executing the query survey query, where the user ID corresponds to the currently authorized user ID. And then finally, we call count, which will return the total number of surveys the user has ever created. Next is the latest survey. So we get survey query where the user ID. This is basically like a base query for everything, almost everything we're going to return from here. The filtering by user ID, that's crucial right here. We're going to make sure that we only show user the information he actually created, or she. Okay, then we're going to call latest by created at. So we're going to get the latest created at and the first. So this will return the latest survey. Next is to get the total number of answers. In this case, we start query from the survey answer. Then we join this into surveys by the survey ID. And then we add again like the where clause where we check the survey's user ID must be the currently authorized user ID. And finally, we call count. So this will return total number of answers all my surveys has ever received. Okay, and the final is to get the latest 5 answers. So in this case, we start again survey answer, then we join this into surveys. We add this where clause, which is the identical what we did so far here. And then we add the order by end date. The end date now is the end date of the survey answer. So we need to get the latest 5 answer. So we add end date right here. Then we limit this into 5. And finally, we're going to return the instances of the survey answer. So we just return everything from this survey answer. Okay, so we have all the data we need. Now let's return this from this function. We're going to return total surveys, which is the total variable. We're going to return the latest survey. However, the latest survey might be even null if you logged in to your dashboard the very first time. If you have not created anything, latest survey will be null. So we're going to check right here if the latest survey exists. Then we return survey resource dashboard, which we just created, and the latest variable is passed into the resource. Okay, so this is the resource. This is the resource we're going to return from here if the latest exists. Otherwise, we simply return null. Then we return total answers, and finally we return the latest answers, which is a collection of the survey answer resource. Okay, so we have our action ready, and what we need to do is to import the necessary classes right here. So at the top, I'm going to import those classes. Okay, so far so good. Now let's open those resources like survey dashboard resource, and let's implement this. Let's open, by the way, survey answer resource as well. Here it is, and we need to implement actually both. Now let's start implementation with the survey resource for dashboard. And first I'm going to remove this parent2 array, and we're going to return new empty array from here. And here we need to return the following properties. We need to return ID, image URL. However, we need to check if the image exists on the survey. We're going to return the URL of that image. Otherwise, we simply return null. Okay, we return title, we return slug. We're going to return the status as well, and we're going to return the created at but formatted in the following format from here. We will need expired date, and we're going to return the list of, not the list, but the number of questions for that specific survey. Okay, and finally, we're going to return number of answers for that specific survey. And I think that's it right here. We are going to import that URL, which is facade. So we're going to write use at the very top right here. Okay, and our survey resource for dashboard is actually ready. So next we're going to go in the survey answer resource, and we are going to again remove this and return an array. We're going to return ID, we're going to return the survey. We pass this survey into survey resource, but whenever you do this, make sure that the survey answer has a relationship to the survey. Okay, this is something we need to do if we haven't done before. Okay, the end date right here, and I think that's it. Now let's open survey answer model, and right here we need to add belongs to. Okay, make sure you have belongs to method added right here, which has a reference to the survey. Without this belongs to, basically you won't be able to get this survey inside the survey answer resource. Okay, and you can also do like vice versa. We need to go in the survey PHP, and we need to add right here answers, relation to answers with has many, because we are using answers in the survey resource dashboard, I guess right here. Okay, so you make sure add this method answers right here in this survey PHP and survey answer resource. And inside the survey answer, you need to add belongs to. Let's import this survey right here. Okay, the survey, make sure that the survey is actually either imported, or I think we don't even need to import it because survey and the survey answer are in the same namespace, so no need to import anything. Okay, so we have the dashboard controller ready. We have the resources ready. we modified the survey PHP and survey answers PHP models to have the proper relationship to each other. And I think the only thing which is remained on the backend side is to open api.php, and right here we are going to add get request to the dashboard. So let's create route. We're going to make get request on /dashboard. We are going to use dashboard controller for this, and the method will be called index. Okay, make sure the dashboard controller is imported at the very top. Here it is. And just like this, we have the backend ready. Now we need to open a dashboard.jsx, and we are gonna work right here. On the dashboard component, we're gonna show four different types of information. And I'm gonna show them as 4 different cards. Why don't we create a component for the card in the components folder? So I'm gonna call this dashboard card.jsx. Okay, that's the component. Let's generate boilerplate code, and we're going to implement the HTML right here. First, I'm going to accept 2 props. First is the title, and second is the children's. Children will be everything what will be rendered inside this dashboard card. Then I'm going to create a div with the Tailwindcss classes, which will also have animation. And then inside there, I'm going to print the title if that's available. But I'm going to print the title inside the h3 tag with the following Tailwindcss classes. And down below, I'm going to print everything, every children. Okay, now let's go in the dashboard, and right here, we're going to import the dashboard card, and we're going to also import additional few things because we will need them in the template. Okay, I'm going to import useEffect and useState. I'm going to import access client because we're going to make requests to the backend to get the information. I'm going to import the T-button component as well, which is the component we created. I'm going to import icons from Heroicons, and I think that's it. Okay, then I'm going to define states for loading. I'm going to show a loading text until the data is actually loaded. I'm going to define state for the data as well, and then using useEffect, I'm going to listen when the component did the mount, and I'm going to make a request. Okay, but first I'm going to set the loading true, but I think this is also not necessary because by default the loading will be also true. Okay, we're going to make requests to the server. We are going to get the response and set that response. First set the loading state into false, then set the response into data, and we're going to also catch that and just disable the loading. Okay, and just like this, when the request is made and we have successful response, the loading indicator will be stopped and we will have the data collected. Okay, now let's focus on the component. So we're going to have right here the title dashboard, and inside there we're going to check if the loading is true. We're going to show the following text loading. If the loading is false, we're going to render the container which has display grid for cards. Okay, and right here we're going to have 4 different dashboard card components. Total surveys, we're going to have total answers, we're going to have latest survey and latest answers. Okay, and let's focus on one card at a time. So now here we're going to show just the total surveys, which is the total surveys property of the response, which is returned from the backend. Okay, data right here will be the actual data returned on the API endpoint. And again, if we open dashboard controller, we see that we return the following associative array, and total surveys will be that. Okay, let's scroll down below, and next we're going to implement the total answers, which will be very similar. We're going to get the data.total_answers. Down below, it's a little bit more interesting now. We're going to show the information about the latest survey. Okay, so we're going to check if the latest survey exists. Again, it might not exist, and if it does not exist, we're going to show some kind of different text that you don't have any surveys created or something like this. But if it exists, we are going to show an image of this latest survey. We are going to show title of that. We're going to show the date when that survey was created. Also, the expire date when the survey expires. We're going to show the status of the survey, whether it's an active or draft. And we're going to show the questions, how many questions that survey has, and answers, how many answers the survey received so far. I think that's a very good and overall information about the latest survey. Now, down below, we're gonna also add like 2 buttons. One will be to edit that survey, and there's gonna be the T button, which we created with the Tailwindcss icon, hero icon, and that links to the survey page. And second will be to view answers. Okay, this I added just for the demonstration purposes, but it's not going to be implemented. This is something I leave to you as a challenge to implement a different page for the surveys. Okay, and now at the very bottom, like before or after we check the latest survey, if that exists, we return that information. Otherwise, we're going to show some text that you don't have surveys yet. Now let's focus on another card, which is the latest answers. So right here we check if the latest answers length, if that exists, we're going to create the container with the text left class, and we are going to iterate over our latest answers and create components. Okay, we're going to have right here, I'm going to use a element at the moment, but again, like this is something which probably should be implemented in the future. So whenever you click answer, to be able to see what answers the user actually took when passing the survey. Okay, so we're going to display the survey title, on which survey the answer was made, the date when the answer was made, and I think that's it. Okay, we just display that information right here. And down below, we're going to check if the data latest answers length does not exist. We are going to show you don't have answers yet. Okay. And just like this, we have implemented the dashboard component with the template and basically everything what we need. I think it's time to check that in the browser. So let's open the browser and let's have a look. Okay, we have information, can read properties define reading length. If we just reload the page, we get this error that comes from the dashboard. And let's check. First of all, let's check what's the actual response coming in network. So I'm going to inspect that and go in the network, reload the page, and we see some kind of problem. And the problem is the course problem. Okay, the request was not successfully made. We probably have some error. We're going to open the terminal and let's have a look. Okay, PHP Artisan server is running on port 8000. Okay, let's zoom out slightly. We don't see any information, which indicates me that we have some kind of error. Okay, we need to have a look what's the error in the logs file. So let's go probably in the, let's collapse everything. Let's go in the storage, logs, Laravel log. And let's scroll at the very bottom and see what errors do we have. I'm going to start from the first line. What's that? Okay. Parse error. Do we have some kind of syntax error? I'm going to clean up everything from the Laravel log and just reload the page. Okay, so we have some kind of syntax error as it looks like. Okay, probably I missed something like a semicolon or something. Let's have a look. Let's open the survey resource dashboard. Not this one. Do we imported the survey resource dashboard? I think we have imported that. Okay, here it is. Semicolon is missing right here, and that's why we have this error. Let's save this, and now let's reload this. Okay, we have probably this error on second resource as well, survey answer resource. Here it is. Okay, by the way, VS Code doesn't give you like it's basically puts a red underline right here, but the error is not very clear. Like I would like to have like much larger red error that we have something missing. But anyway, so we're gonna put semicolon right here, reload the page. Okay, we still have some error. Now let's have a look in the Laravel log again. We need to debug our problem. I'm gonna clear up everything from the logs, reload the page again, and we have syntax error again. And that error comes from Where? API. Okay, it comes from api.php. Okay, again, semicolon is missing here. I save that, reload the page. Now we have 500. This is not course error, which means that we have something wrong in the logic. So let's clear up again everything and just reload the page and have a look. Belongs to, must be compatible. Okay. The problem is if we go in the survey, in the survey answer, basically, right here it should not be belongs to, there should be answers. That's bullshit. Belongs to was like silly. Okay, reload the page. One additional error can read properties of null, reading title. Okay, it looks like we got some kind of answer from here. Okay, latest answers, but each survey basically doesn't exist for each answer. Okay, but it should exist. Now, what's the problem? In the survey answer, that should be survey. My mistake. Another stupid mistake by me. Okay, reload the page and we have something promising. Okay, let's have a look. So total surveys is 1. Total answers is 5. The latest survey is this, and we have the date, expired date, what's the status, how many questions that survey has, what's the total answers made on that survey. We can click on the edit survey, which opens the survey edit page. We have all the questions right here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and add one additional question right here. Test. Let it be text, no matter. I'm going to save this. We have this notification. We went to the list. Let's go on the dashboard. And right here, we have now 5 questions on the survey. Okay. If we click edit survey, then click public link, we can pass that survey. I'm going to choose a couple of options right here. I'm going to type test and test right here. Click on submit. We got successful response. Not very nice, but it's successful response still. I'm going to go in the dashboard, reload the page. Now we have total answers equals 6. Okay. And at the very bottom, we have the latest answers made on that survey. Okay. So this answer, by the way, is not the quite accurate data because we were testing. This is the very first answer probably we made on that survey. Maybe not the very first, but one of the first survey answers we made on this until before we had the full implementation on the saving the answers. Okay. And yeah, just like this, we have implemented the dashboard, which in my opinion looks not bad. Okay. And I think right now is the perfect time to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel if you are not yet, and if you enjoy this video so far. This is how our dashboard looks like. There are a few things we need to change in the dashboard to make this looking a little bit better. So in fact, if you open our dashboard JSX, we have the dashboard cards right here, which accepts the class name. But these class names are props of the dashboard card component. These class names are not an actual HTML class names. That's why if you actually inspect any cards right here, you won't see these class names added to those cards. Okay. And that happens because simply they are not assigned. They are not given. So to make this working, we need to go in the dashboard card and create another prop right here, class name. Let's take this prop. Let's make it by default to be an empty string. So let's take this prop and I'm going to change the classes, how they are given like this. And let's concatenate this with the class name. So basically I'm accepting a prop class name, and I think we need curly braces here. So I'm accepting a prop class name. I'm taking that and concatenating it with existing class names. Any classes which were given from the dashboard will be additional classes to an existing classes. Okay, I think this looks fine. Now let's open dashboard and have a look. Okay, now a few things have been changed. So we see the latest survey on the left side. We see total surveys and total answers right here, and we have latest answers. I think this looks a little bit better. Okay, remember if we undo my changes, how this looks like. Okay, here I think I have an error. Okay, here it is. So this is how it looks, and this is how we changed that. I think this is much better. And this is also responsive. So if you just reduce the screen size, it's going to show 2 columns, and then it's going to show 1 column, and you have the overall information you might need. Okay, that's a small addition which was required. Additional small thing is that at the moment all surveys have animation, but they animate all together. Okay, if we go in the dashboard JSX, we see animation delay, which is actually different, which should be different. If it's not different, it should be different for a few of them. Like here on the first card, we have animation delay 0.1 second. Here we have animation delay 0.2 second. Here we have again 0.2 second. And down below we have, I think, fourth card, which is 0.3 second. Okay, this is not actually taken. If we again inspect this card and have a look, so this is the card, here's the card, which does not take style. Okay, so why don't we, let's accept a style right here as well and use that. So I'm going to make this as a empty string, and then right here let's apply style is the received style variable. So I'm going to save this, and do we pass style properly? Let's have a look. So I think we do pass it properly. Now I save this and have a look. We have an error, style property. Okay, so we need to change this from string into an object. So instead of writing this, we're going to make this inside curly braces. Okay, and instead of dash value here, we need camel case version. And right here, we should make this string. Okay, this is valid. Actually, we need to convert this into an object. So we are using curly braces here to indicate that we want to bind the property, and then we're going to wrap this selection into another curly braces, which indicates that this is an object. This is an object. We have a lot of red indications here. We have some kind of error at the moment, which is not a big deal. We can actually fix that. So let's collapse this card. I think it's not collapsed because there are a lot of errors. So basically, I'm going to copy this line. Let's scroll down below. We have another dashboard card which has 0.3 seconds. So I'm going to change this into 0.3. Let's move up. We're going to have, here we have again 0.2 second. The class name is extra here. And let's move up. And here we have 0.1 second again. However, I think this is not quite accurate because we have some kind of error. I think the reason for that is we have an extra quotation mark here. Okay, I think that is the problem. So we need to remove this. We don't need that. Here we go. We have only one error, which is right here. So this is because we copied incorrect code. Now we save that, and now let's have a look. Here we go. Here we go. We have nice animation one after another, like the middle one, then the left one, and then the others. Okay, that's like a small addition, but I think it's looking nice in my opinion. Here's my Hostinger H panel, and from here we're gonna claim the domain and set up the virtual private server and install our project. I'm gonna click claim my free domain. Whenever you purchase and you're gonna have the domain, you can claim it from here. And let's choose the name like React-Surveys. And I'm going to choose the .com. Reactsurveys.com, let's check availability. Okay, it looks like it's available. I'm going to claim the domain. From here, I'm going to add new profile or use existing. I'm going to use existing, click finish registration. Click continue. And our domain is actually ready. Let's open new tab and type reactsurveys.com. If you see page like this, it means that you have successfully taken your domain. Now we need to take VPS and configure that. I'm going to go on the dashboard, and I have a couple of VPS plans. And whenever you purchase the virtual private server plan on Hostinger, you're going to see these on your dashboard. Okay, and I'm going to click this VPS Server Plan 2, and let's set this up. I'm going to click Start Now. Then I'm going to choose the location where I want the server to be. I'm going to choose USA. Click Continue. Here we have three options. We can install OS with Control Panel, some kind of game server, or plain OS. In this case, I'm going to choose plain OS, and I'm going to install everything using terminal. That's going to be very interesting. Then I'm going to choose the latest Ubuntu, which is 22.04 at the moment. I'm going to click Select and Continue. Right here, I'm going to choose the VPS name, and I'm going to also assign what should be the SSH password for the server. As a name of my VPS, I'm going to call the same thing whatever I have given to the domain. So reactsurveys.com. That's going to be my VPS server name. For the password, I'm going to choose something which is very unique and very secure. If you know how to authenticate with public-private keys, I really recommend to add it right here, but I just don't want to cover it in this video, and let's skip that. So I'm going to click Save and Continue, and here is my overall information, and I'm going to click Finish Setup. It's going to take a few minutes until this process is finished. Once the initialization is done, you're going to click Manage Server, and you'll be able to see the following screen. So from here, we can manage our server. We can have a look at the VPS access, some plan details. We can get the IP. We can go in the server usage and make even like reset the operating system completely. So first, I'm going to copy this IP address and open in a new tab and hit the enter. That's going to give me Apache 2 default page. So that shows that our server, VPS server, actually already has Apache installed. Okay, that's pretty cool. We need to access our server using SSH. And here we have the SSH command. We just need to paste in our SSH client and execute that. But we also need to connect our existing domain to this VPS server. Now, if we actually go to the domains right here, and then find the domain we just purchased, that's reactsurveys.com, click right here. So here we have the name servers. If you purchased the domain on somewhere else, you will have possibility to manage your name servers on that place. Like if you purchased it on GoDaddy or somewhere else, you can manage name servers from there. And the main thing is that you need to point the name servers to the Hostinger virtual private server name servers. Okay, so you have to click change right here, not right here, but in if you purchase the domain on Hostinger, there's nothing to do. Okay, but I think we just need to switch this into Hostinger name servers, which is recommended, and this is how it should be. But if you want to move your domain somewhere else, like you purchase the domain on Hostinger and want hosting on somewhere else, then you need to change name servers right here. But if you purchase the domain somewhere else, but the server on Hostinger, you need to do something similar in your domain provider. Okay, this is very important. And if you purchase the domain somewhere else, these are the DNS servers you need to specify in your domain provider. Okay, at the moment, the DNS is okay. We don't need to do anything, but we have to manage DNS records right here in this domain. Here we have a couple of DNS records, and if you scroll down below, we see CNAME record, which points to www.reactsurveys.com. If you scroll down below, we have a record which points to some IP address. This IP address is what is displayed at the moment when we type reactsurveys.com in the browser. Okay, this is the default server which we don't want. So I'm going to click delete right here. We need to map the domain into a different IP address. And I'm going to open VPS in a new tab. And right here, we're going to grab the IP address and create a record. So let's click these React surveys. Then I'm going to give the IP address, copy that, go in the DNS name servers, and create a record. I'm going to leave this name at which indicates the root domain, and I'm going to paste right here the IP address on which I want to map this domain. Okay, and I'm going to click Add Record. It might take several seconds, minutes, hours, depending on many other things, and you need to constantly check your domain reactsurveys.com in the browser just to make sure that the mapping to the IP address successfully works. So if we open this in incognito and hit the enter, we should see the Apache page. And if you see the Apache page, it means that the domain was mapped to your server, okay, on which the Apache is already installed, and we just need to clone the project and configure that. But we're going to also create a subdomain, because that's going to be the domain on which React application will be installed. But we also need a subdomain, and the subdomain will be the API to which this domain will connect. So basically, the React application will be deployed on this domain, and it will make requests to, for example, api.react-surveys.com. So we have to create a subdomain of this domain. Okay, and at the moment, if I just open the browser and type API, what's the actual domain? I just forgot. Okay, React. So I'm going to paste this right here and put API in front of it and hit the enter. Okay, that does not work. DNS probe finished the Annex domain. So this error indicates that something is wrong with the DNS. Now I'm going to close the incognito tabs, come in the DNS name servers, where we manage our domain, and create another A record, but in the name I'm going to paste API. Okay, just API, and leave the IP address of my VPS IP address. So basically I'm indicating that I want to create API subdomain of this domain which I'm managing, which will point to the following IP address. And I'm going to click add record. At the very bottom we should see second. This is for the root domain, and we should see somewhere another A record, which indicates that this is an API subdomain. Okay, now let's again open incognito and type react-surveys.com, but let's put API in front of it and hit the enter. Okay, that still doesn't work. Again, it might take a few seconds, minutes, hours, depending on many things. And whenever this starts working, we have API, we have domains ready. We have the main domain ready, we have the API subdomain ready, and we need to configure our server. So just refresh the page a few times and it should start working. If that didn't start working after like few minutes, let's try to add the CNAME record, because it didn't start working in my case, and sometimes a record doesn't work, and we just need to try CNAME record. Okay, so I'm going to close this and come right here, and let's change this into CNAME, and I'm going to change this @ symbol into API, and the target in this case will be react-surveys.com. So the target will be the actual domain, and the API will be just subdomain. In a similar way, how here is the www name added with CNAME type of record. Okay, so when we do this, hit the A record. Okay, so it conflicts with the A record, so we basically need to remove this A record. You can either have A record or CNAME record, as I mentioned. So both, in this case, like both should work, but if the A record doesn't work, try CNAME record. Just delete the A record. Let's scroll up, so we have everything filled, and click add record, and DNS record created successfully. Okay, now let's open again new tab and type api-react-surveys.com, api.react-surveys.com, and hit the enter. Okay, again, it might take some time, and you just need to wait some time until the DNS is actually affected. In fact, if we have a look in the DNS records right here, we have the www, as I mentioned. Okay, so if we type www.react-surveys.com, that I guess works, and in the same way API should work. Okay, so this works. In the URL we have www. Okay, if we just reload the page, the API, it still doesn't work. Again, it might need some time. If you have incognito already open, just close the tab, and I think I don't have any more incognito windows open, and reopen it and try API react surveys.com. After several minutes, API react-surveys.com started working. So we have now main domain react-surveys.com, and we have subdomain also ready. Now we can focus on the VPS and work right there, set up the application, make it working on the following domains, and then we can add SSL certificates to have our application securely running on the following domains under SSL. Okay, this is exciting in my opinion. So let's close this. And now let's go in the hosting garage panel. Let's go in the VPS section, and I'm going to grab that SSH command. Okay. If you have already some kind of experience working with SSH, you probably have a client for that. If you don't have, like, I recommend to use Git Bash. This is an excellent terminal in terms of like it supports some basic Linux commands as well, and SSH is also built in Git Bash. If you have Git basically installed locally, quite probably, and if you are on Windows, quite probably you're going to have Git Bash. If you are on Linux or macOS, I think your terminal by default supports SSH, so there's nothing to do. On Windows, if you don't have, however, Git Bash, you can use PowerShell. PowerShell does support SSH. Okay, you can paste the command and hit the enter right here, and it will ask, first of all, it will ask us to, if we want to proceed and if we want to accept the fingerprint, we're going to type yes right here and then proceed. But I'm going to close the PowerShell because I want to work with the Git Bash. So I'm going to close that, open Git Bash, and paste the command and hit the enter. Okay, then I'm going to type a yes right here, and then I'm going to provide the password which I gave to the server when I created. Okay, this should be something very secure password. Okay, and now I am inside the server. You know what? Let me actually change some options and increase the text size a little bit. Here it is. Click OK and save. Here it is. I think that this is better. Okay, as I mentioned, we already have Apache server running. Just to make sure that Apache is running, you need to type sudo service apache2 status. Hit the enter, and if you see active and running in green, that's okay, you're good to go. If you don't have Apache like up and running, if you have it installed but not running, you need to start it using sudo service apache2 start. You can stop the Apache service using sudo service apache2 stop and restart it with sudo service apache2 restart. That's very basic. If you don't have Apache running, you need to uninstall it using sudo apt install apache2, and you're going to hit the enter. However, in my case, this is already installed, so I don't need to do anything. What I'm going to do is to update a couple of repositories. So I'm going to execute sudo apt get update. This will update my server to the latest repository versions because we're going to install PHP and MySQL, and we just need to make sure that we have the latest repositories from which PHP or MySQL should be grabbed. Okay, we just need to wait right here a few seconds. Now, I'm going to install PHP by executing the following command: sudo apt install php lib apache2 -mode php. Basically, these are two main packages we need to install. This is the PHP package, and this package is the connector package between Apache 2 and PHP. But we're going to also install other PHP extensions because in most cases, Laravel applications are using those extensions such as PHP MB string, PHP GD, for example, which is for image processing, PHP XML, PHP XML, PHP, for example, CLI, PHP zip, and PHP, maybe PHP JSON, and PHP CURL. We might also need PHP Intel and PHP MySQL, which is the package which connects PHP and MySQL together. So I'm going to hit the enter and agree on this, and it's going to take a few seconds until those packages are actually installed. Okay, PHP and its packages were installed. Now I'm going to clear up the server and I'm going to install MySQL. Sudo apt install MySQL-server, and let's hit the enter. We're going to agree on this. As soon as the MySQL is installed, Then we are going to set the MySQL root password, and we're going to also run the MySQL secure installation, which is a recommended way how you are going to install MySQL on your server. Okay, this is important in my opinion. So let's clear up everything and first type sudo MySQL and hit the enter. And from here, we're going to set the root password. Here, I'm going to type alter user and indicate which user I want to alter. I want to alter root user for localhost. Okay, and I am going to specify identified with MySQL underscore and native underscore password by, and then I'm going to specify right here password. I'm going to set the password at the moment to be just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but you should set very secure password on your root user. So again, let's double check. Alter user, I think I have extra S right here. Alter user root at localhost identified with MySQL native password by 1, 2, 3, whatever. Hit the enter. Okay, so 0 rows affected. That actually is not a problem. So the password for the root user should be changed, and I'm going to exit from here. Okay, now we're going to run sudo MySQL underscore secure underscore installation and hit the enter. Now we have to provide the root password we just gave. This is 126 in my case. And now we have a couple of questions. In this case, MySQL asks if we want to install a validate password plugin component, which will validate the strength of our password. Okay. At the moment, I'm going to say it's no, I don't want that. But again, on your applications, if you're building something for production, you should probably do this. I'm doing this just for the tutorial. Okay. In this case, the second question is if I want to change the root password, I'm going to set this into no, I don't want that. If you want to remove the anonymous users, I'm going to give it a yes. If we want to disallow root login remotely, this is again very important thing, very important step for security. So you don't want the root access on your MySQL server if you don't really have to make it available from remote. So I'm going to give it no. And then if we want to remove the test database and access to it, I'm going to type yes. And the final is if we want to reload privileges table now, any changes we made to the user, if we want to reload that, I'm going to type yes. Okay, now all is done. MySQL is actually installed, and we can check this by sudo service MySQL status. Hit the enter, we see active and running. Okay, that's good. Now, I'm going to create MySQL database. So let's clear up everything, and I'm going to type sudo MySQL. Whenever you type sudo MySQL, it's not going to allow anymore to access to the MySQL server, because previously we didn't have root access. That's why sudo MySQL was able to access to the MySQL, but now we have to provide password as well. So sudo MySQL -p, which indicates that I want to type my password, and now my password will be 126. Hit the enter, I'm inside MySQL. And I'm going to create new database for my project. And I'm going to call this something. Let's first type create database, and let's call this React underscore surveys. And I'm going to hit the enter. I can hit the enter right here, but I'm going to also specify different character set for my database, because if someone wants to create surveys in UTF-8, what should happen? Okay, by default, it doesn't create the database in UTF. So I'm going to specify character UTF-8, and we have to set, actually, we need to call character character space set UTF-8 MB4, and we have to specify collate UTF-8 underscore UTF-8 MB4 underscore Unicode underscore CI. Okay, I generally have this as a gist on my somewhere as a note, so I can copy and paste whenever I need, and just change the database name. So create database, the name, character set UTF-8 MB4, collate UTF-8 MB4 Unicode CI, and we're gonna hit the enter. Okay, now the database was created. Now I'm gonna exit from here. We have MySQL, we have created MySQL database. In best case, I generally create a different user for MySQL, and then give access only that specific user to my database. Okay, again, if you want like more detailed instructions how generally this should be done, I have a separate video how to install Laravel application on VPS, and I recommend to check this out. The link probably will appear in the top right corner of the screen, or I'm going to put this also in the video description. Just have a look and you can find how you can do all these things. In this case, I'm just going to connect with the root user to the database I created, and that's the React surveys database. Now, I think we can clone the project. To clone the project, we need to access to the URL, GitHub URL. So you need to host your project on some Git server like GitHub or GitLab or anything else. Okay, so let's type my GitHub, and I will have my repository right there. Let's go under repositories. And here's Laravel React Survey. I'm going to click right here, and I'm going to click on this code, and I'm going to copy the URL, which is with the HTTPS, and click this copy link. Now let's go in the project. I think by default, the hostinger Ubuntu server doesn't support Git. If we just type Git, command not found. So we're going to run sudo apt install git. Hit the enter. It's going to take a few seconds until Git is installed, and whenever this is installed, we're going to navigate into var www. Basically, you can navigate into any folder you would like and create the project right there, but it's a common way and recommended way to do this under var www. Okay, inside var www, there's only one HTML folder. And that HTML folder contains the actual HTML, which is rendered when we access at the moment reactsurveys.com, which is the default Apache it works welcome page. Okay, so this is it. We're going to clone our project right here. So git clone, I'm going to paste the URL, Laravel React Survey, and let's hit the enter. Okay, now the project was cloned, and if I type ls-la, I'm going to see Laravel React Survey right here. Now let's navigate into Laravel React Survey, and we're going to run Composer install. But I think we don't have Composer installed as well, so we need to install Composer. Now let's open browser and type getcomposer.org. Let's hit the enter. Let's click on download, and I'm going to copy the following part. Just copy and paste this right here and hit the enter. Okay, it's going to download the Composer from the following URL, which is mentioned right there, and it's going to be available as a Composer far file. So use it with PHP Composer far. So at the moment, I can already use it if I execute PHP Composer far. And here it is. Well, because we are using the Composer with the root user at the moment, Composer will give us a warning that you should not use this with the root user because it might, and not it might, it will definitely create install packages under root user permission. Okay, at the moment, I don't want to use Composer like this. I want to make the command globally available. Again, I have Composer far available right here, but I'm going to make this globally available. So whenever I type Composer, I want to access that. So down below, we have this sudo move Composer far into user local bean Composer. So I'm going to go in the terminal and execute that. And whenever this is done, I type Composer and I have it globally available. Well, I have to agree that I want to use as a root user because I'm logged in as a root user. Again, it will be more complex, but we can create additional user, log in with that user, and clone the project inside that user's directory, and then do the actions right there. But because on this server, we're going to only install one website, it's okay to execute this with the root user. However, if you're going to have multiple websites on your server, on your VPS server, then it's common practice to create different users for each website and clone the project under that user. Also create database for that user, and then everything what will be available inside this project will only be accessed by that user. and no other users will be able to access either file system of another website or database of another website, which is very good and essential security measurement. Okay, but again, in this case, we have only one website, so it's okay to proceed. So I'm going to type yes right here, and the composer is right there. Now, let's execute composer install and hit the enter. We have to type yes here, and it's going to download and install all the composer packages. Okay, so here's the project already installed, and let's copy now env.example into env. And we are going to open now env file with nano, and let's find the database place where we have the databases. Okay, where's the cursor? It is right here. Let's move up. Here we have the database, DB database, and let's change DB database into React underscore surveys. I think this is how we called our database. And the password will be from 1 to 6. Again, if it's not very clear, I'm going to mention one important thing. If you are installing multiple websites on the same server, it's not good practice to use root user and root user to have access on all the databases. Because if one website is hacked for some reason, the root user will have access on another website as well. And if one website is hacked, another website will be hacked as well. It's common practice to create different user, and that different user will have only access to that database, React surveys. And if that website is hacked for that user, it will not be able to access to another website. Okay, now I'm going to save this. I'm going to exit from here, and I think I have my project almost finished, almost set up. There are a few additional things. First, because we configured our database, we're going to execute migration. So PHP artisan migrate. Hit the enter. Okay, migrations have been applied. This also proves that our application has access to the database. Otherwise, simply it would not be able to run the migrations. So we have migrations installed. We have like a composer install executed. We have to also install Node.js and execute npm install and npm run build to build the React application. Okay, this is something also very important. Now I'm going to open the browser and type nodejs.org. Let's go on the download section. I'm going to scroll down below and find the install Node.js via package manager, and down below we have these different operating systems. I'm going to click this Debian and Ubuntu based distributions and click this Node.js binary distributions. Probably there is like a shorthand link to this page, but this is how generally I go there. And if I scroll down below, we should see here we see. So for Ubuntu, we need to execute the following command, which will install the Node.js version 18 for Ubuntu. So I'm going to copy this part, open our server, and I'm going to paste this and hit the enter. Okay, Node.js is being installed. It's going to take a few seconds until it is fully installed, not that much. And when this is done, we're going to execute npm install and npm run build for React application. Okay, so here it is installed. I'm going to clear up everything, and now let's go under React. But before we go in the React, so our Laravel application now is intended to be used as an API. But if you don't plan to use this as an API, you might need to run npm install from the Laravel project itself, and then you might need to run npm run build as well, which will use a void internally to build the assets for your Laravel application. Okay, let's execute npm run build as well from here. It's going to create a couple of build files. Again, because we are using our application as an API at the moment, this doesn't make any sense. We will not be able to access those. But again, I'm just showing how you can do this if you are building in a website and deploying this on your domain. Okay, now let's clear up everything. I'm going to navigate into React folder, and I'm going to install packages, npm packages. So let's execute npm install. When this is done, we're going to execute npm run build. But we are going to also create an environment file for production. Now let's go in our project, and I think we have created .env file. So we have this .env file which accesses to localhost port 8000. Okay, so we're going to create something similar, but in this case indicate the production domain. So let's open .env file under React, and I'm going to paste my copied line, but instead of localhost port 8000 and instead of HTTP, well, let's leave this HTTP at the moment. Let's leave it because we're going to test this first on HTTP and then install SSL certificate. And I'm going to type right here API react-surveys.com. Okay, let's hit Ctrl-O and Ctrl-X. We quit from here, and now let's execute npm run build. Let's hit the enter, and here we go. So it's gonna build our application, but we have an error. Could not resolve t-button JSX that comes from dashboard. Okay, something is wrong to that t-button JSX. Let's go in our repository. Let's go in dashboard JSX. And let's have a look. Where is t-button? Here is t-button. Okay, why it is not resolved? Here is the t-button. Okay, let's execute this npm run build from here, from the local installation. Npm run build, hit the enter. Let's wait, it's building for production. It needs some time. Okay, it was able to build successfully. Which Node.js version do I have? Node 16. So I have version 16. I guess this is not a problem that I have 16 and on server there is 18. There's some kind of problem. So let's have a look which branch I am. I'm on main branch. So git push origin. Do I have something to be pushed? Origin main. Let's hit the enter. Everything is up to date. Okay, something is wrong. Let's try to execute this once again, but I think it will not work. Okay, could not resolve components core t-button JSX from source views dashboard JSX. That's strange. So let's type if there is components core t-button JSX. Do we have that under source? There's components, then under source components there is core, and under source components core there is t-button JSX, but it was not able to resolve that from source views dashboard JSX. That's strange. Okay, if we have a look, if we navigate into source and have a look, so we have right here views and components. Now, if I just type files under views, there must be dashboard. Okay, here's the dashboard. Now let's print what is the content of the dashboard JSX. If we scroll up, we should see right here the path somewhere to t-button, and here we see. So we just go one directory back from the views, navigate into components, core, t-button, JSX. This is very, very strange. T-button, maybe the problem is in uppercase, lowercase. Components, core, t-button. On Windows, generally uppercase and lowercase naming of the components is okay, but on Linux, this is not okay. So maybe the problem is in lowercase and uppercase naming. So if I navigate into components and core and have a look, exactly, That is the problem. So here we have T button with the lowercase, but actually we're trying to import this with the uppercase. So I just need to open my project and find T button with the lowercase. Let's actually match the case. And I think it is never used. Like in lowercase, we don't ever use that. So now I need to go into core T button. That's actually something which looks uppercase in my case. This is even more strange. Like this looks like uppercase right here, but on the server, it is lowercase. If we check this on the Git repository, I just don't want to spend more time on this, but it's very strange and very interesting case. So if we go in the source, components, core, we see T button with the lowercase, okay? This is the problem. Well, what if I come right here, I'm gonna copy everything. This is generally how I used to fix these problems. I'm gonna copy everything from this T button and I'm gonna actually delete that. Okay, I deleted that, then I open the version control system and I am going to actually commit that deletion. I have other changes as well, but I'm going to leave them at the moment. I'm just commit this change and call this remove T button. Okay, click commit. That was changed. Now let's bring up the terminal. Git push origin main. That is pushed. Okay, now I'm going to recreate this file under core, but I'm going to call this with uppercase B in this case, button JSX, and I'm going to paste all my copied code. So now I save this, and again, I am going to make a commit, add T uppercase button. Click commit. Now let's push this, and now let's check the server. If I just reload the page, I see now in uppercase B. Okay, and I'm going to also comment these changes which I recently made, small changes to dashboard. Let's push those changes, and I'm going to open the server. I'm going to navigate back into my project and run git pull. That's going to pull the latest changes into the folder. And now if I navigate into React folder, I'm going to execute npm run build. And let's wait for a few seconds. Okay, so now React build was successfully completed. Okay, small additional things what you should probably do is to create a storage link. We need to execute php artisan storage : link. Oops. Storage : link. I think this is how we should execute that. It created the storage link, and let's change the permissions of the storage if we don't want to have basically some kind of permission issues. So we're going to execute sudo chmod 775, and let's specify here the storage folder. So I want to change the permissions of the storage folder entirely to the following. Now we are going to create virtual hosts. So we have the project like fully ready. Now let's create virtual hosts. We're going to navigate into etc apache 2 sites available. Okay, this is the folder inside which we are going to create virtual host config file. And I'm going to execute nano. Let's give it the same name as whatever is our domain, like React surveys.com.conf. Make sure to always give .conf extension to your config file, otherwise it will not work. And right here, we're gonna put like the virtual host template. So let me actually exit from here because we have the 000 default config file, and I'm going to actually open that 000 default, and this is it. Okay, this is how it looks like, and we can actually use that, but I have a feeling that this is not gonna work exactly as it should work. So let's actually create this new file where we're actually creating, and I'm going to copy and paste the virtual host, and I'm going to put the link to this file also in the video description. Okay, and we need to adjust a few things. The server name, that's going to be the name of our domain. So we are editing right now reactsurveys.com file. So the domain should be, the server name will be the domain, and that should be react-surveys.com. Okay, the server admin should be the email of the admin who is going to manage the server. At the moment, we don't plan any kind of like heavy management, so I'm going to leave this as it is. I'm going to change the document root, which should be the path to our project, to our PHP executable file, the entry script, more correctly to say entry script. That should be react-surveys.com/public. Okay, this is the place where the index.php locates, which should be executed every time when you access to the website. Or my mistake. So we are right now editing the reactsurveys.com. That should be React website. And API reactsurveys.com, that should be the Laravel website. So the path should be basically react/dist, because whenever you build the project in React, that's going to be under dist folder. Okay, so this is how we should do. And then let's change this into reactsurveys.com/react. We can also specify this right here, but let's leave it as it is. If we change we can change the error and access logs if we want, but I'm not going to change that. I'm going to leave this, and I'm going to save using Ctrl-O, Ctrl-X. And actually, I'm going to copy this React surveys and call this api.react-surveys.com.conf. Okay, now let's open API React Surveys, and we're going to change the server name, which should be now api.reactsurveys.com, and the document root will be, in this case, public. Okay, reactsurveys.com. This is the path. This is the path of index.php. Okay, and right here we need to specify just reactsurveys.com. So I'm going to hit Ctrl-O, Ctrl-X to save and quit, and we have to enable those two configuration files. So we have now API reactsurveys.com and reactsurveys.com. So we're going to run sudo a2 in site, which means that we're going to enable the site API reactsurveys.com. So we're going to enable that, and we're going to also enable reactsurveys.com. So we enabled that. Now we need to reload Apache, sudo service apache to reload. Okay, so Apache was reload, and one additional thing which we haven't done is to enable rewrite mode on Apache. So we're going to execute a2 in mode rewrite. Hit the enter. The rewrite mode was enabled, but whenever you enable rewrite mode, you have to restart Apache. So we're going to execute sudo service apache to restart. Hit the enter. Okay, Apache was restarted. And now it's time for magic. Or it's time for bug fixing, maybe. We did everything, but we haven't tested anything so far while we're deploying. So we're going to type reactsurveys.com and let's have a look. Okay, so we see still Apache's welcome page. Do we have like incognito tabs open? No, we don't have. So again, let's open reactsurveys.com. We see Apache welcome page, which means that our virtual hosts actually not work as expected. Reactsurveys.com. Let's go in the terminal and now let's debug our problem. Okay, so whenever you create a file and then configuration file and then enable that, it's going to move into sites enabled folder. Okay, it's going to create symbolic link into sites enabled. So actually, if we type ls-la and we go one directory back and go inside sites enabled, right here we should see those two files as symbolic links. Let's actually, that's just an information, okay? If they are not right here available, then this might be the reason why it's not working. But if it's right there, then let's open it and debug it. Okay, what problems we have? The server name is reactsurveys.com. Okay, I think this is exactly how it should be, reactsurveys.com. Okay, the path is reactsurveys.com, react dist, reactsurveys.com, react. Okay, is this directory correct? Now let's check this. Everything looks good. Now let's go under var www react. Oops, let's have a look. Okay, I think this is the problem. Okay, this is the problem. So our path is incorrect because we copied this from GitHub and it gave a different name. Okay, we should change this and name it whatever is our domain. So move Laravel React Survey reactsurveys.com. Let's hit the enter. Now right here we have reactsurveys.com. Okay, now path is accurate. And if I reload now, it still doesn't work. Now let's try, by the way, API reactsurveys.com. Hit the enter. Wait for a few seconds. Okay, we have some kind of problem. Okay, this is the problem. This is coming from the Laravel. It looks like our second subdomain, our second installation, second virtual host actually works. So we are inside Laravel at the moment, but we have the permission issues, and that comes from the storage. So if we now just change ch mode 777 into storage, that should be inside the project folder storage. Hit the enter. Okay, the permissions was completely changed into inside the storage, and if I just reload the page, let's have a look. Storage logs Laravel. Okay, we should change this recursively. This is my mistake. So ch mode, we should probably specify dash uppercase R right here, 777. Now it was changed recursively, and if I reload the page, this is the error which I expected. No application encryption key has been specified. That's okay. Go inside reactsurveys.com and execute php artisan key : generate --ansi. Okay, key successfully, reload the page, and we see Laravel application up and running. Okay, so API is ready, but what's wrong with the React application? Probably the path is not correct. Let's navigate into React. I think it might call build, or it's called actually dist. So under React, there's dist. Okay, now let's have a look what information is inside dist. There is index.html. Okay. Why it doesn't work? So probably the virtual host file does not read index.html, and it only reads PHP. I'm not sure. But I think, again, if we have a look, so inside dist, we have index.html. So the path looks actually correct. So var www reactsurveys.com, react, and dist. Now let's open etc apache 2 sites available, and the actual virtual host should be reactsurveys.com. And again, let's check it. So we have var www reactsurveys.com, react, dist. Okay, the path looks accurate. And down below we have this directory, allow override all. Do we need this allow override? Maybe that is for the PHP. Okay, I'm actually debugging a few things right now, so I'm gonna comment this out. Okay, and let's actually put this into double quotations because I know double quotations actually work. So I'm going to put this like this, and the domain reactsurveys.com is actually accurate. So I'm going to save this, okay, and execute sudo service apache to reload. So whenever you change your virtual host file, you need to execute this. Now let's have a look. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Well, actually, I want to debug this problem, so I'm gonna type apache virtual host on index.html, because I have a feeling that this might be the reason. Okay, so we have document root, document name. Actually, this comes from the official documentation of Apache, which generally has much more information than I need. So I'm going to find something probably from Stack Overflow. Let's accept all the cookies. Okay, we probably need to set the directory index. That is good. That's good point. So let's grab that and open our React surveys file, and let's create here. Oops. Okay, hold on. I mistakenly hit the Control Z, which is something I shouldn't have done. Okay, I'm going to paste this directory index. And let's save this and reload Apache and have a look in the browser. Where is it? It's right here. Okay, it still doesn't work, which is strange. Let's open in not incognito. Okay, inside normal browser, it even thinks that this is a it has cache, basically, to say in a nutshell. So let's close all the tabs again from the incognito and reopen it. No, we still have this reactsurveys.com. Apache. Well, I have a feeling that I should receive actually not found. If okay, I'm gonna go now inside var www.html. Okay, and right here we have this index.html, which I'm gonna delete. Let's go one directory back and rm-rf html folder. Okay, I completely removed that. Now if I reload the page, I see not found. Okay, that's fine. But this not found should not be displayed because we have this domain, React surveys domain, mapped to a virtual host. Okay, again, if we go inside etc apache 2 sites available, here we have this reactsurveys.com. We edit reactsurveys.com. Let's remove this nano. And everything looks correct. Okay. Apache 2 virtual host on index.html not working. Okay, so Google is our best friend. Recently, actually, ChatGPT became one of my best friends. Maybe we can ask ChatGPT about that. But let's see these pages. Okay, I'm basically looking for a short and precise answer. I don't want to spend too much time on debugging right here. Okay, it looks like I can't have that. Apache virtual host on index.html not working. Okay, this looks like, no, this is not actually, this is something I have already checked. Okay, let's have a look here. Okay, this is, I think, what I want. This is, I think, what I want. Let's see if there's an accepted answer. Do you have HT access in your somewhere allow override all? Okay, do we have allow override all? I think we have it. But I have a feeling that this part, not deny from all and allow from more, but this part is exactly what I need. So I'm going to copy this. I have done this previously multiple times, just I can't remember these type of things by heart. So that's why I have to Google. If I do this daily, of course I can remember, but I don't do this daily. So I'm going to paste this and let's delete this part. Like this. And then we have to change the directory to be something which is written here. Okay. Maybe we don't even need the directory index, or maybe we need it, but the index HTML should be the first one. Okay. Anyway, let's save this as it is and execute sudo service Apache to reload. Okay, it was reloaded. Now let's reload here. Okay, we still have not found. This is very strange. This is very strange. It looks like it doesn't actually care my virtual host. It actually does not care my virtual host. Okay, let's remove this directory index. Okay, I'm going to find out where is the problem. Where is the actual problem? Okay, so I'm going to now save this again, reload the server and refresh the page. Okay, now I'm going to create index.php. Maybe the problem is inside the index.html, not sure. Let's try a different approach on debugging. Okay, for www React surveys under React folder. Okay, here I have dist. Inside dist, I'm going to create cd dist. I'm going to create PHP file, nano index.php. Hello. Okay, I save this and exit. Now if I reload the page, I don't see hello. However, I should see because I have created that. Okay, now let's open again etc apache 2 sites available react surveys.com.conf. Okay, let's comment out these parts. Let's open now second virtual host. And what do we have here? So we have to, our second virtual host should look like exactly this. Okay, as you see, so we have allow override all. So let's exit from here, open React, and maybe we need to activate allow override, not this one. Let's activate allow override all. Okay, so oops. Let's save this, and we have to reload Apache. Sudo service Apache to reload. Okay, now let's have a look. Again, not working. This is getting annoying, to be honest. Now I'm going to map this into the same directory where API is mapped. That should work, right? Let's map this into like public, and then here we need this. Reload and refresh. Still not working. However, API React surveys that does work. That opens Laravel. Come on. So we have things like the same things inside here and inside the API. So now let's open API. Like we have the exact same things, right? The only difference is that we have we didn't have double quotations. Well, let me actually copy this part completely and exit from here. And I'm going to delete everything, okay? How can I delete the entire line? Okay, here I pasted, and I'm going to just remove this API. Now, let's reload the page. Okay, it's not working. Something is wrong with that, and I hope it just was cache. No, it's not cache. Okay, I think I know the reason for this. I think I know that. The problem is probably in the main domain. So if we actually navigate into sites available folder and have a look. Let's open 000. Here, no, this is just an example. This is just an example. Changing the virtual host doesn't seem to be working. Okay, let's exit from here and let's go into sites enabled. Here we have 000 default, which I am going to disable. So sudo a2 this site 000. So I want to disable the default one. Sudo service Apache to reload and reload Apache. Now let's clear up and let's open React surveys.com. That was the reason. The default one basically spent my like 15 minutes. Okay, let's now edit etc Apache 2. Like the most amazing things that generally, this is why I love programming. I know that I can find the answer, okay? So it might take 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but finally I will find the answer. And this is just how I approach the things. So don't give up, and you're gonna always find the answers on your problems. Okay, just don't give up. Maybe you can have a break, like 1 minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 1 day break. But then when you go back, you should continue, and then finally you can find the answer. sites available. No, I am editing sites available, but sometimes I make such stupid mistakes or mechanical mistakes. Okay, I need to open React surveys.com, and I'm going to modify now document root. That should be React/dist. Let's quit from here, and sudo service apache2 reload. Okay, now let's open React surveys.com. This still shows Hostinger. Let's open incognito and look at this. So we have React application up and running. Now let's try to log in. I think we won't be able to log in because we don't have any account. Let's try to sign up. Okay, writeexample.com. Now let's pay attention where the request is sent. Click and have a look. So the request is made on HTTP API React surveys.com. Perfect. cd var www react, go inside React folder and open env. Okay, I have a typo here. That should be React surveys. Okay, and we need to rebuild, actually, npm run build. This is what we need to execute. And whenever this is done, we are going to reopen our page application. Come on, finish it. Okay, it's done. So I reload the page. Okay, that's another problem, by the way, which we have to fix. So I am on the login, that works fine. If I just reload the page, I get not found. Okay, that's another problem to fix. Actually, I can fix this right now. I know how to fix that. Apache, I can't remember it by heart, but I know that should be everything basically should be redirected on the index.html. So Apache 2 redirect on index.html. Okay, let's have a look. We should have quick solution. I think this should work. There are like slightly different variations of that. So I'm gonna now open etc Apache 2 sites available React, and I am going to paste this here. And sudo service apache 2 reload. And reload the page. That didn't work. Strange. Generally, I go with this approach, except that I don't put this in the URL, but I think that will work as well. Maybe the place should be inside the directory, or we can even create the htaccess. So let's try to put this inside the directory. If I'm going to put this here, paste, I can format this, or I'm going to leave it. Let's move up and comment out this and reload Apache and refresh the page. Okay, I didn't configure it correctly. Okay, when I hurry up, I have problems. Okay, what I need to do, okay, the best one will be to put this in the index, in the htaccess. Okay, I know for sure that it's going to work. So we can create htaccess we cannot actually create htaccess. The htaccess should be created inside the dist folder. And the dist folder is something which is deleted and recreated every time you execute it. So whenever we execute npm run build, it's going to delete the dist folder and recreate that. So if we have to create htaccess file, we're going to put the content inside the dist folder, and that's not actually correct. So we should put this maybe here. Okay, let's actually find like the best answer just to don't lose. Apache 2 redirect on index HTML in virtual host. Okay. In the Apache 2 conf, okay, I don't want to make some changes in Apache 2 conf. I want to do this in the virtual host. So we have the rewrite engine on. No, this is not what I want. This is not what I want. I want redirect everything on index HTML. Everything on index HTML. This might be it, or this might be it. Change hello override none into all. I don't want to change the htaccess or create htaccess. Okay, we can try that, or maybe that. Let's put this in the, yeah, I'm sure putting this in the htaccess will do the job, but I don't want to create an htaccess. I want to do this in the virtual host. Okay, this is not help. This might be it. Rewrite engine on. Okay, no, this is not also what I expect. Okay, let me actually try this, but I'm going to put this inside the directory in this case. So let's put this under hello override, rewrite engine on, rewrite condition request URI, and anything that does not equal to index HTML. Let's redirect it into index HTML. I think that should do it. Let's try. I'm gonna reload the server and let's have a look. Okay, so we are actually redirected to the index HTML, which is not what I want. Come on. Okay, another version like what I saw was this. Okay, let's search for hold on, do we have such thing in the public? Where's the public? We have htaccess. Okay, so we have something similar here. It's much more complex, but we have something similar here. Okay, so this is it. So anything that is not request file name or request file name directory. So if it's not a directory and if it's not a file name, redirect to index PHP. So basically I need these, okay, but I need it for index HTML. Okay, so I'm opening again virtual host file, and I am going to change this. So I'm going to actually, well, let's leave rewrite engine on, but I'm going to delete the rest here and paste. So we enable rewrite engine, and anything that is not a file name and anything that is not a directory, it should be redirected to index that should be HTML. Let's save, exit, reload Apache, and try it again. Okay, let's remove this index. Okay, now let's have a look. Okay, we have an error. Internal server error, and we need to have a look in the Apache. Tail var log Apache to error log. Tail, let's have an output. And if we just reload the page, okay, request exceeded the limit of turn internal redirects due to probable configuration error. Limit internal recursion to increase the limit. Okay, I'm going to now search for Apache to SPA virtual host config. Now let's see what it gives me. I'm obviously creating a single page application, right? Here it is, my React app. Okay, virtual host, directory index, document root. This is Nginx, but we want Apache. What am I missing? Like location, is this what I'm missing? Okay, I don't want this to be under subfolder. Basically, I want this to be on root domain. So let's go back. This answer is useless for me. Okay, they start installing from Apache. You know what? I am going, okay, if this is not going to help, I'm going to use ChatGPT. This doesn't do anything at all. Okay, let's try to use ChatGPT. Okay, I want to create virtual host for React application. My application should be deployed on production on primary domain. I basically didn't even ask anything, and it gives me instructions. Okay, I know this. And here's the virtual host. This is what I'm interested in. Okay, document root should be your app, directory, options, indexes, follow, symlinks, allow override all. And this is how I need to enable my virtual host file. This is not actually bad. This is very good. So I'm going to copy this part and add into my code. Let's open now the virtual host file. Actually, I'm going to use Vim because I don't like nano. So Vim etc, is the Vim available? Yes, it is. Okay, Vim etc Apache 2 sites available React. Okay, now I'm using Vim, which is much cooler. Okay, I think I need to delete this part. And I'm going to paste this. Okay, and we don't need this. Okay, that's not bad. Now let's reload. And have a look. Now I get not found because I don't redirect anything to index.html. Now let's open again ChatGPT and ask. I want React. Well, I am using React routing as well. Can you update config accordingly? Okay, now I assume that it's going to give me what I want exactly, because I just gave it a like high-level idea. I want everything to be redirected to index.html so that it works properly. I guess the answer is the same. No, here it comes. Rewrite engine, rewrite base. Okay. Okay. So let's copy this. This is cool. Where is my cursor? Sometimes I lost the cursor. Okay, now let's see. So I think we have everything as ChatGPT recommended us. And we just need to save and reload Apache. Now we have an error. Did I make some kind of mistake? Okay, we need to have a look what's the actual error. It's getting annoying a little bit. Okay, what's the error? Reload failed for Apache. Rewrite base is only valid in a paired directory. Okay, this is the problem. Let's open virtualhost again. I swear I'm doing this like probably 100th time, but every time I do this, I forget certain things. So let's specify right here full path, React and dist. I want this to work inside React dist. Now, let me actually copy this rewrite engine and put this. Why I don't see the cursor? Come on. Okay, and I'm going to delete everything. Okay, is everything okay right here? Looks good. Now let's reload Apache. Okay, here it is. Okay, 101 times. But I swear if I do this tutorial, like after 1 month, I forgot, and I will spend the same amount of time. But at least I think ChatGPT helped us. Yeah, it didn't put this inside the directory. It did put it in a wrong place, but it was kind of a hint for me. Okay, now let's try to sign up. Okay, we signed up successfully. So frontend works, API works. This is actually awesome. Let's create test survey. Test, let's upload, let's see if image uploading actually works. So we create test, let's add one question, test question, and we have to choose the date and click save. Okay, here's the error. The error is about the permissions. Okay, we weren't able to put the file in under images. Okay, we need to fix that as well. We don't need ChatGPT, we need the server. Let's go back. And I think it's trying to put that under storage images, right? So, and I think we changed the permissions of the storage. Yeah, everything is changed. And there's also symbolic link from storage up public. I think so. So if we go in the public, there is images right here. And that images is, I think, what the application uses at the moment. So we just need to change chmod recursively, uppercase R, 777 images. Okay, I changed the permission of images and I try to resubmit the form and survey was created. Okay, that's perfect. Now, the last thing is to install SSL certificates. To install the SSL certificates, first we have to install some of the packages. So I'm gonna run sudo apt install certbot. We're gonna install Python 3 certbot Apache, and I think, yeah, that's all. This is all what we need. I'm gonna hit the enter. This is gonna take a few seconds until this is installed, and then we're gonna execute sudo certbot. Okay, so this is done. Let's execute sudo certbot and let's specify -- Apache. Okay, I'm gonna hit the enter. Okay, enter email address used for urgent renewal and security notices. I'm gonna enter my email address right here. Okay, now we're gonna read these terms, which is written in the PDF. So you're gonna actually copy these, open and read that, and then you have to agree this or not. Okay, I'm gonna type Y because I agree all the terms. Would you be willing, once your first certificate is successfully issued, to share your email address with the electronic? Okay, I don't want my email to be shared. Account registered, and the certbot actually found that we are using two domains: React Surveys and API React Surveys. Okay, and we have to select the appropriate number separated by commas and or spaces, or leave input blank to select all inputs shown. So excuse me, so I'm going to hit the enter. Okay, so the script was finished, and pay attention. Now it gave us the following output. It deployed the certificates and successfully deployed certificate for reactsurveys.com and successfully deployed certificate for API reactsurveys.com. Okay, however, it created different Apache config files for the SSL version, like lessl.com, and right here we have this API reactsurveys.com lessl.conf. Okay, and it gave us also this red message that it added also redirect from HTTP into HTTPS. Before we check this in the browser, I want to navigate into etc apache 2 sites available. And let's have a look. So now we have two additional files, API reactsurveys.com with Let's Encrypt version and reactsurveys.com with Let's Encrypt version. Now I'm going to open first reactsurveys.com, but without Let's Encrypt. Okay, so here let's have a look what happened. So down below it added the following rewrite condition. So if the server name is reactsurveys.com, it is redirecting it to the HTTPS version of the URL, basically, which is received. And now let's have a look at the Let's Encrypt version. Here it is. So the virtual host port was changed into 443. And right here, everything stays the same, except that down below, it's using the SSL certificate files and key file, and it's including the following configuration option as well. Okay, so this is what happened, and I think Apache was also reloaded. And if we check now in the browser, if I just reload the page, okay, there's some kind of error. Okay, let's actually close all and reopen in incognito, because again, it might be cache. Well, this is not cache, but the redirect doesn't work, probably because we have to reload Apache. So sudo service apache to reload. Now let's see. Okay, it does not actually work. It doesn't actually work, and it's bad that I didn't read the actual output. Okay, let's check again in incognito, because I have a feeling that like the redirect doesn't seem to be working, but it should be implemented correctly, right? So if we, oh, I think I know why it might not be working. Okay, let's check API first. Okay, on API, the redirect actually works, and we are under SSL. However, if we go in and edit etc apache 2 sites available React, and that should be without HTTPS. So here we have the rewrite condition, but actually there is additional rewrite rule above. So basically, Let's Encrypt could not detect that we had this, and this overrides, I think, this part. So in this case, because if the request comes without SSL, without HTTPS, we need to redirect it to the with the SSL version. So I think we don't need to do here anything. So we just need to, oops, we can remove that completely. Okay, I'm going to save and quit and reload. Sudo service apache 2 reload. And now let's reload the page. And now we see not found again. And that probably happens because that rewrite condition and rewrite rule doesn't seem to be working. So now let's copy this. Oops, I deleted something incorrectly, so I'm going to quit and have a look. Now let's paste this right here and delete and quit and reload and reload. And again, doesn't work. It does not work as expected. Come on. So what are we doing? If the rewrite condition, if the server name is reactsurveys.com, we redirect it like it looks good, it looks correct. So I copy that. Let's move up. Put this here as well. Not sure if it is necessary, but we just want to redirect, okay? We don't want to proceed or do anything. And reload Apache and refresh. Not working. I'm going to open ChatGPT again now and ask redirect non let's type it like this. Redirect HTTP requests to HTTPS in Apache virtual host. We will get some kind of answer, I'm sure. Okay, let's encrypt didn't do as it was necessary. That is an excellent idea. So we just take slash under port 80 and redirect to the follow. That's amazing idea. That is awesome. So we come right here and basically let me actually copy this. Okay, so we'll listen to port 80. So we are in the non-HTTPS request. So we basically don't need all these. Okay, none of them is necessary. And just I didn't paste what I wanted. Okay. Oops. No, that's good. And paste it here. Okay, so I take anything that comes under this virtual host and redirect into react/surveys.com. This is awesome. Reload Apache and have a look. Oops, I think I am missing an extra slash somewhere. Let's redirect this into Vim is complex actually. Much more complex than Nano, but much more powerful as well. Okay, so I'm going to open React surveys.com, hit the enter, and something is wrong. Certificate is not valid, and I think this is because of the date in my computer. My date, for some reason, every time I restart my computer is wrong. Every time it goes into 2 hours, 4 hours ahead. Actually, it's at 2 a.m. at the moment, but it shows me 10 p.m. and I have no idea why it does this. And I didn't spend enough time to actually find this out. So what I'm going to do is just manually change the time to be correct. And that's going to be 2:06 and click change. Okay, this is actually the correct time locally. And I reload. The clock is ahead. No, it's not ahead. It's 6 February actually. Wait, hold on. No, it should not be PM, it should be AM. It's ahead, definitely. It's at 2 AM. Oh my God. What am I doing? Just imagine. Okay, I'm laughing at the moment because imagine I was actually deploying my Laravel React project on virtual private server and I ended up changing date on my computer. Ridiculous. But that's true. That's true. How they are connected to each other. Okay, changing how deploying Laravel project on virtual private server is connected to changing date in your computer. Okay, now we have the application deployed under SSL certificate. It's secure. The only thing we need to do is, I said this probably 1,000 times, the only thing what we need to do, but now I think really the only thing what we need to do is to go in the React and just edit the .env and specify HTTPS right here. So now the React application needs to connect to the HTTPS of the server. Okay. We don't need to restart Apache or anything, but we need to execute npm run build. So when this is done, we are going to have final application under SSL up and running. It took much more time than expected because we spent some time on stupid things. But this is how it is. Now let me try to log in. The request was made under SSL, under HTTPS, everything worked. We are in the system. This is our application. Thanks for watching. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you are not yet. Check my premium course as well, building a full stack e-commerce application with Laravel, Vue.js, Tailwindcss, Alpine.js. That's going to be available on thecodeholic.com. I have a discount. I don't know how long I will leave this discount, but you can grab the whole course, which is about 23 hours content, 140 videos, like having a fully functional project. And this is something which you can definitely put in your portfolio and just be proud of it. So just have a look, have an overview of the course, have a look at the like curriculum, and if you find it interesting, maybe you can enroll it and I will help you as much as I can to complete this course. Okay,